I should be live now, right? I should be. Hopefully everything's working fine. Alright, good. Let's get started. We'll start with Snowbreak. And hi, Woven Horror Man. How you doing? And yeah, good morning to you. Alright. Let's get the music playing. I'll lower the volume. Okay, oh cool, Vstreamer is working today. It's actually working today. It wasn't working the other day. It was kind of annoying. But hey, at least it's working today. Alright, let's quickly do what we need to get done here. And then we'll move to ToF, and then we get to go on the test server. Because we have that. Oh yeah, let me just make sure I put everything where it belongs. Alright. Desert Voyage, claim that. This thing has to get done. What else has to get done? Oh yeah, I have to do the weekly there. I'll probably just do it tomorrow. Some of those things. Torrent of Fire, let's go do it. Oh, I just need to do the regular thingy then. Hovercraft Escort, and then Survival, whatever. Hopefully people are doing normal mode. I need to get normal mode done. Come on, anyone? I need to get my daily thingy done. I need to do it on normal mode. Oh, damn it. No one queuing for normal mode. That's Pepega. Come on, any normal mode? Hoping they're good and like safe for... Yeah, oh yeah, hi there, Barely Spirit. Yeah, we're gonna go mess around with Gray Fox later. No one queuing here? I need to just get my thing done. Or do I just go in solo? Honestly, how bad could it be? Let's see what it is. Alright, let's go see. I think we can look at Grey Fox Dorm as well. Alright, this is just normal mode, so it should be easier, right? Okay, wait. If it's this map, I'm going to use different character. Or Cirrus. Cirrus should be better then, because it's just this. You can do it. Hi Fanta. Welcome, welcome. No one was queuing. Snowbreak dead game right now. So I'm just soloing this thing. Alright. Alright, that's dead. Let's keep going. Oh, the other one's over here. That's annoying.
I won't even remember it in a minute.
Hi, Boku Johnson. How you doing? Oh, great. He's stuck over there. Good thing I can use the ult, I guess.
Phew, that was close.
That's so annoying, man. Wait, did you have a different name before? Because I don't remember the name. Alright, let's go kill this thing. Alright, let's go kill this one.
Close your eyes. You'll forget.
Oh yeah, they're nominated. Which you have to pay to get nominated. Weird people, man. Mr. Smith, I see.
I won't even remember it in a minute. Phew, that was close. Oh.
Alright, at least I cleared that.
何度忘れても私は私だよ。
Alright, that should be done now, right? My giggling thingy should be fully done. All the missions there are taken care of. For that thing, I can claim these. What else we got here? Alright, we have Nerylson. We have Gavin and the other thing. What's this boss here? Thermal resistance. Decrease S energy recovery. Okay, what do I want to try here then? Surely she's good for this. Right, surely. I don't know. What else am I gonna use to shoot at it? Anything for like... I'm trying to see what else would be good. Cause I can shred. Or actually, we'll do Gavin first. Wait, this is difficulty 5. Alright, you missed my hair and labs. Okay then. I will put Anya there and then... You know what? We'll use Tess. It's been so long since I used Tess. Oh wait. Wrong character setup. Hi Jess. Welcome, welcome. There we go, that's better.
Don't be scared. I can do it.
God damn it.
Everyone.
Alright, let's try this again. Alright, actually, wait. What might be better then? Oh, it has chaos resistance, that's why. No wonder I was doing like no damage. One sec. Yeah, the bot is fixed. Hi, Luciento Lunabor. Welcome, but yeah. The bot is fixed again. Restream bot is actually working again. Alright, let me try... Yeah, it wasn't working the other day. At least now it's working. Maybe we'll try... Not you, but... Alright, we'll try Starshine. I mean, it's going okay so far. Alright, nothing crazy today. Better when it's boring. Alright, that's just... It's just better when it's boring. Alright, that's a lot better for score. Alright, we'll go here. Thermal resist. I don't know what I want to put in the last slot. Yeah, might as well get some healing, I guess. Yeah, it's always better that way. What the fuck? How do I even aim at this thing? He does like no damage. Oh god, this thing is like super... I guess I have to like destroy the thing first. Yeah? Where the hell is it? Hi, One True Uncle, welcome, welcome. Oh fuck, this thing is so tanky. The thing is so tanky, what the hell? Shooting the shiny part. What shiny part? You know what? Screw it. We'll just do this. As long as it clears, it doesn't matter. It's not like I care about ranking. Oh wait, this stupid border is fucked. There we go, that's better.
分析員さん、私を信じてください。お姉さんのそばにいら。
Reloading. Right away.
いや、やめよう。
Hi Tayo. Welcome, welcome. Oh, are you supposed to hit the spots? Is that it? Is that what you're supposed to do? Hit the spots on it? Okay, then I'll try to do... Maybe I'll try this. I don't know.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。
Oh, here we go.
火力のショータイムよ。ここからはお任せください。手加減しますから。I can't promise anything, okay?
Yeah, it's still annoying. Because the thing keeps moving around too much, man.
ちゃんとついてきて。じゃないとこの魅力的な背中見失っちゃうわよ。逃げんな。ここからはお任せください。 You sure I'm your best choice? I'm kind of tired. Eagles? Am I seeing things?
God damn it.
Eagles? Am I seeing things?
The thing keeps moving, man.
Are you sure I'm your best choice?
Frisian Turbo Mary and then Disco Confusion? I see. Yeah, I don't have a lot of those things built. God, where the fuck is it?
火力のショータイムよ。
Fuck, his stupid head, man. Fucking head's annoying. God, it's... And then, like...
火力のショータイムよ。ここからはお任せください。 You
God
sure
damn
I'm your
it.
best choice?
And then, like, it moves so far away, man. Where the fuck is this piece of shit?
Sushi's effectiveness in combat varies based on height difference with opponent.
Okay. Yeah, fuck it. We'll leave it like that. I don't care. I just wanted it over. That shit's annoying. I don't know about Haru. Haru doesn't even have that far of a range. Haru's range is a lot shorter than you'd think for hitboxes. Maybe Katya, I guess, but like, I just have the base one. Haru will, I don't think so. It's too far away for Haru. Haru doesn't go that far. Yeah, this is only M0, right? Yeah. Yeah, Haru would be great if it was like really, really close. But the problem is it's so far away from you that Haru is just not really gonna work. Yeah, I don't have her M1, so I'm like losing a lot from this. Not having that. Fire's an additional thing. Like, missing her early manifestation does make a big difference. I don't have them. Right, my Katya doesn't have that. Yeah. But I'm like working on other stuff. I want to get the M5 on thing. I'm like focusing on I wish it would give us like more, like just regularly more of these entries, man. I don't get nearly enough. Like, it'd be nice if I could just do all of them twice a day. It takes so long to like get them upgraded. It'd be nice. Like, I want to upgrade Marion because she has a bunch of different uses too. Like, second burst damage option, but like, you know, she has support utility. Right, there's never enough, exactly. Right, I had to use, like, it was only on, because they gave us the free selector that I managed to eventually get, M3 on Tess. So I can use Tess with anything for burst. Yeah, I ended up, like, looking at, I ended up just grabbing the supports. I ended up just going after the supports instead, because it's like, okay, I can slot in whatever, but the supports are always more useful. They have different uses that I'll swap them in and out for. My Mosher is still scuffed though. Eventually she'll need work, maybe. Yeah, I remember it took me forever to get this down, but I don't even use this one anymore. Acacia got heavily power crept, man. She got heavily power crept. While her resistance reduction is strong, that's kind of it. Her weapon doesn't really do much to help. Like, I even, like, grinded out a freaking set for her. Just to make her do more utility. Like, look at this. I freaking grinded her out the HP set with the skill, when using support skill damage to buff more. Just to give her utility. It's just that her base kit doesn't really have that much. Outside of Big Shred, and they're giving the Shred to other things. Well, the only benefit for her is, like, at least it's broad for all her Shred, but the more specific use case Shred is a lot more powerful. Unfortunately. Right, because it's like, okay, if I use life, right? Like, I go look at her, what does she have here? Okay, her weapon. We get 20% resistance ignore, right? She buffs 25% ballistic damage there. Logistics, what's she doing again? Right? Another 40% ballistic damage boost. And then it deals, again, increasing the attack by 20%. Right? Another, like, oh wait, no, that's for her. That doesn't matter. Just this one. 40% ballistic damage plus another 25%. So that's 65%. Right, and then you look at her manifestation. What else we got here? Right, we get extra ammo here. Right, we get extra ammo. Where is it? Here. Right? We had a chance to RNG chance to double shoot extra bullets. So that's 12% more damage, but that's like a different modifier for what I'm shooting. Extra ammo capacity. Right, okay, that one doesn't matter. Alright, this one will make it go an extra 2% attack buff, but it's based on her stats. And then, what, an extra 10% shred after. Right, like, she's just going to get a lot more stronger just over time. At just buffing anything that shoots. If all your damage is from shooting, right? Because, like, the characters are either, like, really focused on one thing or another, right? Like, okay, if I need to, let's say, kill Hella, right? Okay, then I'll just use, her with, what? Chenshin can still get used. And just to make her a lot better. Right, to hit all the parts and get them all boosted. Alright? Because, like, there's the extra stuff in there. Right, Tess is just like, oh yeah, you get instant, ult. Then she has other stuff. Right, some of them are just a lot better than others. Heck, like, at some point I do want to even upgrade, her further. It's just that lower priority. Because she does buff a lot of stuff as well, while also healing, but it's a bit lower priority. They have a lot better utility for boosting stuff. Right, this one's like big attack pumping. Yeah, like that's the problem. Right, like then you look at her and she's just like, she doesn't really do enough anymore. And then the best support set makes her trade off a lot of her damage. Right. Like, yeah, sure, you know, support skill hits increase the damage by a bit. It's just that... Unfortunately, she's not as great as the other things. She's definitely heavily power crept. Right, like, yeah, I can get full uptime on her shred. But, you know... Unfortunately, that's it. Yeah, cause like they gave her shred to other stuff, and it's not as much shred, but like the problem is her shred doesn't completely remove it. Right, the shred doesn't completely remove it. That's the problem, because I'm pretty sure the damage formula is like whatever their, it's just a % reduction on their own stat. Right. The problem is it's like, okay, so if your damage formula is whatever the resistance is, times 1 minus the % there, right? As long as you have some, it's better than nothing. But unless you're completely removing all of it, higher amounts aren't going to be as impactful. Yeah, I guess. There's that, yeah. But like, it's not as useful as like some of the other stuff now. Right. I'm really close to getting her to M. Maybe I'll try to get her to M2 just because I'm like super close. At one point. Like hers is just to give her more damage. Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. But like that's just the problem there. It is what it is. Alright, we'll trigger a random event. They buffed characters before, but yeah. They might buff Frisha, I think. I don't know. Because people were asking them to. The people in CN were. So they might. Who knows? Because like she feels way too situational. The running stuff is cool, but like you'd probably rather use Cirrus if you want to do the running stuff. Cirrus is probably the better use. Like, it's just probably more useful. Because, like, she's kind of, like, in a weird way, like, weird spot for, like, AoE and single target. Because, like, it's just too slow. Like, she's just too slow at getting the damage out. Right. Yeah. But it also means, like, if you have the option to use all sorts of other things, you probably won't use them as much. Alright. This version of Gacha is cool and all, but, like, I find, like, just at where the stuff is at, Cherno is just a lot more useful in certain cases where, like, I really want to do the skill damage stuff. But, like, Cherno is just way too all out on that. She definitely needs a lot more investment to overtake. To make it feel, a lot more useful. The problem is I can't do that. This is why I'm like, honestly, the 4-star characters should not exist, man. In any of these games. The lower tier characters just should not exist. Cause like, it's like, why even bother like putting all the effort to make a character if in the end of the day you're intentionally going to make them shit? Like, that's the problem there. Like, what's the point if at the end of the day they're going to be garbage? Honestly, I still think it's a massive waste. It's better that they don't even bother. That's me personally. I just think it's better if they don't bother at all. Like, what's the point? Yeah, I get it, but like, again, like, you end up making it super hyper specific, and then eventually they're just gonna get a better replacement anyways. With a newer thing anyway, so like, what's the point? The same time too, it's technically harder to get some of these lower tiers in some of these games. Because you don't really have a way to really target them. Yeah, they really shouldn't, man. And there's like no point. They're just intentionally making a bad character by doing it. We'd be better off if they didn't. Alright, where's life? One of these days I do want to play E7. There you go, we get Life's Lap Pillow. You can use the bed and get a lap pillow. There we go. We have that now. It's funny how you can accidentally use the turbo when you're trying to leave. Like, easier to solve if you get more reasons. Honestly, it's just better if they just don't bother. Because you have a new problem if you create more reasons to use them too. And that's like being able to target them and get them if you need them. You end up creating a new problem. The solution to make them good ends up creating a new problem. So sometimes it's just better if they don't bother at all. And the reality is too, mathematically, you can never actually target them. Right, so like, okay, let's say we go look on a banner, right? Oh, I guess this is a bad example, but like, okay. Let's say I want to get a character here. Let's say I specifically want Nita. I have a 14.68% overall, right? If we include the guarantee, right? But how many options do I have in this pool? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So I have 0.1468 we'll divide that by 13 possible options. So I have 1% chance. I have a 1% chance to get a character. 1%, no. You have a 1% chance to get what you want overall if you average your pulls. It's effectively 1%. Yes, that's a 10 pull. Right? But fine. If we're only looking at that 10th pull where you're guaranteed 1 purple, you have 1 out of 13. So you always have a 7% chance in a 10 pull. If you're doing an individual pull, you have a 1% chance. Right? Your actual chance, if you're doing individual pulls, is 1%. But during your 10th guaranteed pull, that rises to 7%, but then you're back down to 1%. You're never guaranteed to get the character. Keep that in mind. Right? And let's say this is a different game where they have a 50-50 to get a rate up on 3 featured ones, but the rest are not. Okay, well now you have a 1/6 chance. Because what? Okay, you're 100%. It's you divide that by 2, so then you have 50% chance to get one of those, right? One of the rate up ones. You divide that by 3, so for that specific pull you have a 16% chance. Right? But if that's only in that part there, but you're still never guaranteed to ever get it. Right? You have 16% chance in those situations. The reality is, you're still not as likely to get them as you are to get the rate up 5-star of your choice. The math is, like, these things are technically harder to get. They're technically harder to get a specific one that you want, even if they made one of them rate up with the rules they make, because there is no guarantee. You would get them over time, but then what if you need them and you can't get them? You still have that problem. It's just generally better overall if they just don't have them. It's better to just not have them at all. At the same time, again, how are you gonna feel about putting resources into them if, you know, you're preying on a situation where maybe you'll be able to use them? If you're really banking on that. Like, you're really hyper-specific banking on that very, very specific niche use case. You're never guaranteed to get them. You're also never guaranteed the chance to be able to use them in the way you might hope for. That's just not gonna happen. Especially when the way these games are designed is, they want to sell the featured one. That is the one that they really want to sell. So it just feels like they're wasting resources to make a shit character that, like, people will forget about and not care for. Yeah, did you catch save? Of course I can. Oh yeah, you know, the reality is I didn't really save it. They gave it to me, but that's a different situation there. Yeah, I always just have enough to pull the next character. New character come, I'll go add it to the collection. We always get everything. We get their signature weapon and we get the character. We do this all the time. Sometimes, of course, we'll end up getting the extra tier up on them. Sometimes, but I always try to go for at least M0 plus their weapon. Add it to the collection, you know? We have every single character in here, every single one. Unfortunately, doesn't mean I'll use them, but I'll have them. Right, and then the problem is, again, with these lower tiers, there's no reason for me to ever use them. Unfortunately, they don't really provide anything. And, like, it's the same character anyways that I have as a 5-star variant. So it's like, if I'm gonna use the character, why don't I just use the better version of the character? Like, reality is, like, the only 4-star that still has use even then, like, its very specific niche is like this. Because if you have enough manifestations, if you're able to get that far, you get big skill damage buff and other boosts. The free one that they gave, everyone has this. Yeah, I guess you just give her Deep Sea Skull if you end up getting a lot of this weapon. Well, it's also Chenching has buffs for skill damage. She has a ton of buffs. If you somehow are back when we had 50-50 stuff on weapons as well, I ended up getting 2 copies of her weapon. Alright, so 20% attack buff. Logistics set. Honestly, there's not really anything you can give her, unfortunately. And then she has a bunch of skill buffs. She has skill damage buff somewhere. 15%, and then another 15%, so that's 30%. Right, she had 30% skill buff, 20% attack buff. If you have her weapon. Like, I don't remember if she did anything else. But she had use at some point. She did have use at some point. Yeah, no, that just gives her more recovery. Did this do anything? Oh wait, another 10%. 40% skill damage. Okay, I stand corrected. She had 40%. But even then, like, you had to have, like, all that stuff in mind, like, combined. And even then, you're restricted to when you're using something that used the skill buff. It wasn't as general and as useful, right? Because, like, the reality is, even if you were only doing skill damage, right, like, she's still going to get outdone just by the base stuff you can get from Etchel. And Etchel's a lot more universal. Oh yeah, no, it makes sense. Depends on what you were fighting. And keep in mind, like, the majority of life's damage is from a specific multiplier. You mean, this one, right? This one. I can see why. It's just, you had to be in a very specific situation where your shots would be ricocheting. The reason why is, like, if your stuff is gonna be ricocheting, anything that can just bypass that, right, where you don't have to deal with the damage reduction stuff, right, that can make this work. It's just that the problem, if you want to build that version of life, you have to fully commit. Because the reality is, the only logistics set that you can use to actually take advantage of it, unfortunately... which shop was it in?
They have a wide selection.
You have to get it from this shop. Which one was it? Was it this one? No, not that one. Nope, not that one. Oh, here we go. This one. This is why. You had to get, like, a perfect setup with this. You had to get the best in slot weapon for her. And then you can make it work. The problem, too, is it's not... I guess I could actually build it now. I could. I just don't remember what stats you want for her. I don't think I have a weapon for her, though. You need something that buffs... it boosts the damage of a specific thing. We want electrical... nope. Oh yeah, I should, like, actually unlock this and then fuse it up. Why not? But, like, you need, like, a very specific thing to make it work. Yeah, why not put that there? But that, no, it's not this weapon. What was the weapon that you want for her?
They have a wide selection of
I'm pretty sure there's an electrical damage SMG for her. Not this one. Or that's Frost. Did they have one for her? Horn of the Orca, oh, that's a sniper. I guess they didn't have an SMG there. Alright, I don't think there is. No, obviously not that one. That's chaos damage. Is there really not? That's also chaos damage. I'm trying to figure out exactly what weapon they might have been using. We can probably check here. Oh, weapon even harder, because like you're going to need to get a specific thing. Right, you need an electrical damage SMG. Is it just work in progress the only option? Shot activates this thing. I mean, this stuff doesn't, This is only fixed damage though, so like... You can't really do much with that. I don't think this counts as a separate entity attacking though. Yeah, I guess they didn't really have that many SMGs. Yeah, because these are sniper rifles there. At the bottom. There's not that many sniper rifles. Yeah, these are assault rifles. There's a lot of assault rifles. Maybe it was just work in progress. Yeah, that's an assault rifle. Nope, not that. Are they really just... Why are they all just only kinetic damage? No, I have not. I have never met someone with that same name. Yeah, I guess there isn't a weapon there. I don't know then. I guess they had to just use that one specific one. Right, because it's a submachine gun and electrical. I would laugh if they were using Napoleon in black. That would be hilarious if they were using Napoleon in black. Yeah, they're just useless. I guess it's just this one. You deal this extra thing, activates electric spark. Because this doesn't count as a separate entity. And then they would have to use that specific set. They would have to get the... this set, right? The auxiliary set. I guess because you can get a ton of auxiliary multiplier. Because like you can get a lot of auxiliary damage multiplier. And like all her damage comes from auxiliary units. Right, like... Increases damage by 42 plus another 24. I believe the auxiliary unit strength has a higher thing on the logistic bonus as well. So like, I guess they're using that. Maybe I can build it one time for the lulz. Just to try it out. Because it's like, I have the ability to do it. What were her neuronics? When life uses other operative support skills during Raven's reset duration, summons 2 additional behind the target. And the same part multiple times gradually reduced. Yeah, so it's just extra stuff here. Refreshes it during her ult. Increases the duration. Reduces the S energy consumed. Can deploy up to 2 additional ones, up to 5 can exist. Auxiliary unit strength increases by 9% for each 100. For each 100 alignment index increased by an extra 5. Yeah, so like she has a ton of auxiliary unit strength boosts that can like just make it so they hit hard. Right, what are manifestations again? Ballistic damage is equal to that 6-point-something% of attack. Whispering arrows to 30%. Attack speed to by 1% for this one. So then they just hit really fast as well, the longer you're out. But like this is for like sustained content. Alright, and it'll deal extra damage equal to 15% of their attack. And because it's using the auxiliary unit's attack, they'll do more damage because you just boost it by a fuck ton. You just boost it by a fuck ton, their stats. Like, it's very, very weird, but it makes sense why it can do a lot of damage. The thing is, you have to be under a very specific situation. But yeah, it can do a lot of damage if you have a lower invested of the Infinite Scythe. Because of that. And a lot of the damage here is very focused on the auxiliary unit. You can even see here, right? This counts as auxiliary damage and is not affected by her attributes, but it does take auxiliary unit strength. And that stat scales up like crazy. The problem is it's really hard to actually build it. Right? You can get more... You can keep them at full uptime if you play it correctly. And then up to 3 are allowed to be deployed. Right, and then like they'll take 100% of your attack when you cast it, but then they're boosted by auxiliary strength. They'll have a missile attack and a ballistic attack. And then they'll last for 20 seconds. The cooldown is 25, but there are ways to reset it. Like, if someone else uses a support skill in your party, their duration is reset. So you can get them to be full uptime. And you can summon more and more, up to 5. Alright, summons this thing, 4 seconds. And it reduces S energy consumed. Their support skill summons 2 additional behind the target when you use her support skill. So you can summon more of those little things to attack when you use her support skill. Right, and then here, this one, increase duration to 8 seconds. When the domain is active, the duration of all ravens in the field is refreshed. When it's activated, right? So again, like, you can make it last even longer. And again, like, they're long cooldowns. As long as you can get enough U energy, you can keep refreshing them. Right, you can keep doing that. And then they'll have this one here. Do extra damage here. But again, it does do, I believe this is still auxiliary damage, I'm pretty sure. Right, because Gungnir is the one doing the damage here. And then it refreshes your stuff. That's why this can work. It's just really, really hard to make it, like, usable. And that just makes M1 up to 30% chance instead of 15. Right. It's like whenever it attacks, there's another % chance for it to do this arrow rain attack. And then again. And like the reality is you're gonna have a lot of auxiliary unit strength. So like if you have, let's say, 4,000 attack, 5,000 attack, the thing that you're giving all that stats is gonna have like, what, how much auxiliary unit strength can we get? We don't really... The reality is you don't even need to use an electrical damage weapon. Honestly, you probably don't even need to use this weapon. Now that I think about it. It doesn't say anything about equipping an electrical weapon. She doesn't need to equip an electrical ballistic damage weapon. Never mind. You can use literally any weapon on her. You don't even need to follow the rules. So something like this. As long as it gives you a bunch of attack and or can buff auxiliary strength, you can use it. Wait, when did I get an extra one of these? I've had 2 of these this entire time. I'll fuse that one up. When equipping operative uses support skill, which increases full squad attack by this thing. Equipping operative max loadout. Yeah, crit damage thing doesn't matter. This is what. What was Ally Truth for? Oh wait, no, that's hers. Okay, yeah, no, not that weapon. It's gonna be a different one of these. Yeah, you just need to find whatever has like a big boosting effect. That's all. You just need to see whatever can. This might be actually a good idea. This might actually be it. Converts 185% of operative loadout attack to max HP. Wait, no. Wrong one. Never mind. I thought it was HP to attack. I read it wrong. Frigid Bird is viable. They might be using Frigid Bird. They buff everyone's stats too at the same time. It might be Frigid Bird. Wait, no, never mind. Found it. Never mind, I found it. Arctic Fox. That's what you want, Arctic Fox. After defeating an enemy, increase the damage of auxiliary units by 42%. As long as you have enemies constantly coming, they're gonna get stronger and stronger. Arctic Fox is it. It has to be Arctic Fox. Because it'll just scale harder. Yeah, I think it's Arctic Fox is what they're using. Now that I think about it. Unless there's something that can reduce electrical resistance, then they can shred for themselves. Yeah, I think it's Arctic Fox then. This could also get a use, a weird one. Upon entry, increases attack by this thing. This could have a use, Homecoming. But I get the feeling it's probably Arctic Fox. Fuck. No, like, here, this one. After defeating an enemy. And it gives a lot of alignment index, which is important. Because alignment index means her stuff is gonna do more damage. And then after you kill something, it'll scale harder. So if you can keep killing things, it's going to get a lot stronger. But it's only applicable in AoE situations where you have a ton of targets. Alright, it's probably that. Right, hi Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, it's probably Arctic Fox. Weapon, right. So if we go to submachine gun, I don't have this one. When in battle, increases the attack of the operative by by the level times 1.5 per second. Maximum 6 stacks. This one could be good, actually. Max level is... wait. 10 stacks? Okay. So if you're level 80, times 1.5, that's 120. So 1200 attack. And then you have 36%. This one could also be good. Because like what, you have 120 times, that's actually kind of big for that. So Atrium Frontline, I think this is a battle pass weapon. That one actually has a situational use. Wait. 100 battle veteran could also be usable. Wait. What's max level of this? This has more attack there. It gives you 30% attack. And then your ballistic damage will at least hit. Okay. So that is also another option. Hi, Eli. We're just looking at something because, like, someone was talking about why 4-star life can do a bunch of damage. This one is also possible. Right. But yeah, like, you can get a bunch of damage this way. 30% attack plus 51. 81% attack. Just whatever bumps your stat as high as possible. 81%. But I think this one might actually outdo it. Maybe. That's 36. I guess it depends on what your base stats are. But, like, that could be a thing. Like, this one is like probably a good option. This one. And then you have... Not that one. Not work in progress. Which one was it again? This one. Little Hunter. Max level, that's 60% and then 418. How much alignment index? So you have like, what? 418 plus your base 300. Right, and then you have... What else would you have there? It's like what, one... How much is the max roll? 116? I forgot, what am I even... Yeah, my stats are scuffed here because I wasn't really building into it. I even forgot what logistics I was using here. Oh, they weren't even like fully optimized and leveled. Yeah, no, these are like scuffed. This is scuffed. What was it? Wait, who has a lot of alignment index then? Oh, here, 106. What was it again that I had? I forgot the number. Plus 300, plus... It was 400 something. Right, it was like 400 something. 418. Yeah, so you could run like triple 90 auxiliary strength. Right, so you have 1,000, so that's 10. So we have 60 auxiliary strength plus... wait. Can we see stats on them? I don't think we can see their base stats. Actually, no, here, we'll go check. Where is she? I'll just level her up. Because why not? I'll just put in a random blue weapon. Yeah, I'll just put a random blue weapon on her temporarily. Let's see what her stats would be. I don't know why I had random things equipped there. Alright, so she has this. Wait, what was her alignment next again? That's an extra, so that would be 50. Right, and then you would have to add, so that's probably another 27. So she would have 137 plus 137 there. And then what other sources would she have? Right, so then you would have the... Let's say you got, I think it's what? Does it go to like 15% for auxiliary unit strength or something? Here, let me look it up. Logistics stats. Let me see if I can see stat ranges. Auxiliary strength goes to 10.6. Okay. 10.6 times 3. So you have that, and then we can crank it up even higher. We can crank that even higher, so then... plus 24 plus 42. So we have you basically it'll basically have 234.8% auxiliary strength as the bonus there. Right. And then what was your stats again? We're gonna subtract how much stats is this? We're gonna subtract 22. And we have 1697. So we have 1675 attack. Right, and then if we add a weapon... there's two ways you can go with the weapon. There's like 2 ways. Well, no, 3 ways actually. Weapon collection. Right, there's this option here. Which we can do plus 7. Wait. Oh wait, no, wait. We have to add logistic base stats. Logistic base stats. These have base stats. $100 is on there. That doesn't have stats on it. Okay, it's just 200. Okay. So we have 1875 is the base stat there. If you were to use this one, if we maxed it out, you would have 799. Right. And then we'll do 1 plus I guess we'll say you have 10% attack rolls. So then 1 plus 0.81. So you'd have just under 5,000 attack. Right. And then you can multiply this by... Well, you're gonna lose the 418 of that. So we're gonna remove 400 from there. 1 plus... 0.5 times how many? We would have 6. Right. Plus... Oh wait, no. I'm trying. Wait, it'd be easier if I made a sheet on this. But you would basically get 30 instead of a thing. You would get 30% from there. So what was it? I would have to do 2, 3, 4.8. We'll subtract the 60 from kill. And then you subtract another 30. Not 30, 20. Okay, so it's that. Divided by 100, and then we're gonna plus 1. So then if we multiply this by the 4839, you have this. This is the attack stat of the clone. I mean, not the clone. The drones that she summons will have this much attack. And you have 5 of them. If you use this weapon at max value here. Wait, actually, wait. I forgot to add the 30% attack, my bad. Divide that by 4839. We multiply that by... What was it again? Where was it before 4839? 2674 times 1 plus 0.81 plus 0.3. Okay, it's this number. 14,000 attack is on the drones. Each of them when you max it out optimally. But then if you use this weapon, if you get a kill, you get a different thing. Right, so you would have... Where was your attack thing again? Your maxed one is 640. 1875. Then you multiply that by... Well, you're only gonna have your 30% attack. Not 30%, yeah. So, your attack is going to be lower. But then you're going to give it a bigger boost. Times 3 point... what was it? 348. Okay, oh no, this is weaker. The 5-star weapon is stronger. But then there's the battle pass weapon. Because you have low base attack, this thing looks like it could be good. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I didn't notice Otera's here as well. Or something. Hi there, Terran. Hi, maybe. Okay, this one we have 36, and then you have the other 30. That has 674 attack. Uh, 1875. You multiply this by I know. We can add the attack here. That's 1200 attack. Then you multiply that. What was it? 36. 0.36. Oh, no, 66. So we have that, and then we multiply that by 2.515. Interesting. So this weapon actually does have a use. No, this weapon. This weapon actually has a use. The Battle Pass SMG. This weapon actually has a use. This actually has a use. Like, this actually has a use. A very, very weird and oddly specific use. But it actually has a really weird use. Because it gives this. Because of the extra flat attack buff it gives is a bit separate. This thing has a use. A very, very weird use. It's about the same as using this on that version of as a max version of this. That one at max. It's just that you lose the ballistic damage bonus. Like, technically you'll give more attack to the thing that's shooting, to the drones, but you lose the extra ballistic damage boost from this. By having like massive auxiliary damage, like stat pump. By using that. This thing like actually has a use. A very, very weird use. But it's actually usable. This very specific weapon. And that's only if you want to use this Life Wednesday. Yeah, it's weird. But hey, if you wanted to do it. Hey, someone was wondering why they were doing so much damage. Because you don't need electrical damage boost on her. For some reason, like, she doesn't have a thing that forces you to use the correct weapon. She doesn't have that force requirement on the weapon. The 5-star weapon, though, is still better slightly overall. But just for the drone damage, it's the strongest. Yeah, they don't. It's just weird how it's only them. It's only them. Yeah, they all have a damage type passive, but she doesn't. Because of that, like, you could do something. That said, though, like, the problem is, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's obviously not good for Neural Sim. You're not gonna use it there. The only content I can really see is, like, multiplayer stuff where you can make use of it. Because the stuff is a lot longer. For Gigalinks, it's basically just for Gigalinks. Or the other co-op mode. Don't worry, man. Need a 5-star confirmed coming. They said they were working on Need a 5-star. Don't worry, we'll get Need a 5-star eventually. Eventually we'll get Need a 5-star. Eventually. Eventually she'll get it. I mean, remember when they had that live stream? Where they're like, yeah, go attack us or whatever. Go make fun of us or whatever it was. They basically said that, yeah, it's coming. Yeah, I forgot to fuse that in. above Nita. Who knows, man? Who knows? Yeah, Nita's the only one who's just been completely forgotten about. And that was before they had to rewrite an entire update. I mean, they said it during the one where they said they're gonna redo the update. They said it, they announced it during that stream, didn't they? Surely she'll come. Surely she'll come. Surely a better version of Nita will come. Right, surely. Now, the 5-star version, she just goes full into the mech suit. They better do that, man. 5-star Nita better go fully into her mech suit. Instead of just having these mechanical arms. Alright, they better like... They better give her a fucking mech transformation. They better do that, man. They had us wait for so long. And then they completely forgot about her. Right, after all this time. They better give her a fucking mech suit. What do you mean? What's wrong with that? Like, what? I think it'd be cool if they gave her a mech suit. She just goes in there. She already has the arm stuff. I think it would fit the character. What's wrong with that? I think it would fit. But you don't want Mecha Nita? They can make it work. No, you make it like Joseph, where you can still see her face. Don't worry. Don't worry, they make it like Joseph. I mean, I guess. Right, I guess. But it would also fit her, though. I feel like it would fit, though. I mean, she already uses the mechanical arms, okay? They can find a way to make it work. They can find a way. Hey, I'm just saying it fits the character. If it fits, it fits. Alright, we'll quickly do the stuff here, and then we'll go into the test server. That Esther? She's a boss though. Esther's a boss. I don't think Esther's ever gonna become playable. I think she's forever stuck being a boss. Alright. What if her power is not enough? Yeah, you know what? Maybe they can make a way. What if you can fuse whatever her power is, you fuse it with the suit? So the suit becomes even better. I don't know. They could probably have something like that. Yeah, I know she was a boss. But remember, she was like used pretty quickly right after. She was introduced as a boss, but then we got her not so long after. And like her situation was a bit different than what Esther's is. Like I really don't see Esther working. I don't know. I don't see how they would cook Esther as playable. Would be interesting though if they did. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Everyone's gotten stronger. Why wouldn't the person who actively works style not get more powerful? Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Who knows what they'll do? Only they do. They just said that it's being worked on. Sure, one sec. I'm just gonna check everything to make sure I don't have old man. Alright, I'm just double checking both of my maps to make sure because I just logged in today. Alright, here. Okay, which one did you want me to look at first? Let me go find it. There's a lot of stuff to dig through. Oh wait, where was the thing? Let me go find it. You'll have to settle for that, but you're losing hope with how Sienna's blocking everything. Yeah, everything is just a weird mess, man. Okay. Let's see. I have so much stuff that was sent. God, there's like so many videos. Where's this one? Illusion Carnival? What is this? Minigame stuff on roller coaster? What is this? This is free? Okay. Lots of text. This was 4 months ago. Okay, that's free. And then there's this one. Thank goodness you're here. What is this one?
Hi, I'm James. And I'm Will. And we're making Thank Goodness You're Here.
Yeah, lots of words. What is this? Okay, there's a platformer here.
The game takes place in Barnsworth, a surreal and imagined version of a hometown in the north of England. You play as a salesman who arrives in town for a meeting with the mayor, but you're very early. With all this time to kill, what will you get up to?
What have we got here then? A toad and the owl. Don't worry, little fella.
I'll pop you down the apples and pears in a jiffy.
You'll explore the town and meet its many strange inhabitants, and help out with their series of increasingly odd jobs.
God! Oh, my goodness, you're here! You better get yourself in here, now!
What's he doing in there? We've no meat!
Huh?
Can't make a pie without meat! It's the second most important ingredient!
Help a fishmonger set up his stall.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing the elf gout playing up.
Do spotted gardening.
We need to dampen that topsoil pronto.
Eh?
The townsfolk in their environment are brought to life with characterful hand-drawn animation.
Yeah, you
To
can
voice
definitely
acting
see their
and
hand
visual
drawn.
dialogue,
Yep.
We work with some very funny comedians.
Come up here and have a do on this, friend.
Why is he in the meat grinder?
Messing about with that thing, are you?
The fuck?
There's plenty to do and see in Barnsworth, so be sure to wishlist and join us in 2024 when it's out on computers and consoles.
Hello.
Bye!
Okay, I guess this came out. And then, an Adult Swim game with budget. Like, it does look cool, but like, I don't know. I don't know, I'd have to like actually try it first. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really tell me a lot. It doesn't. Like, it doesn't really tell me much. Okay. Let's get the music back playing back again, and we'll finish up here first. Someone sent me a bunch of videos to look at later. I haven't looked at any of them yet. Yeah, fair enough. I was sent a bunch of stuff to look at. I think there was like 2 videos on something. But whatever. It's Withering Waves. Yeah, there you go. Keep in mind though, for a lot of those award stuff, it's like paid. It's just an ad. They pay to get in there. They pay for nominations and stuff. Also, like, if you look at like how the thing works, like, you can really tell how the thing's going to work. There's another video we'll have to look into. We're gonna look into about that stuff later. I was sent a bunch of stuff. Armor guards, this one, combat mecha, non-humanoid mechs. What does my alt have? It has aberrants, so I gotta go kill the aberrants and then turret stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna work my alt out of bounds first, because it's easier to do things out of bounds. What's today's join up? Okay. Right, I won't do my weeklies today. We'll have to do it like tomorrow or something. We're just gonna quickly finish up here. We spent longer in Snowbreak than I thought I would. What is the raid this week? Oh, it's Jingchan. Okay. So nice being able to go out of bounds like this. Out of bounds shenanigans is so nice. Alright, so I just need to do overpowered turrets and then kill rift drones. That's gonna be over there. Damn it, someone went and killed the things. Gotta wait for it to respawn now. Well, I guess my ult got... I guess the turret is there. I need the mechanical thingy. And rift drones. I need to get exoskeleton integrators and then a non-humanoid mech. Exoskeleton integrators on the regular map. It is funny though, just killing them from out of bounds. Instead of doing it the normal way, I just go out of bounds. Oh, my ult got its rift drone. My ult was lucky to get all its dailies in the network. My main, unfortunately, is not that lucky. So now my ult can go AFK there. I have to go kill an exoskeleton thingy. Okay. That's done. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Oh wait, my alt has a weekly mission to go into bygone ones. Alright, let me just summon myself over. Go into bygone, then have it exit. Now I have that one cleared. What do you mean they moved stuff from 1.0 story? What happened? They removed? I thought you could go back and still replay it. But they actually removed stuff? That's interesting. When did that happen? When did that happen, man? Do 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 do. Alright, we have that. Let's go to Sadness Valley. Really? They removed the mini boss fight? Well, that's something. For every defeat. I wonder what it means by every defeat. Alright, he's dead. Alright, then we'll run again. At least these are quick. These go by quick. Alright, very quick. Mini boss was a bug issue? Maybe. Maybe it was. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows, man? Maybe. slowly getting more and more achievements there. Oh yeah, I should check the market. I need to check the market in Domain 9. I didn't check if there's anything for me. I need to check, is there anything good this week? Let's see, anything good in the Jolko market? Oh, one sec. What do we got here? These prices suck. Oh, I missed the chance to sell the sword thing earlier in the week. But not the cicada wings, because nobody wants those, I guess. What does Master Tang have? Roman coordination, Sure, I'll grab those. How about the other one? Okay. I guess I can't grab the thing there? I must have did it when I checked yesterday. That's probably it. And prices went up, so nothing there. Alright. That thing is still gonna be annoying. I don't know why I blame the anti-cheat, man. Shit causes it to hang sometimes. Even if I have 16 CPU cores to throw at it. Alright. Alright, let's head on in. Let's head on in. I guess I could do that. Alright, might as well give Anka a bit of a damage boost. What? They skip? You can go back and finish it. Oh, that was in there a long time ago. Yeah, that's normal. That was added sometime during 2.0. They added that to do that like sometime during 2.0. Like near the end of 2.0 they did that. That's not entirely new. Yeah, so it's like after you go there, you go to Hycros and they try to skip you into Vera is what it normally does. They'll try to skip you into Vera, yeah. But then they move the old quest into the Memories tab. You can still get the old quest, it's just gonna show up under Memories. You can still go back and do all the old stuff, it's just under a different tab. Yeah, it's like really, really weird how it's set up. It's super weird. I can tell, yeah. Yeah, it's just gonna feel weird. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. It'll just do that for you. They made it that way though. Not sure why, but they did it that way. That's how they handled it. Too bad I don't have enough vitality to run it one more time. Yeah, they made the skip part of the story, man. Yeah, skipping is just part of the story now. That's just how it is. Skipping is a part of the story. Okay, we'll do some of the reacts now, and then after that, we'll go into the test server for Grey Fox. I was sent some stuff anyways. What is this? There's some of the reacts we'll save for later, but we'll see some of them now. There's 2 Saint Tontas crap videos here. Let me just scroll up. We gotta go much further up. There's a gate clip. Here, you know what? Here, we'll start from there. Yeah, that's still missing. Okay, we have this clip.
Oh wait! Oh, what is this? Race? Wait, what the fuck is? What did they cook?
What is
You
this?
can choose your car, and then start controlling.
Okay, remote control car.
What
RC car, guys. RC car
the
gameplay.
fuck did the devs cook?
RC car gameplay,
We
guys.
see ourselves play the.
And this is this in Grey Fox Dorm then? Mario Kart VR, Nintendo did it before. Okay, well that's cool. Okay, let's see. Probably not this one. This thing's like an hour or something long, right? No, that one's probably also extremely long. This is just people who got banned in his chat asking to get unbanned. Why do I care about who was banned in his chat? I mean, VR drone racing is a thing people do, man. VR RC car racing, freaking Linus Tech Tips did it years ago too. One of their LTXs, they actually had a booth where you played VR drone racing. They had like a custom VR drone racing setup. You put on an actual VR headset and stuff. They actually did that before at an LTX event. That was like a thing they had. They had like some weird VR head setups there. But like that's a thing that people do. And then there are people who do VR drone racing. Where like they take all that but do it in VR. Well, like they'll have like the actual physical RC car or RC drone, and they'll have cameras and stuff set up around it, and then they'll actually like they'll put on a VR headset, right, to like for the viewfinder, and they'll go like race around a set course with it. Like it's a thing. Where was the Withering Waves one? There was like a tweet with Withering Waves. Rage baiters get humiliated. Game awards are a tragedy. I mean, they definitely are. Yeah, here, what's this? We'll go back and look at some of the other stuff after. Alright. Who is this guy? 205 subscribers. They showed GTA briefly.
The Grand Theft Auto of gacha games.
Okay.
Like it or not, that's what I think a lot of people are expecting Neverness to Everness to be.
Yeah,
or at
they
least
are.
some sort of anime variant of Grand Theft Auto. Whether that's a good comparison or not, I feel like that's the sentiment we'll be seeing when NTE releases.
Oh yeah,
so in
for
this
sure.
video, I want to have a realistic discussion about NTE and take a look at all the pros and cons that we know so far, while also comparing it to the broader gacha landscape as it is today. This video is not about trying to doom the
okay,
game
that's
or
the
be
highest.
overly negative about it. I want to have fun and be excited about upcoming games, but I also realize it's important to take a measured approach on new releases nowadays. And I will also be covering this game extensively before and after its launch.
Okay.
So, first of all, we gotta talk about the name of the game itself. Neverness to Everness just doesn't roll off the tongue very well, and I feel
Yeah.
like most people will just end up abbreviating the game down to NTE most of the time. But it's not really that big of a deal, and I think people will eventually just get used to the name as time goes on.
For sure.
Sure, the name might not be a huge deal, I guess, but Hada Studio might be a red flag for some people. Of course, Hada is known to have made Tower of Fantasy. And let's be real, the launch of Tower of Fantasy was really off-putting to a lot of gamers who decided to give it a try. But I believe Hada Studio has learned a lot since the launch of Tower of Fantasy, and I think we see a lot of what they learned being put into NTE. So let's go through a list of points where we can see improvements in Neverness to Everness design and development that really sets it apart from Tower of Fantasy.
Hi, I'm glad you could join me there. You sort of caught me fiddling around here a little bit.
Animations and cutscenes look much better than Tower of Fantasy's initial release. Characters look like they have quirky and fun personalities from the cutscenes we've seen so
to raise the
far,
volume a bit.
so that's a good sign. As a matter of fact, the game overall looks well-rounded and just more polished. The optimization seems to be promising as well, considering the game will be launching with a 120 FPS mode on PC.
Well,
Now, as far as
yeah,
mobile optimization,
they've
we won't
they've
know for
always had
sure,
that.
but NTE will be using Unreal Engine 5. Now that could bring some issues to mobile, but I've also heard that Unreal Engine 5 is much more optimized for mobile devices. Of course, it will all depend on how hard they want to push the envelope with particle effects, textures, draw distance, and just how graphically demanding they want the game to be. So mobile optimization is up in the air for now. For those who prefer a dark and gloomy atmosphere, maybe this game won't be for you. But at the same time, the colorful billboards and city lights all blend really well and give a Tokyo City Akihabara vibe to it. And personally, I love this style of city design. The interdimensional spatial zones have an abstract art style that differentiates itself from the rest of the game as well, which I think looks really nice. Speaking of world design, I think even later patches of Tower of Fantasy really show that some of the devs over at Hada Studio have learned how to make city landscapes with a sense of scale that's immersive and gives a feeling of grandeur, such as the recent futuristic metropolis in Tower of Fantasy. And you can see this translate over to NTE as well within its cityscape. So it looks like Hada Studio has really upped its game when it comes to animations, world building, and hopefully optimization. While the animations and designs may not be the best in the business, I still think they're showing a competency level that's worth taking into consideration.
You're going to love this. Trust me, what you're seeing now is my normal state.
It's time to move on to a more pressing concern for a lot of people interested
Okay.
in Neverness to Everness, and that would be, of course, the combat. A
No,
full-on
this is not
disclaimer
new,
here,
no.
I have not played the game myself, so I'll only be extrapolating information we got from certain content creators.
You're gonna have to wait
that
next
have
year.
had a
Not
chance
next
to
year,
play
next
Neverness
week.
to Everness. Braxophone says the combat is akin to a mixture of the simplicity
Next week,
of Genshin's
Thursday.
character kits with a simpler
think. Thursday,
reaction
Friday.
system crossed in with a bit of Wuthering Waves style combat. Although I'm not
Eh?
seeing the Wuthering Waves connection to combat here, I first want to address the gacha elephant in the room, so to speak. And that is, Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero players are most likely not going to be happy with the combat we see on display here. I'm expecting this to be a point of contention for the game, as nowadays a lot of action aficionados really want combat systems to have a certain amount of complexity, depth, and challenge to them. In Neverness to Everness, it looks like there will be some sort of elemental system that triggers a reaction called an Esper cycle. These Esper cycles can seem to only combine with other elements that are next to each other on the elemental wheel. As seen in the example, Cosmos and Anima trigger an Esper cycle that creates a sort of hyperbloom reaction called Blossom. Other reactions like Hex give the target a damage over time, while a reaction called Echo increases Psyche and Lakshana damage, so it's just a straight up damage buff. This elemental system doesn't seem to be as complex as Genshin's, but we won't know for sure how in depth it will be until we can test it out and try it for ourselves. Braxophone did also mention the feel of NTE's combat being more similar to Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is a very interesting comparison to make.
Relink?
Because
What?
if there's one thing that Grand Blue Fantasy Relink did really well, is the combat being very visceral. It has very good hit connection, and the feedback with each hit feels really nice, while still having a fast enough pace to it as to not feel too slow and sluggish. So Brax's comparison to Grand Blue Relink here gives me high hopes that NTE's combat will have a good feel to it and will flow fairly well with lots of fluidity. That, on top of the Esper Cycle system, will also allow for decent variations in team building and rotations. I'm going to assume NTE's combat will be more along the casual side of things, where it'll still be fun enough to want to think of optimizing character builds, contemplating new teams, and who knows, there might be some fun challenges in the game, but I'm not expecting the combat to be intense on the same level as the new Zenless Zone Zero Tower Climb or Wuthering Waves hologram boss fights. All that being said about combat, I think it's perfectly fine to have a battle system that isn't so intense, and it doesn't have to be the main focus of each and every game that has action combat. A more simplistic system makes it easier for most people to pick up and play, especially on mobile devices. I know some of you out there say that you can do ball-busting combat on your phones, but most people really can't. Now take all these assumptions about Neverness to Everness's combat with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that was the problem though, it didn't. Keep in mind, like, Relink barely had any actual game, there was just a bunch of grind. There's a lot of characters that you can play in Grand Blue Relink. Right? There was a lot. It's just that the problem with it is the game doesn't let you play them. It was too grindy to just barely use one character, let alone if you want to use anything else. Right? And there was very little to actually use them in. Yeah. Right? Because, like East or Tokyo Xanadu is interesting as well. You cheated to use them. Yeah, I get it, yeah. You have to fucking cheat to use them. And here's the thing, right? The grind in Relink isn't nearly as bad as the grind to get a character usable in, like, Genshin or WoWa. And even then, you feel like you have to cheat to make them usable, man. So you can play them. Right? I couldn't even be bothered. I couldn't. Right? They got close, but they still missed a couple of stuff. The movement in Grand Blue Relink is still a bit slow and sluggish there. Especially with the jump. The jump momentum is, like, really, really bad in Relink. When you're like in the air and stuff like that, the way you just like fall like you have the weight of an anvil. And, like, you can't really use anything to, like, move forward while jumping. It just feels really off. And, like, I think for me it's a lot more noticeable because the types of games I've played where, like, I'm used to using momentum to do specific things. Right, because I did play a lot of, like, when I was younger, I played a ton of 3D platformers. I still play stuff, like, I still play a bunch of them, right? You know, and then there's, like, the East games in Tokyo Xanadu, which has a bunch of that stuff used in there, and different ways that you can take advantage of things to move and keep you moving forward, even with like character skills. Right? Like I still make use of a lot of those. Right? And then like I just notice when it just doesn't feel right. But yeah. That was one of the other smaller minor complaints I had for Relink. It is what it is though. Yeah, they cooked for too long though. Yeah, the game, like they've been working on the game for how long, Granblue Relink? It was kind of just disappointing overall. Right? And like, the reality is like the game is super short, which is fine. It's just that the way they ended up padding you out for playtime was not fine. Yeah. And all they can do is that, yeah, that's the best they can do. Right? Like, it's just disappointing, man. It's just super disappointing. And the thing is, when you get a variety of characters, there are ways you can make them more interesting and make content without actually making more content. There are ways to recycle and reuse things and make a lot more gameplay. The problem is, Relink didn't really have replay value and stuff in there. Right? It has a huge roster, but there's no replay value. Yeah, you get to go try a different character. The problem is, the grind is too ridiculous that it ends up off-putting a lot of people, unless they're cheat, to go and play the other characters. Right? It's even worse, I guess, if you play the game on console, because good luck trying to get the cheat so you can go and do that. But you go play the PC version, yeah, you can go download something and cheat to get everything you want. Right? Relink still had a pretty big roster. Like, how many characters were in Granblue Relink? How many? There was a lot of characters in the roster. There was still a lot. The problem is you just couldn't really play them. So, you have 1, 2, wait. We have 6, 12, 18, 22 characters. There are 22 playable characters, man. Yeah, 22. That's a decent amount. The problem is, like, it just got way too repetitive and grindy and annoying. I mean, there was a decent amount of characters, but I only ended up, like, using one, because it was just too much of a pain to try and get anything to make them usable. They made it way, way too grindy. Has Cygames made anything else? What do they make? I don't really know much about the company. Relink is the only game I ever played from them. What do they even make? Maybe you can give us a reason why the thing's kind of meh. The numbers, this is their target audience, we can see that. Available games, they make console games. Okay, what are their console games? Relink. It's just Relink. So Relink was their first console game? Was Relink like their only one? I think Relink was their first and only game on console then. What games do they have? Wait, we can look them up on Wikipedia. We can see the games that they've terminated. Damn. You can see which games went EOS. A lot of them never had an English release. Rage of Bahamut is still available in Japan, but global's been EOS. Yeah. Cygames. All of these games went EOS. Lots of mobile games. Okay. Right, so all their stuff is mobile stuff. A lot of them went EOS. Console games, whatever this is. Wondership. That was on the Vita. That was made with help from someone else. Granblue Fantasy Versus, I mean, yeah, that's a fighting game, whatever, we ignore those. Whatever that game is... The fuck is this? Konami worked with him. Yeah, right, we ignore that thing. Yeah, so like a lot of the stuff not really... Okay, yeah, so I guess that makes sense. They didn't really do much. A lot of them are Japan only, whatever, it doesn't matter. Reinx has a ton of issues with it. It had some stuff that was cool and all, but like... It just lacked everything. It was just really lacking. And then just they compensated and wasted your time with like a very tedious and repetitive grinding. And like you can see scores here. Yeah, solid 7, maybe 8 out of 10. Yeah, that's where it goes. Yeah, I'd put him in like that same spot maybe. Maybe 6.5. It's just too grindy. It's too grindy for how little there is in there. Right, it's too grindy for how little.
Because we can only know for sure once more of the game is revealed to us. I would like to be pleasantly surprised to know that the game would be adding some challenge modes for players to sink their teeth into, as I know a lot of people, including myself, do enjoy it when games have a deep and engaging battle system to mess around with. That also includes some really tough bosses where you find yourself actually using the retry button. But there is of course more to mess around with in Neverness to Everness, as we've all seen with the extensive focus on motor vehicular operations. Vehicle handling and control might feel a bit basic, but we did see that there's a bit of drifting here and there, so the physics might not be completely stiff and clunky. However, the lack of consequences for driving around the city will off-put people who expect there to be a Grand Theft Auto-like feeling to the game. Even if you disagree with that sentiment, there will be people out there that feel a lack of immersion in the game world due to smashing up the town with your car not having any repercussions. And I can sympathize with that criticism to a certain extent. I would personally like it if there are some consequences to trashing up the town, but I'll go into it with an open mind for now and see how it all plays out in the grand scope of the game. Before we go on to the next set of topics, I want to say again that I'll be covering Neverness to Everness as much as possible before and after release of the game, with some guides, tips and tricks, and also streaming the game quite a bit when it comes out. So if you're interested in Neverness to Everness content and updates, consider sticking around the channel. We just hit 200 subscribers and I really appreciate the support from all of you who stuck around. There's also a Discord to join if you're interested as well, so thanks again and we'll continue on with the video.
It's called the Midwest because every single thing in it is mid.
Oh, who knows, man?
If there's one point of critique that I want to see Neverness to Everness stay away from, is the constant need to compare itself to Genshin Impact. As a matter of fact, I think most games need to stop claiming to be the next Genshin killer. And I think Kata Studio learned their lesson with Tower of Fantasy.
They never compared themselves.
I really hope the NTE community itself does not compare it to other games 24/7. You can coexist in the same gaming landscape without constantly trying to trash talk other games and their communities, effectively alienating a large player base when there's no real reason to do so. On the other side of the argument, you could say that, well, there's only so much time people can put into open world live service games. The more of these type of games that come out, the more they're competing for people's time. And especially with gacha players, a lot of these gacha games are made for people who have a limited amount of time to play each day. So all we can hope for is that Neverness to Everness has enough to set itself apart from the competition and give good reasons for many players to want to give the game a shot over other games in the genre. I believe Neverness to Everness Direct Competition is a game that's not even released yet, which of course is Project Mugen. Project Mugen looks like a more polished product, but how much of the game of what we saw was actually real and not just a carefully woven tech demo, we don't know for sure. The game has fallen silent as of now, so nobody knows for sure how far along Project Mugen is, but NTE has a distinct advantage against Mugen.
That's the problem, they're not. A lot of those are not. There's a reason why I didn't like Uwa, man. It wasn't fun. It was just the same chore all over again. There was nothing fun there. Just a bunch of chores that were just super annoying and super tedious. Right, it's like part of why I didn't like it. It had every single thing
Of course,
I didn't like about
Everness
Genshin.
looks like to be an actual game, whereas
The holograms could have been interesting, but the amount of time and other, like, just grinding commitment you need just so you can even get in the door to maybe do that one very, very specific thing was just way too much. Right? It's one thing if it would be like, okay, I spend a lot of my time, you know, trying to beat something because it's hard, or there's a challenge there and I need to get better at it. And another where I'm just stuck farming a bunch of trash mobs and stuff in a stupid circle all day. Right? Like, they're not the same thing. But then there are dumbasses out there who think they are. And that, like, oh, so if you remove it, then you want them to remove all the content from the thing. I'm like, no, I just want them to remove all the awful parts of the thing there. All the stupid grind stuff that just doesn't need to be in there. And then, like, I would say, like in a way, in a sense, something like Elden Ring is more casual friendly. Despite being significantly more difficult to play. It's a lot more casual friendly. Because you don't have to deal with all that. You can just play the actual game. But the problem is with Genshin and its copy, you can't. It stops you from it.
Awaiting command.
It is possible, I guess, but I think you need to change the type of game genre. The problem is, it can be enjoyable, but not in this game genre. Like, it's one thing if it's like, you're doing it with a goal that's like completely made up and all on your own. When it's something you choose to do because you actually want to do it, that's when it can become a lot more interesting. Right? Like, keep in mind, some of the grindiest games out there are games like Minecraft, if you want to like get creative and do all sorts of things in there, right? These sandbox survival crafting games, again, like Pal World, your Ark Survival, and those types of games, they make it work, right? Because the entire game is extremely grindy, right? But you're not doing it for the same reasons. You're doing it because the actual gameplay is built around it. The main game is that, and is built entirely around it. Not because you have to do it, because there's this arbitrary random-ass wall they put in front of you. Right? It's way too ridiculous. The problem itself is the game itself that they choose to put it in. It doesn't work. Right? And at the end of the day as well, for like these linear games and stuff like that, like the story itself is linear. Right? The open world, you think, oh, it's open, you get to choose how you get to do things. But in reality, the world itself is extremely linear, so it doesn't even matter. It's just there. Right, it's just there, it doesn't actually matter. And then eventually the open world itself becomes its own roadblock and a chore to deal with. You would rather the open world get removed. Exponential, exponential mats, especially on a particular day and time gated, sucks. Here's the thing. Genshin time gates the mats, Bua does not lock it behind certain days of the week, but instead they make it cost effectively double. So you're basically trading one problem for a different problem. The same problem is there, and they're both equally awful. One will just double the amount that's stamina locked, while the other will lock it behind certain days of the week. Which poison do you like? Right? It's a pure pick your poison. The total amount of runs you need to do. And keep in mind as well, Genshin's instance runs for clearing for like actually doing stuff is significantly cheaper. Right? WoW is gonna cost you for those materials. For world boss materials, there are 60 each. You get to do it 4 times a day. Genshin charges what? It's what, 40 resin per boss? But you get 180 resin a day. So you still get 20 extra resin you can use wherever, or save it for the next day. Same time, the actual material domains to go get your weapon or skill books. The actual loot thing is 20 resin. And you get 180 a day. So you can do it 9 times a day, 9 runs. In WoA, it's 40 wave plates. So you can only do it 6 times a day for a similar amount of materials. Right? And then, of course, shell credit thing is ridiculous. With Genshin, once you hit the actual cap for your adventure level or whatever, adventure rank, they start converting all your experience gains into Mora. Does WoW do that once you hit the cap? Does it start converting all the excess experience directly into currency? Because, like, Genshin does that. I don't know about WoW because I didn't get that far. I'm still like in the something union level 40 range. Yeah, like forget new units, exactly. You can't even do the stuff you have now because you'd have to spend weeks pre-farming in advance or farming after the character released for another 2-3 weeks minimum. Right? Yeah, and like, it's just ridiculous. The whole thing is just kinda dumb. It just makes the experience worse. Like, that's the problem there. The grind itself is just another chore. And then putting the open world in there makes it worse, because you now make it a lot more time consuming. Right? Like, that's the problem. But then, like, the thing is, like, I still play Cat Fantasy and do the cafe management stuff. But that's like, okay, I just want to upgrade all this stuff in there because I can. I still log in to do that. But like, you know, like managing the side stuff ends up being a lot more important if you're gonna have a world in there. Because the reality is, at least it gives people a thing they can choose to interact with if they want to. Yeah, and then you have the battle pass. Yeah, and guess what? The battle pass gives you like a month's worth of like wave plates, effectively. Genshin's battle pass is identical too. Like, it's the same thing. They'll give you a month's worth of resin, roughly, in them. The WoW's one will give you a month's worth of wave plates in materials. Right? Like, they made it, like, they made the problem, and they're selling you a band-aid. They're not fixing it. They're not selling you a solution. They're selling you a band-aid. Because they don't want to solve the problem. Yeah, and there's too many of them. And the problem is they keep making them extremely grindy and way too excessive. It's way too excessive. Right? Hi Lux, Righty. Welcome. But like, yeah, it's just way too excessive. And then it just puts you off. Like, that itself is its own problem. You can't really play it at your own pace and do whatever. And the thing is, you also don't get to choose how you want to do the things either. It's just bad all around. Yeah, the people are being weird over it, man. They haven't seen anything. Alright? Like, don't buy a promise. Wait and see what they put out. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but, like, that's it. You can't do level 100 bosses in the Tower of Thing. Yeah, of course, because you have to go through all that work. At the same time, the time you spent doing all that, you could have spent that time doing something else. Like, that's the reality. Right? If you're gonna put grinds and stuff in these types of games, it has to be a choice, not a requirement. The live service aspect just makes it a lot worse. Like, you would probably be a lot better off if, you know, they EOS'd and just tried to sell it as a regular game and removed all the garbage. If they did that, I probably wouldn't have stopped that much sooner, although the story is awful, so it would have stopped anyways, but it would have helped at least. It would have at least helped. That's the problem with them.
This Project Mugen just seems to be...
Yeah, I do have Titan Gear. It takes a while, yes. Titan Gear was slowly released, that's why. I spent over a year working on it. The way that they released Titan Gear, right? So, like, you can see I have everything here. I've been still working on optimizing this stuff. The way they did this is they released 2 pieces of Titan Gear at a time, and they spent a little over a year releasing everything slowly. It was like every other version update they did, they added 2 more pieces of Titan Gear. Eventually, you'll get caught up. Eventually. And then they have events to give you more materials. Eventually, you'll get caught up. Eventually. They're not going to release any more Titan Gear. Titan Gear is completely finished. But like they had it gradually release over time. Right? Like, yeah. Yeah, they come in steady now, yeah. They give a decent amount. You can kill 10 world bosses a week and get extra materials there. The only real bottleneck is actually just not getting enough of, what's the bottleneck again? There is one bottleneck. It's these. We don't get enough augmentation factors. We get plenty of the actual modules. The real bottleneck is the augmentation factors. This one is like the real bottleneck. I wish we could get a lot more augmentation factors. I have so many boxes to select Titan mats. I just don't have the augmentation factors to use them. Like, you eventually end up with a huge excess of them, but you're just held back by not having augmentation factors. Alright, I'm trying to get this thing to max skill level. Because, I want skill 3 here. Each slot has like a different optimal stat. And the stats you want, like, it varies based on which you're playing. Sometimes you want skill, sometimes you want normal, sometimes you want weak point, sometimes you want just regular damage percent. Those are the only offensive stats that you would want. But like, yeah. Yeah, still no skill 3. It is what it is. Yeah, and while we're doing this stuff, I'm just waiting for another thing to pop up. We'll probably just go on the test server soon. I want to take a look at Grey Fox. Yeah, it is what it is, man.
Vaporware as of now, but being released first isn't always a guaranteed success. Genshin may have been the first breakthrough open world gacha game, but other genres have shown that coming first is a double-edged sword. If you fail to impress the first time around, a competitor can swoop in and find success in areas that you weren't aware of. The last major point we should ask about Neverness to Everness is this: what is the main form of content we'll be doing in the game?
Yep.
Exploring? Fighting bosses? Questing? Basically, what is the meat of the game? It's known that we'll be...
Here's the thing, though. What is the main content in Genshin Impact? What is the main content in Wuthering Waves? Because the reality is, it's neither of the 3 things you see on screen. What do you spend most of your time logged into those games doing? It's not any of these 3. It's definitely not any of these 3. Yeah, ray tracing on the road looks good. Well, yeah, it's ray tracing. What do you expect, man?
What is the meat of the game?
Ubisoft,
it's known
really.
that we'll be able to roam around the city and have random enemy encounters that teleport us into
Oh,
another
I heard
dimension.
about that.
But how often
Yeah,
does
there's
this
a lawsuit
happen?
thing,
Is roaming
yeah.
around the city going to be useful to some extent? Will we be questing around the map, doing random story missions, while also getting transported into the other dimension to fight enemies and bosses? And to briefly touch on the subject of player housing and having our own custom apartments, I'm hoping these residences have another purpose to them, other than just being trophy showcases for our achievements in-game. These are the main questions that NTE should answer next. Neverness to Everness looks like a fairly well-polished game, and everything seems set in place with regards to combat, world building, and characters, except I'm a bit concerned about what the meat of the content is in the game. We need to know more about the gameplay loop Neverness to Everness will be engaging us in. Is it satisfying enough to grip players into wanting to log in and keep up with the game and its subsequent updates? Will there
Get new characters and level them up. The problem is it takes you forever to go do that. Yeah, YouTube is fixed today.
be enough patch content to keep players wanting to stick around for the long term? Hopefully we get answers to these questions soon. I'm sure it'll be fun to roam around a living, breathing city and find out if there's some fun and interesting little secrets to discover. All in all, I'm definitely going to be playing Neverness to Everness, and I'm excited to try out something new. Let me know what your thoughts on Neverness to Everness are, and comment down below about what you want to see from this next major gacha release. Now let's all go back to having a good time together and making fun of the only community that deserves ridicule, and that community is balding men. But I'm immune to such ridicule because I have a full, healthy head of hair. I promise you. Hair reveal stream when?
What the fuck? Yeah, you think you'll be playing D for cars? Who knows what'll be there? Right, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Right. You don't want it to be the second Willow community. I don't think it will be. Yeah, of course, you got people trying to PvP in this guy's own comments. Damn. You already have people, like, trying to here. As talking point, not once did. Yeah, not even mentioned. The closest from it was a VPN ad talking about being a competitor in this space. The thing is, Wuwa did. Wuwa was the one that actually called themselves and compared themselves directly to Genshin. There is actually a Wuwa ad that did do that. I'm trying to see if I have it saved somewhere. Wuwa was the one that did do that, though. Like, funnily enough. I don't remember if I have it saved or not. But I know for certain Wuwa did do that. Do I have it here somewhere? I know I remember seeing it at some point. But I remember there was a Wuwa ad. Right, where like they actually compared themselves. I'm trying to find it. I remember seeing like them like post it somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I remember seeing it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I know like thing. I know it was a thing that existed. I'm trying to dig for it. This channel, this is a small one. Go Jiki, I think it is. I'm trying to find the ad though. I remember it was sent somewhere. They called it classic open world or something. Oh, here it is. Alright, this is an official tweet from Wuwa. Where they were like, they were obvious, it was pretty obvious what they were talking about here. They called it classic. Right, this was like an actual ad from them. Right. This was like an actual ad. Right? That was an actual thing. Like, it's pretty obvious what they were trying to do with that. It's super, super obvious. Right? It's obvious. Okay, let's just go do the test server stuff now. Why not? We've waited 2.5 hours. Let me go open it. Where's the launcher? It's annoying just having to use multiple different launchers, man. Because you can't really toggle. Like you just can't. So I'm like, okay, I'll install the Steam, I'll install the Epic, and then I'll have the regular launcher. It got easier, but doesn't solve its issues, man. Just because you have easier movement doesn't mean it's good. And necessary. Like, the thing is, the movement only matters as much as the thing was built around it. The only reason why Genshin's super annoying is because they force you to pick mint. If they removed mint picking from Genshin, and they got rid of the stupid random-ass one-time loot chests in Oculi, you wouldn't have that complaint. You wouldn't. You only have that complaint because of an arbitrary thing that you're forced to deal with. If they got rid of it, you wouldn't complain. That's why you complain. It's really not as, like people just oversimplify the thing there, but like, if you just got rid of the actual problem, you're not gonna care. Alright, we're on the test server here. I logged in as soon as it was open just because I wanted to check something. Because there is one change here. One buff for an old unit. We got Roslyn here, she got a buff. This no longer requires the enemy to be missing HP. It will always do the maximum amount of damage. Which sounds great on paper, right? This sounds good. 200 times the Wanderer's attack, right? Right, so you can take your attack stacking buffs in here. So here's something we can check, right? Oh yeah, it cannot crit, so you actually want to just have a bunch of attack. I guess what we would have to do if you wanted to min-max it, you need to get like another thing to boost attack. Do we have anything else that can boost attack? If we want to build around it, like frost attack. Anything? What else can we use? I guess Lyra. Lyra is kind of cope though, but I guess like the only other thing is like Lyra set. Technically, this might be yeah, it would be Lyra. Yeah, I guess we use Lyra. It's just that I don't have max out Lyra. I guess we can pull Lyra matrices here. Wait. They give us Lyra matrices for testing? The fuck? They fucking gave us Lyra matrices to test with. Okay, we can try this weird cope. I want to check this first. We're gonna put Lin in here for maximum Pepega bleed damage thing. Well, like attack scaling, raw attack scaling damage. We're gonna put Lin in here. And then we have Rosa matrices here for the dot thing. On Lin, we have this setup here. Where we have Nanyan here, 2-piece Nanyan. 2-piece Fenrir for crit damage. And then we have 2-piece Grey Fox, because I needed something for attack. Another thing for attack here. Okay. Honestly, this is gonna be hard carried by Lin. Lin is definitely gonna hard carry this. Because Lin is just Lin. Yeah, we got lots of attack. We're fully attack stacking. No, the attack goes even further. Rosin matrices aren't activated yet. Rosin matrices haven't activated yet. Keep that in mind. And I assume we're going to want to have, what set of skills? For Fiona, I assume we're going to want to have Torrential Force and Wellspring. Right, it's just a good expectation. Right. Hey, look at the multiplier! We got 700 multiplier! This is kinda cool though, this Rosalind buff. Yeah, this is still cool. Yeah, it's still cope, and majority of the damage is being dealt by Lyn. Lyn is doing more than half of the damage. Only a quarter of the damage was being dealt. Yeah, no, Lyn was doing 70%. Not bad, but like... Lyn was literally doing 70% of the damage there. Lyn was doing 70% of all the damage. It was just Lyn. Lyn doing 70%. I think the problem is the blade here does not crit. This thing cannot crit. So while the multiplier looks like it's higher than Lyn's, it's still weaker. And they're not gonna nerf, man. Lyn just does... Oh, wait. Like, because the scaling here on Lyn S4, right? Is 3000%, or 30 times your attack stat. Where is it? Plus the other stuff, but... Yeah, so 30 times your altered attack, right? 30 times that, 3000. Versus 200 times, right? 200 times. Right, this is 200 times your attack stat. So this would be, you know, 20,000% attack. The problem is this is fixed damage. It is not boosted or affected by anything else. Lyn's can be boosted by Titan. It can crit as well. Oh yeah, fun fact, normal attack damage is the category for Lyn S4. Lyn S4 is actually normal attack. I haven't even, like, tested the stuff yet. Honestly, if you want to play that comp, get rid of Rosalind. You're better off using Lyn instead of Rosalind. I'm gonna be honest. Rosin will give you shred, but like honestly, you might as well use Lin so I can spam more discharges. If you have Lin with like the synesthesia, Lin is going to be better. It's going to help you heal more. You'll buff more attack for everyone if you want to be offensive healer. But I think if you wanted to be like the most like powerful, like here's the. Actually, where does the regular Frost compare? This is what I currently have. This is what I'm currently using, and this has 50% resistance shred. We're gonna go pull out Grey Fox soon. I don't use max matrices on test. I don't use it unless it's the standard stuff. Like we can go do that at the end, but like I don't test with max. I tend not to. Because it's just not realistic. For me anyways, like, for a lot of people, like, you're not maxing matrices. There is, like, a good gain from having max matrices over not. But the usual difference between having triple, all 3 of your matrices, like, on each unit, at 4-piece 3-star, versus having them all at 4-piece 0-star, is about 25%. 25% damage difference overall between having all 4-piece 3-star on all 3 sets versus all 3 sets being 4-piece 0-star. Considering the cost, I don't think it's personally worth it. Right? Oh yeah, I'm not even using the correct stats. The Titan stats. I should switch my Titan stats. I forgot to do that. I'm still using, like, damage 3 instead of weak point in, like, every slot. I'm using the wrong stuff. They gave us Brevi now? Okay, they gave us Brevi stuff. Okay, Brevi can be interesting for Benediction. Brevi is going to be interesting to work with. Very interesting. Okay, I want to take a look at Grey Fox first. What does she do? I know her matrices give attack. And then you get 1000 weapons charge at the start. Does this stack with 2-piece Nonyan? Does it give you 2 full discharges at the start if you have both? Because that could be interesting if it gives you 2 full. Yeah. Yeah, so like on live, I'm only doing like 10G and triple alter. That's like my strongest by far on live. It's around 10G. But it's still missing the effect of Chrome Matrices, because I use Chrome Matrices. So it's still like, it's technically higher, but Cactus won't show it. When I go on live. Does he get stuck so he can do extra damage? I think I know why. Does his thing glitch out? Yeah, so Asurana is funny because if his clones bug out, they do extra damage. That was the same in the previous test. If you lag in and he gets stuck, it does extra damage. That's why. It's probably that. People are probably just lagging out and the clone gets stuck so it does more damage. Because that happened last time. That's what happened last time during the previous test. But because of it, you would have inconsistent ranges sometimes. Sometimes the range will be inconsistent. So like it would spike up way higher when you get stuck. Especially if you get stuck inside the cactus when you do the jumping up and down. It saves a lot of animation time if you get stuck. It saves an insane amount of animation time for more damage. Yeah, it's because you got stuck. It's because you got stuck. It's not normal behavior. You can only do that on the cactus. It doesn't work on a different thing because you got stuck. If you didn't get stuck, it'd be a lot lower. But yeah, and this one is just... Foresight does what? Alright, Foresight is what here? Final damage, just 22% final damage. And then an extra 10% frost damage. Okay. Very boring, but very simple. The crit damage one is honestly a lot more impactful. Oh, yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. Right, because like I don't use max stuff. I don't test with that. But I will test with drugs. Alright, let me get the drugs. Drugs are fair game because everyone can get them. Right, for me, drugs are fair game. I'll test with drugs. Right, I'll give the drugs. Oh, I'm missing the HP drug. Cause like I think it's fine to use drugs in the testing. Right, drugs are fair. The other stuff, not so much. Yeah, if wine is fine, yeah, everyone uses wine anyways. Okay, anyways, what was Grey Fox's kit before we get started on that? Right, we're obviously gonna like work our way up and start with A0 on her. But she has, what is this? Chrono Coil Release. After using Magic Transmutation, deal a set amount of damage. Okay. 137% of frost attack. Plus all of this. As like fixed damage, right? If there's a Flame or Fizz one, it is multiplied. Got it. Manic Reserve. When the Witch's Key is in the main slot, gain Power Scale to advance the clock. Enhancing the effects of Power Scale, stacking up to 12 times. What is this Power Scale? What is Power Scale? What is her kit? So this is her on-field numbers, and you get Power Scale stacks. Each hit with Magic Unleashed adds 1 temporal fallacy to the target, decreasing all attack of the target by this much. Okay. So this will just reduce their attack. Okay. And I guess all of her things will do that. And she gets more Power Scale if she's in the air. While under the Witch of Time state and with 12 Power Scale, tap and hold to consume all Power Scale to trigger a stagnant stream, dealing this much damage to nearby targets. Nearby teammates recover HP after, so you hold it. And she does a bit of damage there. And then he heals people. Okay. Here's her skill. She has 2 things. Consumes all the Power Scale stacks to deal this much damage. The nearby thing, enter Witch of Time. In which some normal attack modes will change. And increase 1%. Alright. Frost damage by 1% for 30 seconds for each one, I guess. So 12% frost damage. Using Stagnant Stream grants a new skill. Okay. Sub-Zero Beam can only be obtained and used once. And switching weapons will prevent obtaining or using it. This is not affected by other cooldown resetting or clearing effects. Can be used dealing damage here to nearby, freezing them. Also recover this much and then gain 12 Power Scale. Oh, so this is like, I guess this is for healing stuff, right? Okay, this is a healing ability. Okay, and then this one, weapon is full. You gain 12 on discharge, so you want to discharge onto her. So you need to use her discharge. How quickly does this activate? So you want to make sure you discharge at the start, and then I guess you can swap out immediately. I'm gonna assume she's not gonna be used as a DPS. Depending on her animations. Because I think that's weaker than Rosalind's. That's probably weaker than Rosalind's numbers. Where's Rosalind? Yeah, that's definitely lower than Rosalind's on-field. Right. I wonder if you can animation cancel it. But it looks like you just discharge, you press her button, and then you swap out. That's what it looks like you have to do with Grey Fox in a Frost setup. What I do wonder though is, because here's the thing, right? You just get the you're only getting the Matrix effect here. You're not getting any shred, right? You're basically getting 12% frost damage and that thing. She doesn't have shred here, right? What's her advancements? The main slot, gain additional power scale. This is for like if you're playing healer, right? And then this is, I guess, for DPS after using the transformation. Apply an additional reverse tide up to 12 seconds. So I guess this just gives you self-healing. Okay, that gives you a little bit of self-healing then. A1 is self-healing. A3, it deals extra damage every second. You get a dot. Okay, so she has a pretty big dot here. 775% of attack. And then at full stacks, you get final damage of... Oh wait, this is for Benediction. So Benediction gets a team-wide damage buff at A3. A5 increases healing by 15% for every 12 power scale stacks consumed. Does this last forever, the healing thing? The healing boost? Gain 1 exemption privilege, and... Oh, this gives a cheat death. Right, and this seems to apply for everyone universally. So this is another survival thing. You get cheat death here. And then Benediction, you can apply it to other allies, so it's like Lyra's cheat death. Another one. And then A6, upon entering Witch of Time, the frost... Oh, so it increases from 12% to what? What is this? Okay, 30%. So you make it 30% instead. Right? Because 2.5%. Right? So that makes it, what? 12, 24, and then a half. Right? Half of 12 is 6. 30%. So you get a 30% frost damage buff instead. And then here, when Reverse Tide ends, deal additional damage. 50% of the total damage taken during this period. Does not exceed your attack 1,000 times your attack. I'm pretty sure you're gonna hit this cap really quickly. For this extra damage effect here. In team play even more so because of all the buffs that can go around. You're definitely gonna hit the cap here, right? 1,000% of your attack basically. Right, half of the damage you do for 1,000% of your... No, wait, no, it's 1,000 times your attack. Okay. Okay, but we'll have to check that out. We'll see. Well, we're gonna check the old comp first, and then slowly weave her way in. I think though the interesting thing to test around is as well is replacing a unit with I guess Nonyin is replaced. We'll have to test replacing Nonyin and replacing Nola individually, and then we'd also be replacing them with Lyn. Lyn S4. Right? Because she's definitely not going to be DPS, right? Rosalind, you have 15% shred, 18% final damage here. Does she have anything else? And I assume you're still gonna use Rosalind trait. I assume you will. Wait, does Roslyn have any buffs? I don't remember. Did she have any buffs in her kit? We just have attack reduction here. I guess we didn't really have much buffs and Frost to begin with. Yeah, we didn't really have much to buff Frost in the beginning. Okay. Right, we start with old and then we compare with replacing. Yeah, it makes more sense the more damage and benediction than actual attack comp for Frost with Gray. I mean, if you want to do damage and benediction, you want to have Lyn. You want to have Lyn as thing. Lyn S6 if you want to like buff the whole party. You're playing benediction. Ideally, you want to have Lyn S6 for that. Because Lyn S6 is just going to really make it go through. What I'm curious though is like how you would set up things if you're doing that. Roslyn, Gray, Fiona. I guess if you're using lower crit so you can take advantage of always critting with crit resist. Is that what you're trying to do? Well, we're gonna compare with old first. I mean, it's obvious though, like, Lyn S4 is still going to be the queen for elemental comps in Bygone though. But like, I wonder how things are here. I can see why he said that. Yeah, so about 8 billion here. He was like, 8-1 or more, otherwise don't bother, which makes sense. Okay. The thing is, here's the thing, if you're playing DPS, right? She has the other competition with Lyn. I think though, Lyn is still probably going to be better than using Grey Fox as a slot in if you're doing Bygone. Like, the thing is, right? there is going to be competition for a slot. You would have, this is your core year, right? We have Lin. If you have Lin S4, this is another competitor. Right? If for Bygone specifically, Lin is definitely going to be better. Right? Because we're also sacrificing Resistance Shred. We're sacrificing Resistance Shred to slot in Grey Fox. Right? That is something we have to keep in mind. Resistance Shred is being sacrificed. Right? We are sacrificing something in order to fit in Grey Fox. That is something we have to keep in mind. Right? Lin is just a thing there. So it's either you replace Lin, or you replace Nola to get this thing going. Oh, what matrices do I have on Lin here? Yeah, Fenrir there. Let's say I temporarily put in Grey Fox 2-piece. Just to, like, make it fit in here. Right, because I want to just at least have a baseline to compare to. So, like, we know we know what the target is to beat and how to get there. Benediction setup is a different type of thing, though. Where's the other Grey Fox Matrix? There you are. Right, so we'll put that in there. We're going to put Inhabit here. We'll test with or without Inhabit there. We'll put Lin in here now. I'm going to save this preset over... Actually, I guess not. I need more space for stuff. Alright, so now we have 35% resistance shred, right? Okay, we have 35% resistance shred. Oh wait, this is awkward and I got stuck in there. I need to fix the thing so it flows better. Yeah. If you want to still have the strongest comp at lower investment levels. I mean, it looks like it. It looks like it, but we haven't tested her yet. But like, yeah, for utility, obviously utility is important for Grey Fox. Right? Benediction unit, utility is obviously going to be the most important thing. Where's Grey Fox? Right? It's all about utility. Right? A3 is going to give us... It's gonna give her a big dot. Right? Because you are trading away something that has a dot to use her. You are trading away a dot. You're also trading away resistance shred. Like, no matter what, you're gonna give up on resistance shred to use Grey Fox. Right? No matter what, you're going to be giving up something. You know, I guess using Nanyan is a bit awkward. Okay, you know what? I think we... Yeah, Nanyan is a bit awkward to use in here. We'll just get rid of Nanyan here. I mean, like, we trade away some we trade away a little bit of resistance shred. If we put Nola in here, actually, and do it this way. But we still get the 6% damage. Rip, man! Rip, 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 rip. Yeah, 50-50 stuff sucks, man. Like, it just sucks, man. Wait, why am I doing less damage with this than I was doing with Nanyan? I feel like I'm doing less. I'm probably still gonna pull for the collection. And he's still gonna have some extra useful stuff going on. Yeah, no, this definitely does do more damage than the other thing I was using. Yeah, it's just Lin being Lin. Alright, so you have like 840 multiplier. I am not using the most optimal Titan stats. I forgot to switch those. I probably should have switched those. I definitely should have. But we'll retest this to get a better number. Because I still had all the damage boost stuff on. Okay, we have weak point 15 and then damage plus 3. This is fine. And then I switched the stuff to normal Titan, normal damage Titan. Lin S4 does use this stat, by the way. It does not use skill Titan. It does use normal Titan. If you were wondering. Which skill's slightly higher than skill Titan, I believe. Ever so slightly. With how it works. I don't know why it's like that, but... Right, normal is like this. And then skill is like... Skill is a bit lower, right? Yeah, skill is ever so slightly lower the scaling. For some reason. But Lin S4 is normal Titan. While Nola is altered his skill. Shit's weird. Alright, now we have proper Titan. Let me retry it. And then we'll bring in Grey Fox. The thing I want to see though is... Yeah, the thing I really want to see though is how the others, how Grey Fox will work for Benediction with this. Okay, you know what? Here's something that'll blow your minds, man. Fun fact: all companies registered as a corporation have human rights. Okay, meaning the entirety of Hada is underage. The entirety of Hoyo is underage. The entirety of Kuro is underage. The entirety of a lot of game studios that you may think of, they are underage. Except for the really, really big AAA ones. And like the really old ones. A lot of them are underage, technically. Because for some reason, legally, if your company is a corporation, they are given human rights. For some reason. Yes, that's a fact. That's why you're able to take them to court and all these other things. So, yeah, that's a thing there for you. They're all technically underage. Oh yeah, this is definitely a lot higher than average numbers now. I'm hitting almost 1,000 multiplier, imagine. What do you mean this chat is scuffed? So yeah, 8.5 billion, 9.4 multiplier, 940 multiplier. Okay. Sure, we'll put on the cat ears. So, Gray Fox has to beat 940 multiplier, except Lynn's damage will double in all Bygone content. In all of Bygone Phantasm, Lynn will just double in power. Right? So Lynn will double in power when we get to Bygone content. So that's what Gray Fox has to deal with. Right? This is the competition that Gray Fox has to deal with. This monstrosity of Lynn. Okay. We'll put in Gray Fox now. Right, Gray Fox, we have all this, and we're at, in here. Okay, so we have A0 Gray Fox. Yeah, Lynn's synesthesia just is insane. But that is the competition that Gray Fox has. Gray Fox has to keep up with Lynn. If Gray Fox cannot keep up with Lynn, well, that's where that's what happens, right? So we need to hit around 940 multiplier. We're gonna test with A0 first, then we'll do A1, and then A3. We'll do does A5 have any value? And A5 does not, so then we just skip to A6. Right, what A1 is what again? By reverse tide, hit the target. One tide is active. Oh, that just gives her the, you get power skill when it's in the main slot. That doesn't do anything. After using this one, apply reverse tide effect. So A1 is just self-healing. So we can skip to A3. We don't even need to count A1. Unless we're playing Benediction DPS, we can ignore A1. Yeah, so we're gonna do A1 first, okay? Oh yeah, you can like partially animation cancel it. This is definitely weaker than my old comp. Okay, so we got 7, so we have almost 800 multiplier. Almost 800 multiplier. But we'll look at it later. I don't think they have it in this test server. Is there actually main story added in the test server? Let me see. If it is, we'll do it later. No, there's no new story. There's no main story. What do they have in here? No side story either. Yeah, no, there's no new story. Okay, we'll skip to A3. Because A1 doesn't give us damage, A3 will. A1 is self-heal, A3 is damage. A3 will give us a dot. Okay? And keep in mind, her competition is Lyn. Right? The competition she has is Lyn. That's her main competition here. Lyn is who she's competing with. Right? She's competing against Lyn. Right? Yeah, Claudia X, because it's a full version thing. Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, I'll wait to get her charge. Right, so the thing we have to beat is Lyn. So we need to get to around 940 multiplier. And that would beat Lyn in most content, except for... That would not beat, but match Lyn. In most content, except for Bygone. Where Lyn will just do Lyn things. Alright, I'll see you around then. Yeah, you too. Okay. Damage is good? It's about the same. Okay, it's about the same, a little bit higher. So I would say A3 minimum. A3 minimum. Everything got EOS, oh boy. Alright, here, we'll invert the color palette. So A3 minimum is what we're looking at here. It still loses to Lin and Bygone, but everything loses to Lin and Bygone. But yeah. So, I would say Grey Fox A3 minimum. To at least tie to Lin on Cactus. It still loses to Lin and Bygone though. Alright, let's do A6. Right, that gives us a little bit more damage buffs. Like, it looks like you want at least A3, because, like, if you had old Lin A6, man, when you get to S4, right, A3 is enough to, like, get close to S4, but it still loses in certain content. I do want to test, like, damage as Benediction, though. The support function is if you're only playing Benediction. The support function is when you're playing Benediction, man. If you're not playing Benediction, you're not really gonna get that function. The thing is, I think as a Benediction on field, she's probably weaker than Brevi. Like, that's the other thing too. As like a Benediction like thing, I'm pretty sure she's weaker than Brevi. As like a Benediction like doing damage. Because Brevi just does big damage. For some reason, Brevi just does unholy amounts of DPS on field. For some reason. Like, I feel like Brevi Altered is probably like better for offensive support. If you wanted to do damage and healing. Someone doing Brevi there with Lin S6. That's what I feel like. I'll have to test it though. We also have this thing here. So this thing, like, it looks like you really want to try to go for A6 if you want an improvement. Over what you can run now. You basically need A6 for damage. The thing is though, like, in terms of utility, I don't know how long we're gonna keep her around. Because she's not main DPS. And I'm pretty sure Nola does provide a little bit more. I'm pretty sure. We can actually check while we're doing this. Because, like, she's in terms of, like, competing for a slot, like, what does Nola give us? Right, Nola gives us the 30% final damage. Matrixies are the same. 30% final damage, 15% shred, right? What she's giving us, and then Nola has a dot. How big is Nola's dot? Oh wait, no, we also get frost damage, 6% frost damage here. And then, what else is here? Yeah, so we get 6% frost damage, 30% of the other thing, and then 15% resistance shred. And then she gives us another 1000% of attack dot. Her dot is a little bit weaker, but what we do get is this collapse-like effect. Right, this explosion effect at the end of her skill. And then we get 30% all frost elemental damage. Right, we get 30% frost elemental damage. And then we get this effect here. That's her buff utility. And then her dot is 775. But you need A3 for the dot. Where is it? There. Her dot is weaker. Yeah, that's the thing, like, right? Lynn is never gonna get added to standard. I don't think she ever will. Okay. Let's give this a shot now. Yeah, I'll try it this way and use Nola last. Yeah, it's the same either way. Right, hi Nearby. Welcome, welcome. I mean, A6 the damage is good, but... Alright, we got like 11.2 G, right? Interesting. Okay. So Roslyn is doing about 30% of the damage. So the damage is pretty evenly split. is a weird bug that you have. Sometimes that bug triggers, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know, man. Game inconsistent like that sometimes. Passive. Yeah, so it's mostly passive damage that we're triggering there. Others is big. Okay. So what we probably gathered is this is others category. The explosion here at the end is others category damage. Because the others category is way too high for what it should be at this point. It is definitely in the others category, this. Right, this is definitely going in the others category, this 1,000 thing. I just wonder though, what's the next Frost thing that they're gonna bring then? He's like, this is just kind of a weird situation. And then there's also just, what happens if I just put like Nonyan in? What happens if I be like, you know what, I want more shred, let's put Nonyan in. I know others damage does not feed the collapse. But we'll do that. And then if we do that, then we have to use the trait of... We're going to have to use whose trait again? We want to use... Do we want to use Nonyan's trait? I think we use Nonyan's trait. Wait, no, actually we use Nola's trait. There isn't a better Frost DPS. Wait, no, there is a better Frost DPS. Lin S4. Lin S4 is broken, man. Lin S4. Now, you want better Frost DPS? Use Lin S4. That's what you use. If you truly want a better Frost DPS, use Lin S4. Okay, so it doesn't look like it stacks. It does not trigger... If you have both matrices, you do not get 2,000 weapon charge. It does not give you 2,000 weapon charge. That's unfortunate. You do not get the weapon charge for both. Okay. This is surprisingly doing okay damage. Honestly? Yeah, you could play this. If you don't have Roslyn, this weird mismatch works. Yeah, no, this is very viable. Yeah, we got 9 billion here. That's viable. We have 35% resistance rate. It's worse than Roslyn. But you could technically substitute Roslyn with Nanyan. Nanyan can serve as a Roslyn substitute. You're losing a little bit of damage. Right? You're losing about 10% damage, I think. Right? We're like 1100 versus 1000. Yeah, it's about 10. Yeah, it's like you can round it a bit up or down, but I'm like just rounding it. 10% damage. If you wanted to swap out Roslyn for Nanyan, that's only a 10% damage loss. But that's assuming you're using... Well, you get 5% more resistance shred, so it's actually less than 10%. Right? Because you're going to 35% shred instead of 30%. So it's like 8% damage. It's like 8% less damage. 7-8%. Should be. So like this is viable. Let's do funny benediction damage. Okay, and then like it's pretty obvious though, if we want to do benediction damage, we're gonna want to use damages benediction, we're gonna want to use Lin here. We're going to go for what? Who's gonna be the DPS here? Here's what we'll do. We'll put Grey Fox matrices on Lin. All 4 of Grey Fox matrices go on Lin here. And then... what do we want here? Because I'm gonna assume we're gonna just stay on field on Grey Fox instead. And we can do easy 30 thing rotation. The only downside is like Brevi. Having to swap to Brevi will be pain. Wait, actually wait. What did Brevi's skill do as benediction? No, you get this thing in non-benediction. 25%. Or thing. 4%. So we only get 14% frost damage. Is there even a reason to... I guess that's for the damage buff. I think the buff still applies even without her there. After using Million Met's Shockwave, increase final damage by 10%. When Benediction Resonance is not active, I'll attack by this. When it's active, Increase. Okay. So we just get this second effect here. And then this part here. Yeah, no, if we want to do damage as benediction, then we want to use... better to use Fiona then. We're better off using Fiona then. And her old matrices. Well, they're scuffed. This is probably a lot more useful. Especially because we get... Well, we get Torrential Force. And then you can have Aqua Shackles for Shred. And then as for trait... for trait, we're going to use Grey Fox, right? What's Grey Fox's trait? Oh, here it is. Upon using magic transmutation, full scale at full stacks, increase final damage of the Wanderer and nearby teammates. So 10% final damage buff. Alright, let's test benediction here. I'm gonna reset the stack counter here. We need to wait for the cooldown. But I'm pretty sure this is the way to go if we want to do damage as benediction. We use Lyn and Fiona. What matrices do we want to use on Grey Fox though? Because Lyn is wearing Grey Fox. Okay. I guess we would ideally put Foresight Coco then. To do stuff here. Wait, where's Coco? Right, because then it gives you more healing and then it buffs the attack for everyone, the base attack. You would probably run Foresight Coco. And then Brevi player can use Brevi. You could also use Foresight Brevi. Right, you could also use Foresight Brevi. Because then, if no one else has it. I think, we're just gonna use Foresight Coco. And this would basically be what you're providing. Alright, so as an offensive healer, you'd probably run this. That way you don't have to micromanage, having Brevi's skill activated. And the thing will be a lot smoother to rotate. Well, for global, right? Yeah, no. I think that's worse than if I was using Brevi. I think if you wanted to be offensive healer, Brevi's probably better. Like, Grey Fox damage is very, very, very low. It's very low. Like, if you want to do the thing, like, even with this effect here, it's still not enough. It's still not enough. Like, it's still not enough. Right? Grey Fox is like pure support. But, like, her damage is still kinda low. Like, we can go compare against Brevi. Right? But I think Brevi's going to do more damage. I just get that feeling that Brevi will do more damage. Right, wait. You know what? Actually, wait. There might be a way to make it work. I think you would just use Brevi on field. Okay, we're gonna try it with Brevi and Grey Fox after. I just want to test Brevi's damage. So we're gonna put on Cocoa Matrices again. We're just gonna use Cocoa Matrices on here. I think then for Grey Fox, we keep Grey Fox Matrices on. I think we can drop Fiona, it's just gonna be a bit more weird. It might be a bit more weird, I don't know. Right, Grey Fox goes back on there. I don't think we actually use Grey Fox for damage then. Like, I don't think we want to on-field Grey Fox at all. And we just stay on-field as Brevi. We just swap to her, do the discharge and skill. Right? And then we go back to Brevi. And let Brevi do Brevi things. That's what it feels like to me. Right. Or maybe not. Wait, why is my damage super low? Wait. I know Brevi is sometimes boring, but like, what the fuck? That is way too low for Brevi to be doing. Something's not right. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the trait though. Let me go and give back Brevi. Let me give her a Brevi trait. But something's not working properly. Wait, where is Brevi? Oh, there you are. We're gonna try it. Alright, we're gonna try it. I'm gonna pre-charge. I think Brevi is bugged on test. That is not the correct behavior. That is way too low. Yeah, there's something abnormal about this. That is way too low for Brevi. Cause that's less than what my Brevi does on live. There's something wrong here. Something doesn't feel right. Brevi's doing a lot less damage than she should be doing. You know, we'll just put the thing here. Yeah, I don't think Brevi is doing the correct amount of damage. Something just isn't working properly. Brevi seems to be bugged on test. Oh, this is less damage than the other thing. But it was better than when I was using Fiona. Okay. Brevi seems to not be working properly on test. Something is just not working properly. Really, you know, we'll put Grey Fox here now, and then we'll try the other thing. You know, I guess we could have been using 4-piece Sake as another Matrix set because they trigger Frost Resonance. We could have used 4-piece Sake. Because, like, it applies a debuff to buff damage. Like, that would have been also viable. As, like, a boosting option. No, you would rather just use Brevi on field. This is like too awkward to rotate properly. Yeah, no, you want to use Brevi on field. Brevi is not working properly still. So what we learned here basically then. Fiona definitely better than using Brevi there then. Like if you want to use the thing there, use that. If you use both, then Brevi on field. Brevi is inconsistent. Sometimes Brevi works really well, and then sometimes she doesn't. Brevi is just weird. She works until she doesn't. And meme is not on standard banner. Unfortunately, no meme on standard. Why do I have more mail? What the fuck? This is test server. Why am I getting all this? But like, yeah. Put Gray Fox back in there. So if you want to do damage as Benediction, then you definitely want to be using this. Right, this is definitely what you want to be using. You pretty much just want to use this setup then. If you wanted to do damage and still do some other stuff. And then another person has the Brevi stuff, whatever. But yeah, for some reason Brevi's not doing damage properly here. Like, Brevi's just not doing damage. I don't know why. There's just something wrong. Something's just not working right. Well, it is what it is. Would there be anything else that you could probably try? Cause like, if you use Lyra, you never swap to Lyra. But like, if Lyra's gonna be used, you never swap to her, you just leave her in the background. Because there's no need to swap to Lyra at all. The overhealing will turn into the guard stuff. So like, you can completely ignore the fact that Lyra is there for swapping to, which is fine. Right. But hey, at least healing's gonna be good. Healing will be good, but yeah. What the hell? You guys sent me a bunch of stuff, damn. Alright, what was I'm gonna check on? Alright, give me a minute, I'm just checking on something. Alright, I'm done checking the thing there. But yeah, it is just what it is. Like, what else would we want to run or try? Because unfortunately, like, just damage wise, she doesn't really do much. I guess her dot is big. Wait. Yeah, her dot is almost as big as Brevi's on field, I guess. It's 775 there. The A3 dot, and then you have the thing explode there. So I guess there's that. Her dot makes it so I guess that's why she's doing a bit more than Brevi, okay. It's just like you don't need to be on field for it. You don't need to be. But like you would still just have this if you wanted to do damage as Benediction. And then she also buffs crit rate, right? 12% crit rate. No, not 12. 20% crit rate, 12% crit damage. So like you're just gonna over crit like crazy. Crazy over crit amounts. Yeah, so it's like the point where like you can swap one of these for non-crit piece. Either your handguard or belt. Especially because she's gonna shred crit resistance. So that's like having free crit. You could lower your crit for a little bit more attack. A tiny bit more attack. That's basically what you're getting there. Alright, like that's kind of what you're getting. Is there anything else you guys want to see on test? The anti-crit. It's only for that thing though. Honestly, it's gonna be kind of annoying that in group content you're gonna over-crit. Like everyone's just gonna over-crit in group content because of because of Grey Fox. It's not like CN where CN content has crit resist. Right, we don't have crit resist on global. So it's like, you're just gonna over-crit. Right, we already had Meryl reducing crit resist as well. As Fortitude. Right, Fortitude Meryl already got rid of some crit resist. I believe. Yeah, 8% crit resist shred on Meryl and Fortitude. And then you have Gray Fox has crit resist shred too. Right, how much does she remove again? Wonder thing, 30 seconds. That gives final damage. 15%. Like, she's okay. It's just that you're not gonna, if you have older stuff, you won't see anything. She matches older stuff at A3. If you have a full A6 comp of older stuff, she barely ties at A3. So like, if you want a gain, if you're not playing healer, you basically want A6 for an improvement. Right? You basically want A6 if you want improvement for damage. If your goal is just doing damage, and you have the older stuff, you want A6. Right? For Benedict, like a lot of her utility is just there. And the thing is too, it's like, she's probably not even going to stay. Right? I mean, you do get one thing. We do get this. So like, hey. Like, you get that. Let's go to Meroria. I just want to check something. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you have the Battle Pass relic, I'm pretty sure Claudia's faster. Claudia is still going to be faster, right? Like, she's not going to win against Claudia. Oh boy, lag loading in. You gotta love when it like lags and does that. I mean, here's the thing, you can see the speed here. Right, so like how long does this last? Can we even make it to the other side of the map? Can we even make it to the other side? If I open the map, she just dismounts. Okay, let's try again. Because with Claudia, I can make it to the other side. Harry Potter while riding the broom. And like, this is about the same speed as like a mount. Oh, she's faster than Alice. Don't worry, she's faster than Alice. This is definitely faster than Alice. Alice won't make it. This is similar to Nola Bike, but consumes more stamina. It's similar to Nola Bike, but easier to control. Right? It's similar speed, but Nola Bike just has an extra weird motion blur effect. Right. Yeah, it's about the same speed. You just don't get the motion blur effect from Nola Bike. Like, as you can see, it's about the same. It might be a tiny bit slower. But either way, it's faster than Alice. Alice is not faster than Mount Speed. And she consumes stamina faster than Nola does. The stamina consumption is higher. Kinda, yeah, she does not get that boost though, yeah. You kinda do, but like, it's not really that big. Yeah, you're not gonna make it far. We can barely make it to... I don't think we can even make it there. Yeah, no. You can't even make it. You can't even make it to that. Right, so like... Yeah, you can't even make it there. Obviously, Claudia is way better. Because with Claudia, you can. Right, with Claudia... Like, you're going to need to use stuff to, like, give you more, endurance if you want to fly with Grey Fox. But Grey Fox is still easy if you don't want to lose altitude. That said, if you want to go for max distance... Obviously, Macro Abuse is way better. Alright, I'll see you around. Right, so max distance. I'm trying to do... Oh wait, the glitch is not activating. But obviously with the screw up, I can easily make it across. Or Lynn, I guess. Keep in mind, you do get stamina back when you use the relic too. I guess I didn't like turn around fast enough. Because if you turn around fast enough, you can just launch yourself even further. Backwards. You can do like the backwards launch. Oh look, we found the old man! Go, sell me your red ball. Old man, we found the old man. Right, he uses the same model as this dude. That artificial island old man. It's the same NPC model, he's right here. He's just standing right here. Give me your red balls, I need all your red balls. Just not on my real account, not the test server. Damn it, I almost had it. Oh, he's here too. Right, he's just chilling there. But yeah, if you can't chain it, you'll eventually lose the speed. Eventually. And here you go, here's the next battle pass item. It's a mount. Next battle pass is this. This is your next battle pass, guys. We're getting this thing. The Catmobile. Right, Catmobile next battle pass. Any new settings? Nope. Today's join up is not the same. This is test server. This is Hyena's arena. We can't do that there. It's Hyena's arena. This is test server. Yeah, it's awkward to do it properly. Oh, you mean that? Oh yeah, you can use it. It's like Nola. Of course you can use it inside. It's like Nola. It shouldn't be an issue. See? Only thing is you can't like stop completely. But yes, it works inside of join op. Right? I mean, what were you expecting? Nola works in here. Right, this works. Obviously, the execute does not work in join up because you're treated as if you're in a party, even if you're by yourself. And stuff in here. This is also an instance, not the overworld. Wait, you just dodge hold and then you get into here. You know, there's something I am curious on. No, he does not go high enough. Well, if you can go over it like that, you can get over it. So we can still go out of bounds with this, obviously. Obviously, we can still go out of bounds and mess around here. Right, but like, that much is obvious because... You know. Right? Like, you can still do that in here. Ice Love Bomb. But like, yeah, that's just Grey Fox for you. I mean, it's an old trick, right? Getting out of bounds there. There are other ways to get out of bounds. Right, there are other ways to get around in here. But like, yeah, it's a thing you can do. Grey Fox flying is cool, but it's obviously not the best way to fly. You still can't power creep Claudia. Claudia jetpack macro is still the queen of movement. She's still it's still the queen. Alright, if you really want to go far and really quickly, Claudia is still the winner. Alright, Claudia jetpack macro just wins. Especially because you can combo it this way. With the Spider-Man relic. Oh, that's Grey Fox for you. And then I only have like 11k Dark Crystals and 100 pulls. So I don't know. We'll probably just grab Grey Fox for collection, but I probably won't use her. Dorm stuff though. Did they give us dorm tickets? Oh, we have dorm tickets. Let's go look at Grey Fox dorm. Right, we should be able to... okay, that was weird. I wonder who the two not available are. Because, like, we just see two not availables there. Let's go take a look at Grey Fox dorm. Alright. What you looking at, Grey Fox?
Want a game together? It's easy to learn, I promise.
And it's not translated. Nice, it's not translated. Not available, not available, not available. Not available, not available, not available. Wait, only some of it is available. Interaction not available. So that stuff is just not available. And then how do we get it if they're not available? Right, how do I get it if they're not available? Oh wait, no. Simulacra. How about Roslyn? Did they fix anything for Roslyn Dorm? Oh, we can finally buy this! Finally! We can get the... She can play with her pussy. Okay, finally that's available. Yeah, we gotta see the pool table. See, look, she's playing with the pussy. Cat. Right, finally she can play with it. Rosalind can now play with her pussy, cat. Oh, there we go. She can now play with the cat. And then we have these. This is one of her interactive scenes. It's interactive, but where's the interactive part? She'll look at wherever your cursor is. This is so boring. You can take off her look how boring it is. It's not even like... how about the other one? Okay. That's it? That's like so bored, man. It's like so bored. There's like nothing there. The interactive's not that stuff. The furniture you can get is cool and all, but it's not even all of it available. You can't even get her the fridge. There's supposed to be a thing for the fridge here, but you can't even get her the fridge. I see you sent me a picture of a cat. Okay. But like, yeah. Right, like... Not even, there's like... Wait, we have to check first if, is Noah still missing her freaking pool table? Is Noah still missing the pool table? Up and be forever. There's supposed to be a pool table. Where's my fucking pool table? Is the pool table still like not working? Let's check. Is the pool table still EOS? It's still EOS, guys. It's still EOS. It's still EOS. Still no pool table. Alright, we still can't play with the pool table. The dorm is forever, like, just stuck in Papega limbo, man. Meanwhile, there's what? Is that an RC car in, Grey Fox dorm? You can play RC car? In the Claudia patch or something? There's the RC car in, Grey Fox dorm. Right? Like, where was it? There is like a clip in here.
Oh wait. Oh, what is this? Race?
You can pick a car you have.
What the fuck is? What did they cook?
You can pick
choose your car.
You can choose a
Then
car.
Start controlling.
RC car in Grey Fox dorm.
What the fuck did the devs cook?
They cook RC car.
We see ourselves playing them.
$0.10 feels like 1 cent. Yep. Yep. They do. $0.10 do feel like 1 cent. Anything new here? Oh, cool! We got leaks, guys. Here, look, we got new altered leak.
Okay, data mine, altered leaks, I guess. Let's take a look. We got leakers from the Afro Discord. Okay, so this is the, I guess, a special passive for the character called Black Star Altered Anniversary character. Fizz Flame Fusion, Flame Fizz Fusion, Frost Vault Fusion, Vault Frost Fusion, Flame Frost Fizz Vault Altered Resonance. What? She has literally all the passives. And then she has a elemental sync or something. So based off of the other weapon combinations, he will automatically transform into a specific other element type. Alright, she'll change her element based off of the other two weapons. When the two other weapons combined and they have the same main element, she will change to the same element basically. Okay, you can only be mono element. So if you have two Fizz Flame weapons, then she'll also be Fizz Flame apparently. Otherwise, she will be altered. So based off of your other two weapons, if they are the same element, she will be the same element as well. Otherwise, she'll just be altered. And then there's other passive. When you have 3 altered weapons, Hitting a target will reduce their final damage by 15% for 5 seconds. Okay. Stars, 1 star. Attack increase when on hit will slow. Skill damage increase, discharge damage increase. 3 star. 30% resistance shred on the target. When you first go into combat and you switch over to Liakong, which is Void Piercer, you don't need energy to cast a discharge. So you can discharge into her without using charge, basically.
Okay, so you can discharge without charge. Interesting.
The first time when you go into combat. 5 stars. So lost HP gets converted to shield, and your shield will be additive to other shields. Cannot be above 100% of your max HP. If you go above, then it turns into healing. If you over shield yourself, then it turns into healing. If you go past 100% shield. That's weird. 6 star final damage increased by 35. All elemental damage increased by 15. These are all weapon passive. Your attacks will ignore 20% of the shield. Works in the background. Matrices. All elemental damage increase up to 50. Works in the background. 4 set. All elemental damage increased by 32. When you're equipping Black Star, final damage additionally increased by 32. Works in the background. That's some like really basic kit. We need to see her actual kit to judge, but it's like your typical altar, right? Able to be used in all the elemental teams. Has some damage buffs.
That's just passives. Alright, here we go. We got Claudia Stormlight kit translation, and we can look at the animations.
What the fuck? Alright, boys. Alright, let me pause
Claudia
this.
kit translation, okay.
Let's listen to this one. It's probably the cutscene, right? The audio is so low.
That's the cutscene.
I mean, test server luck. It should be good, right? My pity state was... What was my pity state? Lose, win. Okay, it's 50-50 then, alright? Let's go. Here we go, first then. Good luck. Please give me bad luck, okay? We'll balance it out with a good test server. Please. Thank you. Her weapon is a sword and a revolver. 20 pulls, nothing.
Wait, why do we have his pulls here?
Shiro! We got our first physical weapon.
They got a physical weapon.
Wait, was it lose, win? Wait, that was pity. Fuck. Okay, we got one. Alright, let's look at her.
So it's in her normal attack chain then to shoot. Okay, you hold it, you can go shoot. Makes sense. Hold click is
pretty good.
To shoot.
Matrices. 2-piece. Physical attack increase up to 50%. Assist attack damage increase to 16,000%. Works in the background. That's it. So I guess this is just a flat 50% phys attack. This is her special passive effect, I guess. And the multiplier increases to 16k. I will see what the base is later. Wait, actually, let's go check what the base is. Is it this one? 13k? Okay, this might be it. I mean, her kit doesn't say anything else. I don't think there's anything else in her kit, bro.
Okay.
It goes from 13k to 16k, so it's only plus 3k. The matrices is a 3k increase, multiplier increase. Aid attack, support attack, assist attack, whatever. It's one of her passives, I guess. Okay, 4 set is up to 45% elemental damage increase. And then when you equip Crimson Wind, which is her weapon, you get another 35% final damage increase.
Yeah, regular stuff.
So total is 80 plus 50 is 130 if you add all the numbers together. 130 plus a 3k multiplier increase. Very simple matrices. Let's read her kit.
I don't know
starting off with basic attacks.
Was.
There's your normal 5-hit ground combo. 1265, 1343 at the end. The big multipliers here. Compared to Anka, let's see. Right, it's higher base multipliers than Anka.
Higher multiplier.
And then let's see the.
So she knew on field then.
Attack speed.
So Claudia next on field for Fizz.
This is slower.
Yeah. And then it's slower, yeah.
Right? It takes longer than Anka. So it makes sense that the multipliers are higher. So I don't think there's any power creep here. We gotta test which one's better later.
Okay, probably the
Aerial,
same.
same exact numbers. Yeah, okay. And then this is the attack hold in between. You do a 1238 multiplier. That's actually not bad. After the first till the fourth hit. Wait a second. How long is this? You could maybe spam this to keep spamming the 12k multiplier. This might be a thing because now you're spamming the 1200 multiplier. Right, because it combos off of your first hit. So you're gonna do first hit 300 into this. Well, we'll test on the characters later. And then this is the hold attack aiming thing. It's 300 multiplier. It's fucking useless. And then this one is the plunge attack. Multiplier 700 something. So it's bad. It's just their movement skill. Okay, that's that. Dash attack. Directional dash does 891% attack. Wait. That is something new in the dash attacks. It's an almost 900% multiplier. But when you're mid dash attack, your mid animations, you get a small duration of invincibility or iframe. So there's additional iframes in her directional dash.
Okay. Directional dash.
And it doesn't say that it doesn't work in PvP, but you know, it's test server, so they might be missing text. So there's a chance that this is PvP viable, where you get like extra iframes in the dodge attack.
I doubt it.
And then back
PvP
dodge is just
like no
583.
iframe.
Does nothing. And then the last one is the back dodge hold, which is 1166. That's bad too. It just looks cool. So back dodge is the 2-shot. Back dodge hold. It's also kind of slow. It's faster than attack hold. But yeah, you have 3 dodges. This might be a thing. That's really fast, actually. Oh yeah, you can combine that back dodge with the Emyo. Hopefully it works. We'll see. Skill is 4,301% multiplier damage to nearby targets. 21-second cooldown. Can't be reset, can't be reduced. So after casting the skill, you get a 30-second, 25% physical damage increase. Yeah, she's off-field. She's definitely off-field support with on-field capabilities, right? You just get a 25% physical attack increase, and you will trigger another attack 6 seconds later, and then 12 seconds later. 13,000 multiplier to your selected target, AoE. So this 13,000 triggers twice. So 6 seconds after you press the skill, and then 12 seconds after you press the skill. And then discharge is most likely jump cancel. Nope. Yep, absolutely nothing.
Jump cancel again, nice.
Only 4,465 multiplier. 2.6 second iframe.
Another jump cancel.
The discharge is a jump cancel. We saw this coming a mile away. That's that. Let's look at the stars. Fizz, flame, fusion, resonance, the same. Okay, she has swift cut. Yeah, this is a discharge domain 9 passive. It's the usual. And then she has a special passive right here in the last line. When her weapon is on the main hand, right? When she's the main DPS, when you take fatal damage, you will trigger this special thing, or like a special dodge thing. And then during this period, you will be immune to damage, and you can trigger this in a 20-second interval. During it, you're immune to damage. So basically, it's like it doesn't heal you. It's a 20-second cheat death, I guess, which is a short duration of immunity to damage. Okay, that's just built in her base kit. When you're using her weapon and you take fatal damage, you won't die and you'll survive for a little bit. Okay, 1 star. 1 star effect is the skill passive, which does 1 instance of damage at 6 seconds and then another at 12 seconds. Is now changed to 5, 10, and 15-second triggers. So now you trigger it 3 times. So that 13k, you trigger it 3 times now instead of the usual 2 times every skill rotation. So basically what the 1 star does, you do 13k more multipliers per rotation. That's it. It's nothing big. Sorry, obviously. 2 star is just attack buff, 16% base. 3 star. Okay, your passive hit from the skill, that 13k multiplier, will now add a 4-second suppression effect, which will reduce the target's movement speed by 20%, or action speed, not just movement speed, just like slow the target for 20%. And then it will also deal a 1600% multiplier every second. So what this means is 1600 times 4, right? It's a 4-second dot. 6,400. Wait, no, that's bigger. That's not small, because like it's every hit. You hit every 5 times. I mean every 5 seconds, right after the 1-star. That means it's this damage is 4-second dot, so it's times 3. So it's another 19,200% multiplier basically.
Okay, so you get more dot.
Is the skill passive will heal yourself for 25% of your HP. So basically, whenever that passive triggers, you heal 25 HP. But if your health is below 50, then you instead heal for 50% of your HP. There's no shield, it just heals you. So like that hit triggers 3 times, which means every 5 seconds, you will heal 25 of your HP at least.
That's
okay,
good
and then
healing.
6-star, the physical damage buff is increased to 65%.
No shred,
from
no shred.
25. Plus 40 basically. She's a plus 40%. So
Of course
there
they're
is
so
no
bugged.
physical resistance shred on Claudia.
No shred.
That's the kit. Very simple, very brain dead. You're still probably using Anka main DPS for the most part, if it looks like, because Anka has additional damage if you're main DPSing with her. She's just support, cast skill, swap to Anka. Alright, let's take a look at the trait. The trait is ridiculous. What the fuck is this? Final damage increased by 18. That's your standard. And then when you equip her weapon, it doesn't have to be the main DPS. When the weapon is equipped, 58% physical damage.
To be fair,
So yeah,
Anka's
you use her
passive
trait.
was dumb. Makes sense.
There we go.
To be fair, Anka's passive was
gotta-
equally insane.
The color, the green looks glow in the dark and neon looking. It's, oh god, it's kind of. Let's see what the weapon looks like. Oh, that is the weapon.
Oh, that's the weapon. Okay.
Right. Let's test on gig this.
你无路可逃了。
You should using you on Alice spam or... Okay. You pay attention to shields? I don't remember the last time I really paid attention to shields, man.
正义和追查到底。
So I don't run a lot of the old stuff anymore. I haven't run those things in forever. So it triggers like a bunch of extra side effects in the background. Okay. And then you use... Yeah, they obviously want you to use Nola. Okay, do we have the animation? Look. Do we have the ability to look at the animations here? Here we go. Oh, I don't do that PvP stuff. Fair enough.
那边有异。原来是猫。燃烧的正义。
Alright, here we
有什
go.
么事吗？
We can look at her animations. Body animations.
任务的具体内容是什么？那边有异。原来是猫。划分好休息和工作时间，才能更高效的执行任务。
Here's base skin.
"即便是休息时间，也要保持警惕。
Yeah, fair enough. You just use the Anna with Oscar. Anna, Oscar, yeah, meow, and then you just go destroy things. That combo's still like insane in PvP. For the Anna Lan Asuka. That type of thing is just great. Even if you have like Ganado in there too as an option as well. It does shred it apart. And that's the plunge dive? Okay, she has that as her plunge dive. And her dodge attack is just her shooting like that. Shield meta? Wait, I didn't realize shield meta was a thing because of Rosalind in PvP. Then again, she does have a big shield at the start there, yeah.
前路一名。即便是休息时间，也要保持警惕。任务的具体内容是什么？有什么事吗？
Yeah.
任务的具体内容是什么？那边有异，原来是猫。即便是休息时间，也要保持警惕。
Yeah, the 3-star skin goes to black instead. Of course.
划分好休息和工作时间，才能更高效的执行任务。划分好休息和工作时间，才能更高效的执行任务。
You tagged me, okay. Is dodge mechanics. I mean, that might be here, right? Discharge or mark animation. Unique kits there. I think that's just a shooting thingy. After dodging. Bro, this is normal. This isn't anything crazy. She has a dodge hold. Right, dodge hold is where she does the shooting thing. Right, then there's just a regular dodge attack. And then there's a directional dodge attack. No, this is like what you expect. Yeah. Okay, that's a plunge. And there's our dodge. Nothing crazy. Then dig into the hold there. Right? And it's directional dodge. Yeah, like we can see all three different dodge ones. And then main skill. That's a bit of a long animation though. Right, that is a bit of a long animation.
刀影无踪。 燃烧的正义。
It has a weird hitting pattern there.
天路鸣。 刀影无踪。
Claudia's clone every 6 seconds. Wait. Oh, the clone will come and do the thing. So she has a clone that will do that every once in a while. That's kind of cool. So that's what her skill does. Yeah.
燃烧的正义。
The Emerald's a bit skunked. Like that.
红莲之怒。 风暴降临。风暴降临。
And then we got mark animations. Yeah, it looks smaller in his hand. It definitely does. you gotta clone the supply pod. Pog! Pog, you gotta clone the supply pod. He can get his 10 gold nucleus after 2 weeks. Right? He got his clone supply pod. Pog! And that's it for there. Okay. That's the Claudia kit. And I was sent this video. I guess we might as well look at it. It's right here. I was sent this video to react to. I was sent a bunch of stuff as well. Yeah, just random clothes out of nowhere, man. Right, that's just how it be, man. Alright, how much stuff do we have for reacts? How much videos we got? I was sent a bunch. Stuff to react to. So we're starting from around here. Wait. We got this. Oh yeah, Withering Waves is there. We got this. Right, because we already saw that trailer. We have this. We already watched this one earlier. We have this. We have this. Model scams. We got that. We got Saint Tone Test here. They ruined grinding. No, they did not. It is not the best grind. It's one of the worst. Fuck no. Apparently Sonic is homeless. Game Award nominees trigger PS5 fanboys. Elon Musk is suing Twitch. This thing, they're not Game of the Year, they're just in the thing there. But obviously it's fucking Saint Tontas. Like, what do you expect, man? The nominations are terrible, yeah. Elon Musk suing Twitch. And then there's that one. And then Warcraft 3 is still shit. The reforged one. Alright. So I guess we can click on this one. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna quickly check on something. Okay. Let's go click on it and check it then. Alright, we'll start
This
with
video
this
was
one.
shared around talking about diversity and those grift tubers. I don't really know about those
Diversity and
grift tubers. I'm
grifters?
sure they have their
Okay.
opinions, and I have mine.
Unless your game has only white dudes.
I see no problem with that.
Yeah,
Life is
I
Strange
know.
1 casts are mostly white, and yet they are infinitely more colorful in personality and character than the diverse cast of Double Exposure. They're bland and forgettable.
Rip.
It's the writing that matters, not their identity.
If you
Yeah.
have a woman, she better be f***ing hot.
Not necessarily. Max doesn't have to look hot. Clementine doesn't have to look hot. Plenty of women don't have to look hot, but it is a nice bonus that they are.
Yeah.
Especially if they're a potential love interest. They have to be hot.
Back in the day, game development studios
Okay.
were primarily white dudes, and they didn't really think about diversity.
Because games in a
I mean, it depends, right? If you got, if you look at what the game development studios at the early days for Sony, they were primarily Japanese people. Same with Nintendo, right? Because they're Japanese companies, right? With Sega, it was more mixed because of the weird situation on how Sega was formed. Because Sega was just the result of a merger between an American and a Japanese company. Right, like that's a fun little fact there. And both companies, before they merged, they both specialized in the gambling industry. Let's just say that.
the past never care about diversity, right? Games in the past never had diverse characters, right? I also love the implication that white dudes can't think of diversity, as if it's only a concept that non-white people understand.
More and more people from different walks of life want to get into game development.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that if those people have actual talents in developing video games.
They're making the characters the people that they know.
I love how this implies that the majority cannot write minorities when they absolutely can, because people have this thing called empathy. It's a universal human trait.
It's nothing that's supposed to offend anybody.
I am less offended by minorities and more offended by trash writing. Obviously, having minorities in game development will lead to more minorities in video games, but that doesn't always translate to good video games.
Exactly.
That was the woke side of the terminally political coin. Let's flip the coin to see the anti-woke side of the terminally political coin. I'm not a fan of the Game Awards, but it's always a yearly tradition for me to talk about it and watch it live. Even so, this take is a bit much. This person tends to avoid games that win the Game Awards because it's usually a warning sign that they are woke trash. Wait, what? This guy's metric of woke is uglification of female characters for no reason. It's odd that you use Mary Jane from Spider-Man 2 because while Spider-Man 2 was nominated, it did not win Game of the Year. You know what? Let's check out the winners. There are only 2 games I would consider woke: Dragon Age Inquisition and The Last of Us Part 2. Both games are made by progressive developers and feature progressive characters. Also, by that guy's standard, both have female characters that don't look that appealing. Except Liliana, she's always hot. There are 3 games that I would put in the sort of woke. Overwatch's developers, Activision Blizzard, is woke, but their female characters set a whole new genre of animated 3D porn. God of War 4 Dad of Boy is not really that woke until the second game where they race swap Angerboda for diversity reasons, I guess. And finally, Baldur's Gate 3, because there are plenty of depictions of LGBT characters, and you can also be one, but the female characters are attractive. I wouldn't have romance Shadowheart otherwise. The rest of them are not woke trash at all. The Witcher 3, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Sekiro, It Takes Two, Elden Ring. You'd have to be terminally political or stretch your arguments to consider all these games woke trash. So no, while the Game Awards pick questionable choices for their Game of the Year, most of them are not woke trash. That said, the Game Awards Game of the Year is not a good metric to judge whether a game is actually good or not, so just play the games yourself. Here's a hoopla about gaming and politics intertwined to an annoying degree. The Anti-Defamation League, or the ADL, recently accused Steam of normalizing hate and extremism. Millions of user profiles are rife with all sorts of hateful imagery, with millions of users having extremist symbols and hateful stuff. Even mods couldn't escape the outrage from the ADL. Personally, I think most of those users are just really edgy teenagers. I don't think they believe the ideology. I think they just want to troll people, piss them off, and have fun with it. But the ADL published this whole report as if these fetuses actually meant it. That, or they might actually mean it and spread all the hate. I don't know what Steam will do from this report, nor do I know what ADL will do if Steam does nothing. Are they gonna sue them? Most of the images are of Pepe the Frog, which is classified as an extremist symbol, next to the swastika. That's just dumb. There's also the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee that made a letter referencing the ADL report and addressed the Gabe Newell. I love how he said that Steam is financially successful. It's like saying, nice business you got there, shame if it got sued. Also, I don't know why it's Steam's fault that the users are being edgy. Yes, they moderate the platform, but users being edgy happens in all social media, and banning them feels like reinforcing what they believe. You know what is Steam's fault? Banning Tokyo Clan Pull. Is it because the anime girls look too young? They're fictional characters, Steam, like those freaking Futanari games. Steam definitely has its flaws, like their treatment towards Japanese games, but they are particularly good in making hardware. Man, I really want to get myself one of those Steam Decks, or at least its clones. Seriously, what do you call those? Switch PCs? Portable PCs? Portable gaming PCs? I mean, laptops are technically portable PCs and they can be used for gaming, but PC implies that it has to do more than just gaming. Also, portable PC can mean a mini PC like NUC, slim office PCs, or mini ITX build PC, which I'm also kind of interested in doing. I guess we'll just stick to Steam Deck clones. Who is this for? Anyone that wants to have a portable gaming PC? It's for fake gamers and Switch port beggars. I don't know what you mean as fake gamers. I guess it's because Steam Deck and their clones are technically PCs, and PC is a platform for working, not gaming. I also don't know what you mean by Switch port beggars. Are they begging Switch games to be on PC, or are they begging PC games to be on the Switch? Either way, I don't really mind. I love how they move closer to just knocking off the Switch right down to the color. I see nothing wrong with that. It sounds like you're salty that this product exists. PC gamers are just losers, and this thing has no exclusives. No exclusives?
No
Steam has
exclusives,
plenty
damn.
of games that are not on the
Micro
consoles,
tablet,
or
I
at
don't
least
know.
the current gen ones. What are you on about?
Yeah.
Steam Brick is a platform that's almost as pointless as Xbox. It's a portable gaming PC. It's not pointless to those that genuinely need them. The Xbox is pointless because most of their games are coming to PC, and these are
They already
portable
are.
gaming PCs.
Yep.
Do the math. We have plenty more console peasant stupidity, mostly PlayStation fanboys that try to justify their PS5 Pro purchase. Armored Core 6 apparently runs better on the PS5 Pro compared to the Xbox Series X, which is nice, but it's still not worth the $700, $800 price tag for the PS5 Pro. Seriously, as long as it's above 30 FPS.
You know, here's the funny part, man. How is it, like, only at 30, like, running at that? When I played this on my Steam Deck, well, yeah, I was playing it at 720p. I was able to hit 60. Because the Steam Deck screen is like 800p. Which is just a little bit extra vertical pixels. Right? Like, it's just a 16:10 version of 720p. But anyways. How the fuck were they, like, struggling there when I could, like, play it at 60 on my Steam Deck? When that came out.
Most people
It's
will
so
be fine
weird.
with it. And if you're not fine with it, you might as well get a
Like, I can play it on my Steam Deck, which should not be running it better. Well, yeah, I was running at a lower resolution, but I was able to hit 60.
PC. This is why all the Xbox fanboys who try to cause FUD and buyer's remorse to us in the past 2 days look freaking stupid to me. It's not just the Xbox fanboys that are skeptical of PS5 Pro. Most people are. Also, one game working really well compared to other games and other consoles is still not worth the PS5 Pro money for the average players. The PS5 Pro should have had improvements across the board, but it's barely noticeable in my end, and it's still not worth the asking price. Oh wait, they have Aerith on the PS5 Pro and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm totally sold now. But I was told by PC fanboys you won't get better frames with the Pro. Yeah, well, that depends on what your initial console is and which games you're playing. If you're playing a PS4 game on a PS5 Pro, like Elden Ring, you'll definitely see an improvement in performance. But the same cannot be said to the capped 30 FPS Bloodborne. You won't see much, aside from visuals, I guess. Speaking of Sony, this next hoopla is annoying at first, but outrage-inducing later on. The latest PlayStation title that I played on PC was Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. It was a pretty fun game, but the thing about PlayStation titles on PC is that they don't have any DRMs, meaning I can grab them from the 7 Seas, and I don't have to sign up to PlayStation to enjoy my game. Or at least for now. Shame for those that actually buy PlayStation games on PC because they have to deal with signing up to PSN, and there are no signs of it changing. According to the Sony CFO Hiroki Totoki, PSN integration is necessary in order to ensure everyone can safely enjoy their games. Safely enjoy their games? There's this insane story of a Guinness World Record PlayStation trophy hunter who had his PlayStation account stolen and sold online by a PlayStation employee, which resulted in a ban of his account. That's the level of security that Sony will guarantee you guys with the PSN account. But hey, a PSN account is free at least, right? You know what else is free? Sailing the seas, finding the pirated digital copies of these PlayStation games, own them forever, and play them as much as you like without Sony asking for some stupid PSN account that is about as secure as their employees' utter greed. Alright, enough about PlayStation screwing up. Let's talk about 18+ content. Something that PlayStation loves to screw up, especially if it involves anime characters or Japanese games. This person has a serious question. Can we watch real 18+ content as opposed to Dead or Alive Extreme, fake 18+ content? Okay, Dead or Alive Extreme is not exactly 18+, but you can mod it to be that way, and it's not something safe for the whole family either. But to answer your question, it's because fictional characters are just way better than real people. I know.
Yeah, Sony said they won't be selling PS5 Pro in India since they don't have the latest connectivity feature. Yeah, that's because they do not have PSN in India. That's why. Of course they won't. They don't have PSN there. You can't connect to their stupid online server there. They're not selling it in a lot of places. They just straight up are not. If PSN is not supported in your region, they're just not going to do it. You can't get it, but that's why. You can actually check which regions don't have PSN very easily. You can go to SteamDB. It's actually really funny. Let's look up any PlayStation game. Let's say we want to look up, let's say God of War. God of War Ragnarok. Okay, you can see the pricing and where it is. It's banned in over 100 countries. Packages. We can go click on this. Where do I check to see where it's not allowed? You can check it around here. It's like these are the only countries you can get it in, and the only ones I'll take. US dollar is obviously there, but like it is definitely banned in Russia. Definitely not for sale in the Philippines. Definitely not in Vietnam. Definitely not in Kazakhstan. Not in South Asia. US dollar. We can't pay in US dollar South Asia. Not in the what's CIS? Which what island is that one? Can't pay US dollar there. These are the only currencies they'll accept. Where are the country list? How do I check that? I need I don't remember how you check it. Here we go. This package can only be activated here. Oh, this is the cheaper price one, only available in these countries. And then there's a different one. This is that can only be activated there. And the main package is this one, or not. Oh wait, these are CD keys. Never mind. Here you go. You cannot. Here's the list of countries you cannot buy the game in. Here's the list. This is the entire list you cannot get PSN in. That would be supported by Steam. Look at this list. Look at all the countries here. 172 countries. Yes, India has internet. Yes, they do. These are the 172 countries that cannot get PSN. There's a lot of countries in here that just simply cannot. Right? There's a lot of places you cannot buy the game in. You're just not allowed. They won't let you. India is not on here though. I don't know. I don't know why they're not selling it in India. India's not on here actually. But look at all these. There's so many places where you just cannot. You just cannot. They're like, no, you cannot buy it here. Oh, look at that. You can't get it in, you can't, like, there are some, like, vacation places as well, like some vacation islands as well. You cannot buy it there. There's some regions in South America you cannot buy it. There's a place in the Caribbean you cannot buy it. There's a lot of places. Right. There's so many places you just cannot buy the game. You can't buy it in, like, even in some European countries, right? You can't buy it in some European countries. You can't buy it in some of the France's territories. You cannot buy them there. You can't buy it in a lot of places. It would have to, I don't think it, I think they're just making an excuse then. It's obviously an excuse. The 6G ban doesn't matter. Neither does Wi-Fi. That's just a weird excuse. It makes no sense. They just don't want to sell it in India, that's all. They don't want to sell it to people in India, that's all. That's the reality. They just don't want to sell it to people in India. But yeah, there's like so many places, like, it's just, nope. But like, that's just how it is.
No, that's subjective, but that is the reason why people chose fantasy rather than reality. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. You meant watch porn rather than playing the ecchi fan service game. What's wrong with ecchi fan service? You see stuff like this and the First Descendant. Do you think any of it is done tastefully? Yes. Why do you think it's not? Do you think it's to accentuate parts or narratives of the game, or to assist in anything else? Neither Dead or Alive Extreme nor The First Descendant have a focus on their plot, unless you have a different definition of plot. Even then, you don't really need any reason to justify fan service. It can be there for the sake of it. If you're annoyed by it, leave and play something else. A good analogy would be if somebody made every character fat. Nothing wrong with this idea either. Let people enjoy fat characters however they like. I hope you find something better to do than video games if it's not an expressive art form for you. Not really. It's just games, bro. It's not that complicated. Characters have irregularities that assist fiction. Nuance drives art. That's your subjective philosophical point of view. Not every art needs to be high art or have a purpose. 2024 bro is trying to say jiggle physics is for anything but fan service and porn baiting incels. I see nothing wrong with being any of them. Okay, being an incel is debatable, but fan service is fine. I don't see what's wrong with it. Moving on from fan service, we're going to talk about hobbies and how they will ruin your love life and marriage. This was depressing. The OP screamed at her husband about his hobbies, and now he has changed. She doesn't know how to fix it. For context, the husband has plenty of nerd stuff like sim racing, aviation setups, soccer analysis tools, Lego sets, music production, all that good stuff. At one point, the wife then snapped at him and said that his interests bore her. He needed to get a social life and even questioned why she married him. Wow, you are an awful human being. You deserve to have your husband change like that. That's entirely on you. She apologized multiple times, but he said that she might be right. She's terrified that he's considering divorce. Lady, that's the logical conclusion when you ask why you married him in the first place. You made it sound like you totally regret your life decision. Can this marriage be salvaged? Honestly, I don't know. The things you said to the poor guy would need a lot of time to heal, and even then, it's not guaranteed. So for now, you're just gonna have to reap the consequences and live by the words that you said, even if you didn't mean it. Also, your Till Dear version of this whole event, saying that you criticize his hobbies, no, you belittled his hobbies. You destroyed the things that he's most passionate about. It's on you. I know you regretted it, but it's only a matter of time. And finally, here's an unrelated but otherwise still really funny post. I love this post so much. 250 words essay due by midnight, and I have no idea what to write. Bro, if your writing skills are this bad, you are in huge trouble moving forward in the academic landscape. Writing is gonna be a huge part of it, and you're not gonna make it. I want to put you guys in perspective of how big the 250-word essay here. My YouTube shorts are usually around 200 words because 200 words usually mean 1 minute to how I pace my videos. For the record, I post 3 YouTube video shorts every day, and now YouTube shorts can go over 1 minute to the maximum of 3 minutes, while actually being classified as a short. In other words, I can go beyond 200 words for one short, and I make this content every week and schedule to post them every day. This guy right here just sucks at writing. If you can't even write the right word, be prepared to get an F on your report card. Here's a last resort. Even though I do not recommend doing this under any other circumstances, if you're on a tight deadline, you can just use AI and let them write for you. I mean, you're gonna be dumber as a result and learn nothing from it. You basically cheated that assignment, but at least it's finished. Seriously, if you're gonna use AI, use the AI to help, not to write the whole thing for you. But if you're at a pinch and you're on a tight deadline, manage your time better next time so you don't have to resort to these robots doing the work for you. As my brother's friend said, you paid for this education, you paid to be educated, so get educated. And that's all for the video today. Thank you all so much for watching. If you made it to the end, here's a cat. And also huge thanks to all.
Okay then, that one at the end of the freaking the 250 words only? Like, only 250 words? That's like nothing. That is like actually just nothing. The fuck? How do they have problems with 250 words? Right. Like how the hell do they have problems? I have no limit temptation. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's get back onto the other things here. Other reacts. What's this one? Elon Musk sues X. Oh, what's this article? Okay. Has added Twitch to its ongoing lawsuits against the Global Alliance responsible media for allegedly withholding ads on the platform. Okay. Back in August 2024, he filed a lawsuit against members of the Global Alliance of Responsible Media. It claims that they worked together to boycott the platform. The company within the alliance illegally banded together to withhold billions of dollars in advertising revenue from the platform formerly known as Twitter. Okay. So they withheld the stuff because of that. It has illegally withheld ads. They have not purchased ads on the platform in the US. They only spent a small amount in other countries since November 2022. Neither company has issued a public statement. Okay. So there's that whole situation there. And there's more like banning of words there. I mean, it's like, it's kind of weird. So basically, for me, unless I pull A6, I basically won't have any upgrade over what I can use now. Right? Because she doesn't have any shred, right? So the amount of damage, like, her on-field damage is crap, right? Like, we know that. Like, she is just a swap cancel, tap her skill, swap to the next thing type of unit. That's gonna be how you play her. Right? She gets her dot at A3, and then A6 she has like that mini explosion collapse-like effect when her skill ends. Her damage buff is kinda small. It's like, its starting buff is what, 12%? And then if you get her A6 it becomes 30%. But like in terms of like the cactus stuff, if you use the old comp, like you're gonna get about the same damage with her at A3 as if you had the old one at all A6, right? Or if you swapped her for S4 Lin, right? You're gonna get about the same damage at A3. Though the Lin version would be better for Bygone anyways, so there's that. So it's like A6 if you want to do a bit more damage there. It's still going to be weaker than playing mono altered at a lower investment, that type of deal. Right? It's still going to be. Right? It is what it is. Oh yeah, and the flying is obviously not as good as using stuff like Claudia Jetpack Macro with the what's the other thing called? The Spider-Man relic. She is a little bit slower. Her flying is a bit slower than Nola's motorcycle. A tiny bit slower. But hey, you got benediction stuff, right? So pull for benediction. The other takeaway though is they did buff Rosalind's matrices. Though Rosalind's matrix dot is still like because now we get to see what it actually does. It doesn't crit, so it's not nearly as strong as you might think. It also cannot get boosted by Titan stats, unlike the Lin's thing, because of the weird damage cap stuff. But yeah. Alright, we're gonna go back to the reacts. Jetpack Meow? Nah. You gotta use Jetpack Claudia at the other stuff. Right, so how far back do we need to go? We can ignore those ones. What's this one? How Ubisoft lit itself on fire.
Ubisoft has not been good recently, and that is not speculation either. It's just a fact of life. And I'm also not just saying that because of game quality, even though that's also been doing pretty bad too. Ubisoft is currently in a position where if the next Assassin's Creed game doesn't do well, they might go out of business or get bought by Tencent. And there's already been rumors of Tencent buying them out if that happens. So, and personally, when I grew up, I was not a huge fan of Ubisoft titles like a lot of people were. I liked them, don't get me wrong. I did play a few of them. Like I like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I also like Far Cry 3. But once I tried like one Assassin's Creed game or like one Far Cry game, I pretty much stopped playing the games after that because they all felt the same. Like I tried Far Cry 4, but it felt the same. I didn't want to play the same game again. And if you like that kind of game, go for it. Play it. I don't care. I can't judge you, okay? I have like 1,000 hours in Factorio or something. And even though I was never a huge fan of Ubisoft, there was a point where I started to hate them, and it was Unity. So Ubisoft released Assassin's Creed Unity right after Black Flag and Rogue. And both those games were pretty good. I think Rogue...
Not really. I just get sent stuff to react to.
But compared to Unity...
like, the only news I end up finding is when you guys send me stuff. Right, we do the reaction stuff after, but like, you guys just send me so much. Right, like you guys just there's a channel on the Discord server. You guys just dump me with stuff to look at. Yeah, that's true. They stole the crew from buyers, but they've shifted their games to be kind of scuffed in Pepega, man. And then the thing is, the more recent games, even like the past, I think like what, almost 10 years, they've kind of shifted how things work. But yeah, it's my DM, really. Yeah, I know. We saw the news on that before. We saw the news on that from someone else before, but yeah. Where is it? Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, this one, we saw the news from another person. This isn't new. This isn't new news. We heard about this like, was it like 2 weeks ago? We saw something about this. About like people suing them. It's easier if you put in the channel, though. Marvel, what? What do you mean, what's he doing to my DMs? He's just in there. What do you think? We have freaking Perfect World Games employees in my DMs. I have freaking Tencent employee in my DMs. What about it? I have things in my DMs there. Honestly, not really, no. I don't really want myself in a gacha, to be honest. And then what, I have to worry about myself getting power crept? No, and then I get power crept. Oh, alright, we're here. What do we search? Oh, Volika? What the hell's a Volika? What is this? What? What? What am I looking for? Yeah, it's not really showing me anything. What am I looking for? I don't have a link to anything. I just searched it up. Nothing shows up here. How is this sensitive? Okay. So she got a motorcycle? Okay. She has a motorcycle. Huh? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's the A3 Nola bike, man. A3 Nola bike. But there's gonna be some sort of weird catch to it. It's Genshin after all. For some reason, they like making it scuffed in weird ways, everything. A lot of the things end up being scuffed in weird ways. It is what it is.
Both those games launched in a phenomenal state. Okay?
Oh no, this is phenomenal.
Okay?
He's walking in the air.
Launched in a terrible state because when they launched the game, it just wasn't finished. The game had a
Ubisoft
bunch of
games
texture
just-
problems. It barely worked on any consoles. And the whole point with Unity was to be online co-op, and it didn't work for a good little bit on launch. It was a disaster. Now, in the grand scheme of things, this is not what made people hate Ubisoft. This is what made me hate Ubisoft. Okay, it's a bit different. I think most people started to hate Ubisoft when they lied about Watch Dogs. So the E3 trailer for Watch Dogs in 2012 showed an insane amount of detail. The AI movement was also insanely good. Overall, this trailer was insanely impressive. And this trailer released when I was 12 years old, okay?
Yeah.
And at the time, I believed it because I was 12. But nowadays, I don't believe any ad until I actually see the real thing. Cough, cough, TeslaBot. But generally speaking, everyone believed this trailer because we didn't have much reason to doubt yet. Everything was on the up and up. I also wouldn't be surprised if they thought they could get the game to look like that within 4 years because that wasn't that crazy of a graphics leap back then. Like every console generation besides the Xbox Series X and PS5 has had a pretty massive graphical overhaul every iteration. So to me, it's not that crazy to think that Watch Dogs could actually look like that like 4 years from the trailer's release date. That doesn't seem that crazy to me. And as we know now, when the game released, it looks nothing like it was promised. It doesn't look bad, but it's not what was promised at all. So yeah, picking a game trailer is not good PR. Who would have thought? And I think this is overall where people started being really critical of Ubisoft because
I don't know, man.
that wasn't good. And then we had the Far Cry series, which is iconic for this clip.
Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting shit to change.
As well as being iconic, the clip is also ironic because it's the exact same thing Ubisoft did with Far Cry. Yeah, they really did just make the same game over and over again. But realistically, Far Cry's okay.
I don't know what I
think
would
it's not
have as a
game for me.
weapon.
Like, I'm just not a fan of the gameplay loop of kill enemy, find
Honestly,
tower,
I
and
don't
expand
know.
map. It's just not my thing. But I don't really think any of the Far Cry games are like bad. I think they're just kind of like okay. And I think realistically, if you played Far Cry 6 and never played any of the previous ones, you would have a good time. But I think if you're buying Far Cry every release, you're not gonna have a good time. I don't know how you could do that. But realistically, Far Cry is the least of Ubisoft's problems. I think what Ubisoft did to Rainbow Six Siege is a lot worse. So, if you've never played Rainbow Six Siege, here's a little recap of how the game works. It's an objective-based team shooter, so you're usually either saving hostages or planting bombs. And personally, I never got into Rainbow Six Siege in the sense of like making it my mainstay multiplayer game. Like I played it a fair bit, but I didn't get into it like I did with Overwatch and like Deadlock. And I compare to those kind of games because Rainbow Six has that kind of fan base, and it's like the game they play in between major game releases. Like if they're waiting for Elden Ring 2, they're gonna be playing Rainbow Six. But I can see why people like Rainbow Six Siege. But Ubisoft thinks that should be the case. Pretty much every update they made for the game has ruined it. First off, this game is a massive cheater problem that Ubisoft is really yet to address. In Ubisoft's defense, out of everything I've read about it, it's not an easy fix. It's something to do with the game engine being really old, and then
I don't know what weapon I would have, to be honest.
Infiltrated it, and basically, if they want to get rid of cheaters, they have to make a new game. That is from what I understand of the situation. I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure. The cheater issue for me is not really 100% in their control. But what is in their control is this stupid Rainbow Six membership they added. This is a monthly subscription that costs $10 a month to the Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass. Now, you get some other things besides the Battle Pass, but this is still pretty bad. Rainbow Six came out in 2015. So the fact that anyone is still playing this game means they like the game. So I don't know why Ubisoft is actively making decisions to get people to leave the game. Also, new players are not going to want to pay a monthly subscription for the Battle Pass. That has to be a deterrent, right? Like if you launch a game for the first time and it says monthly subscription for Battle Pass, are you going to be interested in that game? Probably not, right? Monthly subscriptions were a hard sell for World of Warcraft, and that game is an MMO with tens of thousands of players online at all times. It makes sense in that game, and people still hate it. Ubisoft managed to do the thing that every company's been trying to do, which is make a mainstay online service game. And what does Ubisoft do? They ruin it. They ruin the game. But Ubisoft's attempt for live service games usually end in failure. Just look at The Division, for example, as well as Skull and Bones. And Skull and Bones is interesting because it's a quadruple A game according to Ubisoft, and almost no one likes this game. It kind of sucks.
Nobody likes
to make this
Skull
game
and
good,
Bones,
all Ubisoft had to do was make Black Flag, but a pirate game. That's literally it. And they couldn't do that. Even after 5 delays, they still released the game looking like this in a way no one wanted. I really don't know what they were thinking with this game. And I am personally annoyed at this one because I wanted this game to be Black Flag, okay? That's what I wanted.
Why is the camera like that too? Wait. Why is it here and not centered? That makes it harder to see where the fuck you're going because you can't see what's on the left. The fuck is this camera angle?
This one because I wanted this game to be Black Flag, okay? That's what I wanted. But no! But out of the people that did play Skull and Bones, the most common complaint was the game felt empty and it felt like you were wasting your time. And that kind of is Ubisoft's formula, isn't it? Make a game that has microtransactions in it and waste people's time. And if you want to get technical about it, okay. all games are technically a waste of time. But a game should be fun, not give the player existential dread. And the dumbest part about Skull and Bones is if Ubisoft just made it a black flag pirate game, everyone I know, including myself, would have been playing that game. But no, they made a pirate ship game where you play as the pirate ship. And in a similar vein of Skull and Bones, Ubisoft also messed up the crew. Now, this is for different reasons.
The crew,
I recall, people actually did like the crew for a good while.
Here you go. They're gonna talk about the crew again.
Pretty old
But they
title.
took it away from people.
And people have still been playing it. And Ubisoft didn't like that, so they revoked the license of the crew and also shut down the servers so people couldn't play the game anymore. The reason Ubisoft says this is okay is because when you buy a game, you don't technically buy it, you're leasing it or renting it. And that does make sense for the company that said they need to get gamers comfortable with not owning their games. That makes a lot of sense. But unfortunately, they're right about that. I hate that they are. If you buy a digital license, you don't own the game. Valve also shows you now that when you buy a game, you don't actually own it, just to be clear. But it's always been this way. Game companies have just abused the fact that we've been ignorant of this entire time. Because why would they clarify it's in their best interest to think that we own the things that we're buying? That makes sense, right? But now Ubisoft is being sued in California for this because, no one's making this clear up until very recently. But my point with this is this story has gotten so big that Ubisoft's brand image is now tied to shutting down games. A game company's brand image is tied to shutting down games. That's not going to cause any problems. And of course, the reason Ubisoft even pulled the crew to begin with is because they released like 2 different versions of the crew that are newer. But let me ask this.
Yeah, they released 2 newer ones, but
crew, knowing the old one got pulled. And I'm aware that
exactly. It's like, why would you buy a newer version if they know they're gonna if you know they're gonna EOS it, and like you're basically gonna lose it. You don't wanna get you don't wanna get sued by Nintendo. The fuck? Stop talking so fast. Take a breath and bring it and a banana. Yeah. I'm like tired of Ubisoft as well. What, you're gonna give me a giant banana in April? What the fuck? A giant banana? What am I gonna do with a giant banana?
Most people aren't going to play a game for 10 years. And it might be that the average gamer does not care, because I don't think they do. But you better bet the loud minority is going to scream about this. And the average guy who's considering buying the game might see all the negativity and just decide not to. Over the last 10 years, I feel like most game companies and companies in general have just forgotten the fact that people talk to each other. And if every time you bring up Ubisoft in a conversation, people dog on their games, you're not going to think they make good games. If a company's reputation gets bad enough, you look like a clown defending them. And also, I think most people have played at least one game that everyone else has hated. And it's not fun. And what's also not fun is using Uplay. And if you're unfamiliar with Uplay,
Uplay is awful,
and if you don't know what it is, it's Ubisoft's game launcher. And yeah, it's as bad as you think
it is. Didn't Uplay also take games away that people bought as well before? Didn't they take games away from people too? If they were just inactive on their Uplay account?
I don't know a single person on Earth who has ever wanted or tried to buy a game from Uplay. It's terrible. And whenever you buy a Ubisoft game on Steam, you're forced to use the Uplay launcher, and it's the worst thing in the world. The only thing the Uplay launcher exists to do is cause problems and bug out your Steam. That is literally it. And the only reason it exists is because all these companies got super greedy, and they didn't want to give Steam the 30% cut of sale. This all started when EA made Origin, and then everyone else followed and made their terrible launchers, and now they're all dead and defunct because they're all bad. So
they're all just
companies use their launchers anymore, but since they baked them into the way their games work, you have to still use them. So even though it's not really being used anymore, you still have to use it to launch your games through Steam. And all it does is cause problems. It's like actually the worst thing in the world. I hate Uplay so much. But that leads us to Ubisoft's most recent mistake, which you might not have heard of, because honestly, it's buried. Ubisoft released an NFT game called Champion Tactics.
This thing, we heard about this.
This game has been a massive failure, and that's for good reason. As I said, this is an NFT game, and the champions are the NFT. And Ubisoft doesn't make the NFTs, but there is an NFT store. And on the NFT store, these champions range in cost from $7 to $63,000. And you might be wondering, if Ubisoft doesn't make the NFTs, what's in it for them? And they get a 6% cut of all NFTs sold in the store. That's what's in it for them. And apparently, the game is decent, but when an in-game champion costs $63,000, you lost me. I'm not buying or playing your game literally ever. And the fact that most people don't really seem to care about this game is not good for Ubisoft at all. Because the one thing these companies have been producing consistently is outrage. And arguably, Champion Tactics is Ubisoft's most outrageous title to ever be released. And people don't even care enough to dog on the game. Even though it's an NFT game in 2024. That should be enough reason for everyone to dog on it. Now, it could also be the fact that it's an NFT game in 2024 and no one cares because it's NFTs. That's also a factor, but still, this is a pretty egregious launch and no one seems to care at all, which is not good. Over the last 10-ish years, Ubisoft has only been making people angry. I don't remember a time where everyone was praising Ubisoft for a recent title, and they just assumed no one would care, and now they might be going out of business. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments.
I mean, it's good if they go out of business. It's good. Maybe someone else can buy all their shit out and salvage their IPs. Maybe, but that sounds like pure cope. What is this? Nanners got banned. Oh wait, you said these before. Okay. What's this one? When rage baiters get humiliated. What did they do? What did
facing
these guys
consequences after being disturbingly racist.
Well, guys,
oh boy.
I'm officially permanently banned from YouTube.
To getting humiliated after crossing the line in public.
Of course.
What the? This is so wrong!
Here are 7 rage bait YouTubers who went too far and as a result got what they deserved. Starting with the most infamous one, Master Oogway, who would post rage bait videos like, "My first time saying the N-word."
Today, I'm going to be saying the N-word for the first time in my life. You guys ready? Neighbors.
But while this was just bait, it didn't take long for Oogway to cross the line between trolling and racism.
Since my great-great-great-great-great-grandparents are slaves, I am allowed to say it as well. So, I'm gonna say it for the first time in my life properly.
Unsurprisingly, viewers weren't happy. The reason he doesn't stop doing this is because his 6-year-old self-proclaimed dark humor-loving fans won't care if he does something different. Worse, this wasn't the only time Oogway's content landed him in trouble. On October 31st, 2023, the YouTuber got demonetized for hate speech. And while he was remonetized within days, 6 months later, Oogway proved he had learned nothing from the experience.
Oh boy, what did he do?
Hitler is my name.
What? What? My dark side. The fuck is this song title? At least this is probably censored, but yeah.
As expected, this had consequences. Well, that's it. My YouTube account with 7 mil subs and 500 mil views a month is gone soon because of a group of people spam reporting me, forcing...
I mean, you made content that broke their TOS. What do you expect? Like, what did he expect? If that was what he was gonna post, what did he expect? I'm doing fine. How you doing? But like, what did this guy expect, man?
Oogway to post an apology song.
I'm sorry for saying the N-word.
But in typical Master Oogway fashion, even this apology was rage bait.
Of course. I can't believe you guys got so upset. All I did was say the word.
This was the final straw, and on June 20th, 2024, the consequences of Oogway's actions caught up to him.
Well, guys, I'm officially permanently banned from YouTube for making memes.
Now, the YouTuber chases his former glory on his only unbanned channel, Oogway Reborn, where his shorts average just 4,000 views. But while Oogway got in trouble for using racial slurs,
Wait. Usually when they do that type of stuff, they'll ban your alt accounts too. Unless the alt account belongs to someone else and he's just posting on there. Because, like, he's technically breaking another thing in the TOS by doing that.
Controversial Gacha creator Bella the Wolf took things a step further, disrespecting Jesus and God. On August 11th, 2024, Bella would somehow get over 800,000 views on her video, "I Got Rid of Jesus," along with some passionate comments. Should we ban her? Yes. As a Christian, this is extremely hurtful. Mocking Jesus is a serious no-no. And 11 days later, she posted a disturbing apology shipping Muslims and Jesus. But religion wasn't the only thing Bella mocked. She also made fun of dead people, including the beloved Minecraft YouTuber Technoblade. And if that wasn't bad enough, Bella's next move destroyed all chances of redemption.
Bella the Wolf put my son, and here he is, that's Miles, put Miles' number on a Discord server said that it was hers and told people to call. There.
Oh boy. Wait, how the hell did she get the phone number of her son? How the fuck did that person get it? What the hell did they do? Yeah, never do, yeah. Right, never. That's why I stay away. That is just really fucked up, man. This 10-year-old child here, somehow she got the freaking phone number of him and then it started spreading it around.
There was voicemails and text messages saying the N-word with the N-I-G-G-E-R.
Thanks to Bella's actions, Roblox streamer Steak announced a live public trial.
Your honorary Steakwad presides over the case. Bella, fatherless wolf versus the people of YouTube.
And on August 3rd of 2024, he streamed his decision.
Your honorary Steakwad hereby sentence you 1 Discord call with Pet God!
The sentence was carried out 22 days later.
You dirty, disgusting, religion-hating, rage-baiting, city gacha edit creating, and other native violating.
Oh boy.
Since then, Bella has posted another apology.
Hello everyone, Bella the Wolf here. I want to sincerely apologize for recent
That was
behavior.
like... I wish I didn't like make it that loud, like balance the audio better. But like, oh boy. Even a slight hint is enough. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
This caused significant harm and distress.
But when a viewer asked, "My dad was in the Iraq War. He almost died because of a bomb. Are you going to laugh and make fun about that, Bella?" Her response made it obvious she was never sorry. Although...
Yeah. Someone almost died and you can just make fun of it? No. No.
Where Pack God sent Bella packing, that vegan teacher, real name...
Oh, this person now. This one.
Katie Karen Diekmeyer, dug her grave with eschewal comments about a child. Shortly after her infamous beef with Gordon Ramsay, Katie would bait the internet once again and with her video, "Are You Racist?"
Does this girl seem to you like she might be naturally intelligent, gorgeous, generous, exemplary, and radiant?
Oh boy.
She looks like she could be that to me.
And if this wasn't bad enough, 2 years later, Katie took things a step further.
Hello? God? Listen, I've been wanting to say something to you for a long time now.
Why are you on a
There's
banana?
something that you did that it's just really pissed me off. I don't understand why you created lions to eat zebras. Like, why would you do that? You're sorry. I know it was a long time ago. You've been trying to undo it. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, don't.
Yeah, too many bananas, guys. Banana is everywhere. Banana is everywhere, man.
Right, it's all in our hands now? People like me have to save the world?
And while Katie admitted she does this for attention, her notoriety soon hit her back.
There was a gang of teenage girls who looked at me and they all went, "Oh my god, it's that vegan teacher." And so I quickly got back on my bike, I just waved to them and I just left. I left because I don't want to always be that vegan teacher. Sometimes I just want to be a normal person in my neighborhood.
Still.
Then don't do that. Then don't do the freaking thing. You're going bananas. No, she's not one of us, man. Yeah. Right, keep in mind, vegan, right? We show her the nice picture of my steak. Let's go find my steak. Make no mistake, I'm gonna go get a picture of my steak here. Perfect. It's perfect.
She refused to change for the better.
The baby is enjoying the barbecue sauce, which is vegan. If this had been somebody's penis covered in sauce, the child would have had the same reaction. Let that sink in for a minute.
What the fuck is she trying to say? The fuck?
Ponder that.
Most people probably don't think anything close to this, man. Yeah. The apple isn't the forbidden fruit. The banana is the forbidden fruit.
Feel that in your gut.
Leaving viewers disgusted. I said what the F out loud about 6 times. What she
Yeah.
said is so disgusting.
It is very
Deplatform
disgusting.
right now. This is the worst
Disgusting.
ish I've ever
That is extremely.
heard in my
I'd like to think most people don't think of doing that. Right? It's like, oh yeah, just, you know, okay, you're feeding the baby barbecue ribs with the sauce or whatever on there. I guess they're at the point where they can eat something somewhat solid, but, you know, no one fucking thinks of that. Hey, welcome back, Ghoul Hunter. You're in the react portion now. Things are getting crazy, man.
life. Soon after,
We're looking at rage baiters, man.
the video was mass reported and taken down. Since then, Katie gets barely 5,000 views on her videos, despite which she
Yeah.
remains completely unaware of what's wrong with her content. Unlike One Giant Onion, whose rage
Okay,
baits
who's
would be
this?
much more calculated. On February 12th, 2024, One
Oh, this
Giant
one's
Onion,
recent.
or Oliver, would post a concerning video titled How to Finger a Minor.
They're gonna be teaching you guys the A minor chord. I don't have a real guitar, but I think you just want to put your first hands right here.
And
Oh,
this
it's-
video was far from the only
Oh, he's rage baiting. Goddamn. Okay, he's just rage baiting people. Yeah, you can definitely tell. Okay, this one is like, oh yeah, how to play a minor on a guitar, but like, that's fine. It's just, don't word it that way. That's definitely not how you should be wording it. Yeah, baby can't. Exactly. Yeah, it's like, they shouldn't be having solid food yet, right? They shouldn't be. Yeah.
one on his channel. But on June 9th, 2024, Oliver seemed to come to a realization.
I almost have 1 million subscribers, but honestly I'm tired of shit posting. I'm going to do my best to be a better YouTuber and actually start posting content that benefits people.
He started making longer commentary style videos,
Okay.
which his fans loved. Onion entering his video essay YouTuber arc. Unfortunately
Okay.
for his audience, Oliver's redemption arc was short-lived, and
Oh boy.
just 2 months later, the YouTuber returned to his usual brain rot content.
Of course.
Yeah, I tried sucking my own pee, and I was successful, and I want to tell you guys exactly what happened.
And understandably, his viewers were not happy. This is
Yeah.
not the content we want.
That's definitely not what they wanted.
Now, Oliver's views have been dropping, with his most recent video only getting 8,000 views. Much like YouTube's weirdest rage baiter, Kevin Leonardo, who used makeup as an excuse to mock black people. On May 8th, 2024, Kevin would try
boy.
out Korean brand Youthforia's controversial Darkest Foundation.
It's very, very dark, as you can
Okay.
see. Ooh, this shade, like, literally looks offensive so far.
But Kevin didn't stop there.
The darkest of blacks would get called out for cultural appropriation if they wore this.
Worse, it was clear Kevin knew exactly what he was doing.
I feel like I literally would get in trouble for, like, blackface at that point.
Especially once he admitted he doesn't normally wear makeup.
I don't wear makeup, so, like, there was no reason for me to, like, wear makeup for a video, but today, I was like, yes, a new scandal? I can hop on that.
As expected, it didn't take long for the internet to show him some love. Why are you so obsessed with black people? Stop commodifying us for views. But one comment stood out. This guy seems like he laughed at a racist meme in middle school and never moved past that phase,
Yep.
which wasn't far from the truth.
The N-word was a part of my daily vocab up until I was like 19, but never would I ever like post it.
Despite this, Kevin still argued he'd done nothing wrong.
Black Americans need to calm down. You'd rather like cancel me for putting on Youthforia's foundation because I'm like quote unquote racist.
And while he did post an apology,
I promise you I was not doing blackface. I don't even think like blackface is even funny in general.
the damage was already done, his views falling from millions to less than 100,000 per video. However, where Kevin only lost viewers, vegan activist Vegan Booty, or Tash Peterson, would get humiliatingly arrested for her actions. On February 19th, 2020, Tash would go to an Australian women's football event. But unlike other other spectators, she wasn't there to watch the game. Bearing a right to rescue flag, she was promptly removed from the stadium and fined $1,800 for trespassing. Despite all this, Tash only doubled down on her actions.
It's an important game for them, and
why did she run onto the stadium there? That could have been dangerous. The fuck? Why'd she run on? That could have been extremely dangerous. Right, because, like, people get injured and stuff. Very weird.
But yeah, I don't apologize.
Would you do it all again?
Yes, 100%.
And 3 years later, she did something similarly unhinged at a children's pony party.
Stop teaching your children animal slavery is okay. This is blatant animal abuse and exploitation. Do they look happy to you standing here having children in their faces and riding
the fuck
on their backs?
The video was heavily criticized. The horses are only uncomfortable because you're yelling at
Yeah, they wouldn't be uncomfortable unless you were yelling at them.
their faces. But Tash didn't learn her lesson.
I actually measure my own success by the amount of haters and criticism that I have.
And a year and a half later, she stooped even lower.
Every year in Australia alone, over 1.
Yeah, you know she's gone even more crazy if they have to censor her chest like this. Alright, you already can figure out what the hell's there, what the hell she's doing there.
1 million male bobby calves are murdered in the dairy industry. The baby girls endure the same life of slavery, repeated rape.
This time, however, she finally got proper consequences.
Why? What the? This is so wrong!
When police arrived on the scene, Tash was dragged away, her continued protests falling on deaf ears.
Disgusting what they just did to him.
You know better. It's not your first rodeo.
And while Tash still refuses to stop, she's certainly destroyed her chances of a respectable YouTube career. But unlike Tash, who only got arrested, streamer Johnny Somali is now facing a
he's in Korean prison now, right?
to 10 years in prison
Johnny
for
Smalley.
his rage bait content. On October 7th, 2024, Johnny would kiss South Korea's Statue of Peace, which was a big problem as the statue represented young girls forced into eschewal slavery by the Japanese military, a fact that Johnny was well aware of.
My God, yo, this is what I was looking for. Actually? Yeah.
Okay, you wanted to take a picture, maybe I would understand, but then the fuck are you doing to the
turned
statue?
all South Koreans against him even further when he didn't bother stopping an offensive donation. Translating to Long Live the Emperor, Tenahaiko Banzai was a Japanese battle cry used against Koreans during World War II. The reminder of Japan's oppressive regime got people angry. Except now that he got the reaction he wanted, Johnny faked innocence.
I don't know, Banzai!
But Johnny's luck was running out, and on October 17th, 2024, he picked a fight he would regret. Drinking alcohol at a store until a worker stopped him, Johnny then threw ramen on his table and at other customers, and got aggressive
this is just...
when confronted. This was the final straw, and less than 10 days later, Johnny
his
was
vandalism,
in police custody and banned from leaving the
vandalism and assault was there.
country. And while he tried to apologize...
So to all the people of South Korea, I just want to apologize for what I've done, and I really did not mean to hurt your guys' pride this much. I hope that I can live in peace here in South Korea, and we could get past the situation and use it as a learning situation, because a lot of people learned about this statue from this situation, bad or good. A lot of people from all over the world found out what this was from my action.
This was far from sincere.
Nigga gonna come up to me, bro, why you being racist to other people in other countries? For money, for clout. I have no morals. I'm a fucking sociopath.
Now, the streamer is under investigation on charges of misdemeanor, business obstruction, drug possession, and more, with a potential sentence of up to 10 years in prison.
Yeah, there's definitely more, man. That's just crazy. But that's what they did. Alright, here. Game Awards are a tragedy. What the hell is going on here?
So, a lot of people have been criticizing the Game Awards.
Okay.
A lot of people.
Yep.
What's up, Space Pirates? This is your captain, the Dread Pirate Dr. Disaster. And we
Game
are
Awards
gradually taking back gaming culture. The strides that we have made in this year alone have been profound. But one thing's for sure.
This video is cooked, bro. I love it. This is amazing.
The swamp of video gaming was always going to fight back.
Okay. The swamp fighting back, alright.
As an example, quite a while ago, Stuttering Craig from the Side Scrollers podcast decided to arrange his own video game award show to compete with the jackassery that we see every year in the
Someone
Game
else is
Awards.
making their own?
So
Okay.
that games like Stellar Blade, as an example, which is amazing and quite popular,
Yeah,
offend
a lot of
the
people like this one.
sensibilities of these screeching harpy feminists who
I don't think that it's fair to say that it offends their sensibilities because it implies that they have sensibilities. They don't.
Yeah, they
have
don't.
feelings.
Yeah.
And their feelings are wrong.
Their feelings are wrong. There we go. Their feelings are wrong.
Craig's Real Game Awards, titles like Stellar Blade would have an actual shot at recognition.
Yep.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
But now, information has come out showing that Jeff Keighley, the host and executive producer of the Game Awards, that guy is attempting to trademark the words Game Awards.
Wow, he's actually trying to trademark it just to stop people, man.
So that nobody else.
I think that Jeff should be able to trademark his show. I don't think that Game Awards is specific enough for him to be able to trademark
Yeah, it's not specific enough. Yeah.
I think he needs to come up with a name that is longer and more unique, because this is like it's like you're trademarking water.
Yeah.
You're trademarking something else, right? It's way too broad of a definition.
It's too broad,
I
yeah.
think that he needs to trademark something, but this is too broad of a term. The Jeff Awards. Yeah, that's what they need to call it.
The Jeff
The
Awards,
Jeff
okay.
of the, the Jeff for, fucking Game of the Year goes to Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Jeff's Jeff Awards.
Jeff's Jeff
can
Award.
host an award show with those words in the title. Clearly, these people are uncomfortable with competition because they know damn well that the awards they hand out often fly in the face of what actual gamers like.
I'm gonna speak up for Jeff Keighley here, and I'm gonna criticize him a lot in this video.
Okay.
But when the OTK Game Awards, we decided to start doing our show, Jeff Keighley reached out to me, and he actually worked with our team at the time and helped us make the show better. And he's been nothing but positive and supportive for our Game Awards show and our Game Expos. So I don't even think that's the reason. I think Jeff Keighley just simply wants to monetize his brand of the Game Awards, and he needs to make sure that in order to do that, he has that brand defined in a way that's trademarked. This is traditional business behavior. I just think that the trademark that he's going for is
It's too vague, yeah.
And so I have personal experience of Jeff not doing that. So, yeah, I mean, and by the way, keep in mind, probably the rest of the video will be criticism. But that's it.
As an arm of the Access Media crowd, they put a premium on spreading their progressive messaging as opposed to entertaining gamers, so that the disconnect between gamers and the games that receive awards is really frickin' pronounced.
When did you post it? I'm trying to see if I can find it, but I don't see you. But like, you're gonna get buried here, because like, there's a lot of comments.
It's a total fabrication. Oh, get the hell out of here.
I mean, like, you're gonna get buried. How many?
Guy? Who is this guy?
How many?
This is so stupid. I love it.
Dr. Disaster. Oh boy.
This reminds me of YouTube before.
There's
you could get paid for
4,000
making
comments.
YouTube
I'm not gonna
videos.
find it, unfortunately, Tara.
You know, people that are just in it for the love of the game. Man. He's an Adeptus Mechanicus? Oh, from fucking where? Yeah. You're right.
Alright, me hearties, make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already.
The fuck?
And also, don't forget to follow me over on Twitter or X, or whatever you want to refer to it as these days, I keep a list on there of games lousy with wokeness pinned to the account at all times for your reference. My handle over there is Dr. Disaster 1.
There you go. If you guys, you go follow Dr. Disaster if you want to see the full list of games.
Let's get back to the content here with the Game Awards drama. Just as a side note, I'm gonna let these images of Eve from Stellar Blade play in the background here as I discuss this, because I know that the sewer monsters and all the HR departments across the video game industry just appreciate this kind of imagery so much. So, this is for them. But in any event, it just came to all of our attention that this Jeff Keighley character is trying like hell to essentially monopolize video game award ceremonies.
Of course he is.
It would be pretty damn...
I don't even think that he's trying to monopolize it. As I said before, I just think he's trying to trademark his brand. And he should just go for a more broad trademark. I've said that 4 times now, right? So it's pretty obvious. I do think that, so this is a bigger issue that I feel like the Game Awards have had for a while. And the last Game Awards that I felt like was for the gamers, and this is a vibe check, by the way. Pure vibe check. It was the Game Awards where Christopher Judge had the 8-minute speech. And then after that, obviously, they're like, okay, well, now you're going to have a time limit on it and everything else, because it felt like it was authentic.
Okay.
It felt like it was real and raw and
8-minute
cool.
speech,
Like 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago. But I feel like the year that Baldur's Gate won, and then, was it that year? It might have been another year. I don't remember exactly. But anyway, it might have actually been some other event prior to that. I don't remember exactly. Anyway. The issue is that a lot of people are getting rushed off stage. They're not able to fully do their speeches. And then the other issue, of course, is that I feel like Jeff Keighley is trying to make the Game Awards credible in the eyes of mainstream media and mainstream entertainment. And the reason why I say that is because, like, for example, he put a number of publications that I don't think represent gamers at all on the panel for deciding which games win the awards these years.
Those publications are just kind of...
LA Times, like Variety, like Pride. These people are, you know, in some cases, like with Pride, like this is an ideological, you know, group of people that their goal is to push an ideology. It's not about video games. It's about making sure this ideology happens. And I think it's very weird. And ultimately, like, if you take a step back and you ask the question, do these people accurately represent you as a gamer?
No.
I think the answer to that is no, they don't. I don't think that these groups do not represent me. And I think in so many cases that is true. So, and I think that Jeff is trying to, like, legitimize the Game Awards in a way that makes it less authentic to, I would say, players. And here's the thing. The movie and the television and music industry put together, I think it actually just might be movies and television, is smaller than video gaming.
Yeah, they're a lot smaller.
Video gaming now is fucking gigantic. So don't build this amazing thing that literally probably over 1 million people watch, if not more. Don't build it just to capitulate and grovel under people that really, I mean, they're the ones that are falling off. They're the ones that people don't give a shit about as much
No,
anymore.
they're just falling off.
Now,
exactly.
Gaming is super fucking popular. And I think that people feel like there's a degree of not even really dishonesty with that, but just like weirdness.
Yep.
So yeah, look what Paul is saying. Yeah, sure. Video gaming is way bigger revenue. Yeah, exactly. The Game Awards already gets more views than the Oscars. I don't know if that's true or not. But what I am saying is that the Game Awards, it's a massive show, and I don't want to see Jeff Keighley disrespect all of the great work he's done just to capitulate to Hollywood. You've built this, man.
Yeah.
Like, they're coming to your show. They want to be on your show. Why is that? It's because people are watching it.
Hard to host an award show for video games without the words game and awards in the title. Now, I'm no lawyer, so take what I say here with a grain of salt. But this isn't like the Oscars or the Grammys, where the names of those award shows are very specific.
Exactly, they're very
generic
specific.
words like Game Awards. So, in my mind, in the spirit of trademarking law, it actually makes sense that those two award shows, as an example, have been able to trademark their names. But the title of the Game Awards
It's too
is
vague.
extremely generic.
Too vague and
words
generic,
which
yeah.
proliferate our language when talking about this topic to an extreme degree.
He's right.
I'd love to be able to say that this is why the process of getting the Game Awards trademarked has taken so long, because it looks like they began this trademarking process all the way back at the beginning of the year. But
As far as I know, this shit takes a long time to do anyway. So I
Yeah.
don't think that really says a whole lot, but, you know, maybe.
truth, trademarking usually does take a year or so. What seems very clear, however, is the fact that this absolute clown show of an awards ceremony needs to be taken down several pegs. These people simply aren't gamers. They're cheerleaders for
Like, don't bring in people that aren't gamers to, because like the show, the Game Awards is made for gamers. That's why all of the advertisements in the Game Awards are video games.
Exactly.
It's because the target audience are people that play video games. That's the reason why. Everybody fucking knows this. So if you're going to do that, just be outward with it. Make a game, make a show for gamers.
corporate AAA studios that are trying to shovel shit into our faces and call it entertainment. They have no idea what the customer...
In case you guys didn't know, they're adding 2B into this game pretty soon.
in this industry want.
We know about
As
that.
a prime example, look at this crap here.
Yeah.
These morons are now allowing DLC to be a part of the show. So
I don't know if this is some sort of like fucking like weird thing.
Okay.
But I think that categorically DLC is not a game.
Yeah.
Because you cannot play a DLC. You can, so it is.
You can't play
fundamentally not
without
a
the game, yeah.
You need something else to play it. It needs another game to play that. So I don't
Incomplete.
think DLC, just by the definition of what is a game, it is an expansion on a game. It is not a game in itself. I don't think it should be qualified.
I see.
It's semantics.
Yeah, too bad no one's gonna see your comments
Yeah,
on camera.
but I could also say,
I
well,
see what
they
you
shouldn't
said.
do that because new games should have a chance too. Like, I can make a, like, I don't know, like just a, like a value-based argument, or I can make a weird, fucking semantics argument. Whichever one you want to go with, that's fine.
theoretically, DLC could win Game of the Year.
Okay.
The FAQ for the Game Awards says this: the Game Awards aims to
DLC
recognize
can win,
the
imagine.
best creative and technical work each year,
Nothing says creative like a remake.
Yep, nothing.
irrespective of the format of that content's release. Expansion packs, new game seasons, DLCs, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories if the jury deems the
It's just
new,
ridiculous,
creative,
man.
and technical work to be worthy of nomination. Factors such as the newness of the content and its price/value should be taken into consideration. And I'm pretty sure the only reason they're doing this is because 2024 has been a wretched year for AAA gaming. But
Oh,
this
yeah.
decision to allow DLC and new game seasons and shit like that means that the shadow of the earth...
Imagine if like a Fortnite season won Game of the Year.
That would be
really
hilarious.
fucking funny.
Fortnite
I gotta
season
say, like, I
would be
almost want that to
hilarious.
happen just for the memes.
Yeah, I kind of
The
want to
expansion
see that
for the
happen.
Elden Ring is actually eligible to be called the Game of the Year, and you could argue very convincingly in my mind that under this paradigm it absolutely should win the award.
Yeah, sure.
But what really shows the disconnect between these jackasses who run this show and actual gamers is the so-called jury that they use to determine
This is the problem right here. Look at this.
who wins the award. Over on the Game Awards FAQ site, under How Are Winners Selected, it says, Winners are determined by a blended vote between the voting jury, which counts for 90% of the decision, and public fan voting, which is only 10%. So basically, our opinion means nothing.
Yep,
Which is more
our opinion
evident
means nothing.
when you look at the list of
Your
votes
opinion
during the
isn't
jury.
valid, is basically what they're
This is
saying.
an image of the list of the Game Awards jury. I had to pull it off of social media because the Game Awards scrubbed it, supposedly, off of their
They
site.
took it off because they knew that people didn't like it. Why are you taking it off? Why? What is this? Like, if
once they began to get some criticism, because that's what these sort of cowards do. But look at that list. IGN, Inverse, the LA Times.
NPR? I want to have NPR decide what game of the year is? No, I don't. I want like 5 fat guys that work in a card shop in Wisconsin to tell me what the game of the year is.
Honestly, they do a better job.
I immediately trust them infinitely more than NPR.
Yeah.
They never steer you wrong.
Exactly. The random fat dudes you'd see in the freaking comic shop or a card shop will do a better job. He's not wrong. They'd probably do a way better job.
Probably give Dwarf Fortress game of the year.
PC Gamer, Polygon, The Verge, NPR, Game Rant. These are the people who look down their noses at all of us lowly plebs. These are the people who call gamers bigots anytime we criticize their buddies in the corporate AAA gaming spaces. There's no good reason for these people to actually be able to dictate to us what is good and what is not. It is beyond evident that we need an alternative to this sham of an award show, and I fully
I don't think that we need an alternative. Like, I mean, if people want to make another Game Awards, that's fine. I think they should be able to. I'm making my own Game Awards. It's called the Shame Awards.
The Shame Awards, oh boy.
I'm very excited. I don't know if do I still have the list on here? Ah, fuck. No, I don't have it. I'm sorry. There's so many other things I put up there. Yes, we are doing the Shame Awards. I'm hoping to do it next month. I need to talk to some people about sponsors. I think I can put the show on for under $10,000. Maybe $20,000. So like, I mean, I'll be honest, I can pay for that, right? But I would like to be paid for it instead. So we'll see what happens. Get dick pill sponsorships? Yeah, we'll see what happens. Crowdfund? No, I don't need you guys' money. Like, no, I can do it for myself.
Endorse what Stuttering Craig is doing. The fact that they are fighting back like this just goes to show that Stuttering Craig is getting to them. Hopefully this trademarking situation doesn't actually go through, but even if it does, you know, we just need to pivot. We need to find a different name that works for a Game Award show, and we need to keep moving forward.
The real Game
but
Awards.
I'm going to leave it there. What are your thoughts on this Game Awards situation? Drop those thoughts into the comment section below, and we will talk there. Thanks for watching, me hearties. If you haven't already, your captain is inviting you to subscribe to the channel and become a part of the crew.
Yeah,
Life
I do.
As a space
He's
pirate
funny.
may
I'm gonna
not
link you
be
guys the video.
glamorous, but there's always plenty.
Okay. Oh, what else was I sent? We were sent more. The GTA 6 before GTA 6. Oh boy. Weirdest DM from a company. VTuber model scams. I kind of want to see this one first. And then we'll go up. He doesn't always? Okay, I don't know who he is, but okay. I'll take your word for it.
Welcome back, my delinquents. Today we have a VTuber scammer taking a different turn than usual.
Oh boy.
As you know, the biggest form we see VTuber scammers trying to sell live 2D models is on Twitter or VGen, trying to reuse images or showcases. But this one takes a different turn with them using advertisements on VR chat. And if you don't know what VR chat is, it's a virtual reality social platform that a lot of degens, a lot of people use. Okay, not just degens, a lot of different people use it. They have an advertisement system where you can put posters into worlds, etc.
Yep.
And sadly, scamming isn't that uncommon. A lot of people treat VR chat like it's the Wild West of the internet for many different things. You will know what I'm talking about if you know anything about VR chat. But this has turned into a big VTuber, OBKcat, being sent a poster where someone is advertising her model to be made, as OBKatie's model mama. But what's really weird, but in the advertisement, it's not a 3D model, it's a live 2D model, so it's like a double scam, because it's not even close to what you can get in a VR scenario.
Yeah, you can get 2D models in VR, what the fuck, it'd be flat. You get a paper, no, you get a Sternova character model. No, they want a Sternova paper model. That's what they want the Sternova paper model. Right? That's clearly what they would want, right? Sternova paper model?
It's all 3D, so you need 3D models. But let's have a look at this, and I'll go over
Yeah,
some
they
of
want the
ways
Sternova
VR chat
paper
scams use
model.
This, highlights of some scams
Like
I've seen in
Sternova.
VR chat are dating sites, virtual reality dating sites,
Oh boy.
other models, worlds, coaching. So you have to be aware of these places. This is what some people would call a niche community, so some people can be way too trusting. But let's get into
have all
it.
sorts of things.
So we have the poster here from OBKatiecat themselves. What the hell am I looking at? Freaking shameless. And yeah, some of these advertisements in VR chat are really shameless, honestly. I've seen some shockers. And yes, you may be like, Del, you're talking like you play VR chat. I have played VR chat as a 3D streamer. Most people have at some point. I use it sometimes to be social when I feel like the closest to touching grass I want to do, but that is rare as a non-grass toucher. But this advertisement is usually done on the 3D room. I'll see if I can try and find some footage.
Yeah, 2D model example
what a
there.
3D room looks like. Okay. We're gonna have this like moved in here, but this is kind of the idea. I just caught the avatar's name there. This is kind of like the general idea of the rooms here, and you can see some of the advertisements on the side here. You can see some of them back here. You come through the elevators. Yes, this is a world that is set up like a hotel. It has a lot of advertisements, as you can see on the left.
Of course.
Hatsune Miku model and stuff like that. There's usually more on the first floor. Some are just highlights of things, but yeah, this is a general idea of what a VR chat world can kind of look like and how they would utilize these advertisements. As you can kind of see, there is a lot of people that can go through these worlds, as you can see here, just jumping around and stuff like that these advertisements try and prey upon. I think the peak of some VR chat times, like in American, is like 11K users at a time. So it's
That's
like,
a lot of people.
They get around these advertisements.
Yeah.
Sorry, I tried my very
Lots of
best to find
people,
some footage that wasn't just memeing, but it's harder than it looks when it comes to VR chat. So this person is claiming to do modeling, rigging, expressions, animations, physics, and all that stuff. And I just want to put in here that Katie, this is a couple days old. Don't bring it up to her. She's probably already resolving this, because a lot of people you can bring up copyright claims and try and get these ads taken down. So hopefully something like that was able to resolve this situation. This is from the 11th of November. Okay. I don't want anyone going back and like trying to freak her out that there's more. Yeah, so these advertisements can be around. And unfortunately, this is kind of just showing that the scammers are kind of getting smarter, per se, or people utilizing scams, VTuber scams on different platforms that most people aren't aware of and may not be as familiar with VTubers. But unfortunately, this is not the only time VR chat is used for scam stuff. And I really wanted to bring this up because, one, it's interesting how VTubing is kind of making its way into more and more platforms, but also as kind of a warning to be aware of this. I'm sure a lot of VTuber fans will know this is a scam, but not all VR chat fans will. And I also find it absolutely hilarious. For some reason, they used her live 2D model.
Yeah.
Like here, I guess, like commission live 2D model in a VR world that usually people are buying 3D models. So
Exactly.
I don't know what they were thinking there.
You'd be
And
buying a
what's, I
3D
think,
model
is
for VR
even
chat, not
funnier,
2D.
A lot of these ad placements, you have to
So it's
pay
like useless for VR chat.
unless you're the owner of the world. So someone paid to put their scam ad out there, which is really funny to me, honestly.
Yeah,
And
they
if you
paid
don't
to
believe
put
me
that.
that there is other such scams like the VR chat dating stuff, definitely look it up. But what do you think of this story? Is it just funny, guys? It is a very short one, but I thought it was kind of interesting on the different levels.
That is funny. That was a short one. Okay, on to the next one then. Oh, what else we got here? I got lots. Do we want to see the Wawa one? Where they said they ruined grinding. I'm curious in the comments.
When it comes to gacha,
It is definitely not. It most definitely is not the best grinding, man. They do not need to win it, man. They don't. They're too busy thinking of Hoyo stuff, man. They're too busy thinking of Hoyo, they think it's the best. Even though they still have the same problems. In Wawa, no, it's the same garbage that Genshin has. It's the same thing. Oh boy, you're not locked to certain days of the week. Don't worry, we'll just make we'll make you farm double the amount anyways. We'll make you we'll make you do double the amount, but we're not gonna lock you to certain days of the week. I don't know if I'd call that better or worse. Because in some ways you could look at it as worse, because it's like, okay, the days you're locked out because you have to farm stuff anyways, just go farm the other thing that isn't locked out on that day. I guess. It's like, it's still awful all around. Like, mathematically, if you're efficient with planning, it's technically worse than what's in Genshin. If you're planning around it efficiently. Right, where it's like, okay, I have to do it on, like, on Monday and Thursday, or on Sunday or something. Right, so, like, if that's how you have to farm there. So then on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, right, I'd be like, okay, I'll go farm boss materials. Or something. You would just do it that way. Instead of, you could do that. And you can also bank, what? You can hold, like, 5 of the resin thingies, the condensed ones. So the reality is, you can condense on a day, so you can store it for a different day. And then the other thing is like, okay, so one day you'll go do your 4 runs, and then another day you'll do another 4 runs. You also can store more than 40, not 40. You can also store slightly more than 24-hour in your resin cap, because you have a cap of 200 when your daily regen is 180, right? If you're going to plan around it that way. So you could technically spend less in Genshin, theoretically, if you plan around it and, like, you freaking set a schedule. Rather than doing, like, okay, I'll do all this thing first and all this other thing then after. At least that's how I see it.
gacha games, you're almost always meant to make sacrifices to get everything you want. With limited currency to pull on banners, you oftentimes can't get every single character or weapon without shelling out a bit of cash.
Of course, they're showing the stupid Cactone thing.
With time-gated resources like energy, resin, or wave plates, you can't build every single character or weapon you want without waiting for the clock or continuing to shell out that cash. And when it comes to every other material in the game, those used for crafting, cooking, or sometimes even character
I'm just gonna be like, gotta love how hard Hoyo lives rent-free in average Kuro shills ahead that they ignore literally every other gacha out there and then claim Wuwa has the best grind, when in reality it's far, far from it. There are gachas that can fully automate it for you, some that will let you skip it entirely, and even some that make a meme out of it taking less than 40 seconds a day and don't have anywhere near the absurd that you see in your average oil and in Bua. I'll just believe that as a comment. You guys can go upvote it. Because, yeah, Hoyo lives really... It's really living rent-free in their minds, man. That's the only thing they think of. The only thing they can think of is comparing to Hoyo. The funny thing is, you actually use less of these materials, like relatively speaking, to go upgrade a character in Genshin than you do in WoW. But, like, that's its own funny thing. Yeah, they don't have... Yeah, games that don't have some substat system or gear already way better. Even if the ones that do have them, there are games that don't have these fucking problems, man. There are games, but Hoyo lives way too hard and rent-free in this guy's mind that he can only think of Hoyo, forgets literally everything else that exists out there. Right? Even though there are some that literally just make it so you can completely ignore and skip it because they make it pointless. There are some where they're like that literally you can speedrun it in under 40 seconds, and they've made the freaking devs have made a meme or a joke out of it, right? Like, we know about that, right? And then there again, like, it's way too excessive with the thing there, right? Like, it's just way too excessive. And like the other thing too is it's only the Hoyo community in WoW where people go around posting infographics on everything you need to go build the next character before they release or whatever as a full-on checklist. There's a reason why those are the only games that do it. Where people are doing it, because everything else they don't have to. Nobody feels the need to, because they don't have to deal with anything this excessive or absurd that they have. Like, it's a problem exclusive to the Hoyo games and WoW. It's their exclusive problem. There are so many out there that don't have that problem. Which is why this just makes it, like, really ridiculous. Like, I've even seen, I've seen a gacha game, even, where they have RNG substats, where you can actually just re-roll the substat if you don't like it. And they'll even have an item to let you enhance the substat if it is the stat you wanted, but it's not the high enough value, so you can make it hit that. I've seen that too in a gacha before. WoW does not have that. Your Hoyo games don't have that, but I've seen that before.
Ascension itself, you can't grind those without spending one of the most expensive resources in not just gacha gaming, but gaming as a whole, your time.
Yeah, and you still take an excessive amount of time to get very little done in WoW, man. How much of your actual playtime when you're logged into that type of game is spent actually playing the game? How much versus how much is it just you spent going around doing all your chores and farming materials and whatever to go upgrade your character and your gear? Like, how much of your time there? What's the ratio of time spent? Because I'm pretty sure it's like, what, 80 to 90% is the grinding part, and the last maybe 10-20%, if you're lucky, is actually playing the game.
Forcing your players to do things they don't actually want to do as a prerequisite for the things they do want to do sours your overall experience.
Yeah.
And there's one gacha developer in particular who has recognized where
No, they have not. They have not.
these
Not
pitfalls
even.
are and have made actual meaningful changes to fix them. When Wuthering
If they made meaningful changes to fix it, they would have removed it.
Waves launched
If they
way
really
back
wanted
on the 22nd of May, it didn't have half the features and mechanics of the present that have done away with.
Yeah, and these things are half-assed with how they're implemented. That's a fucking limited run event. That's an event. That's an event. This isn't even permanent content. You have to log in and make sure you're in there during a fucking event. The fuck is this? This one is just a half-assed, okay, you can spend twice. Spend double your energy to go clear it for 2 times. There are games where you can just go in there, click auto clear, and it's automatically done for you. There are games where you can just select how many times you want it to repeat, and like to count as how many times you want to spend in there, and you only clear it once and you loot it like X amount of times. Let's say you wanted to do 4 runs. Instead of it just being twice, you can have it just drag the slider to 4, or however high you want, right? And then hi there, Ip and Sky. Like, obviously, no. This is, again, like, it's a half-assed system there that they're showing here. Right, with this thing over there. Oh, yeah, cool. You can store more than 24 hours in your cap, I guess, at a much slower rate. That's not an exclusive feature there. There are even some gachas that will let you store more than 24 hours in your normal regen rate, instead of a reduced scuffed one. So, like, it's not exclusive there either. Yeah, it's like not having auto clear and then demanding an excessive amount of materials is way too much. It's way too much, man. And then the open world just makes it worse overall. Okay, he's talking about the echo. This one's the echo here, man. Oh, what's that gonna matter? What's like farming random ass trash echoes in the overworld that you don't have the money or materials to upgrade gonna do for you? You're still gonna go spam your fucking tacit fields and that other instance to go farm your shell credits. Like, this doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because you won't have the resources to make use of whatever thing it is that you grab there. And you can only really target main stats there, because your sub-stats, you can't see it until after you leveled up and upgraded your Echo, which can make it a lot more expensive than other systems in other games over time because of that. Yeah, there's just too much of the Hoyo brain rot this guy has if he's only thinking of Hoyo stuff to compare to. Right? But, like, what you expect, man? What you expect from this dude? Like, what do you honestly expect? Right? Like, it is what it is.
With all of the major issues players were experiencing.
Right? Like, again, like, this does not solve it for me. Right? There's a reason why I'm, like, this is part of a reason why I don't like this shit. There's a reason why.
And now, it's clear. Wuthering Waves has some of the best farming and grinding in gacha gaming.
No, it does not have the best. He's calling it the best. It does not.
And today we'll be taking the time to break.
Again, like, here you go. He's proven it right there. Hoyo is living rent-free in this guy's mind. Right? He just lives rent-free. No.
Down everything Kuro's done relative to its competition to make.
Again, he's only thinking of Hoyo, right? The thing is, there's more than just that. Like, these are mobile games. These are gacha games. There are so many other games out there. There's so many. Not all of them will have a stupid open world that's completely pointless and just there as a marketing tick box like these two. But there's a ton of other things out there. Right? It is just a glazing video, man. It is. It really is.
Make this the case. This is what developers listening to their player base looks like.
Yeah, listening, instead of just manufacturing the problem. They manufacture an obvious problem that people will at least somewhat complain about, and then give them a band-aid fix to it. They won't solve the problem, they'll give them a band-aid. They'll never actually solve the problem. They're never going to do it. Yeah, like, yeah, 100% Kuro sanctioned, of course. Yeah, I don't know why he's so obsessed with that one. That's all he thinks about. Right? Like, that's it. He's like, that's all his content is. He's like, everything he talks about and compares to, he's way too fixated on Hoyo. Like, he forgets about literally everything else out there.
And for many players who have never experienced care like this before, it's one of the most...
Again, like, you can really tell here. Yeah, they're really, really fixated on that. But the care to me just feels very malicious and just manufactured. It does not actually feel organic or anything that would just be natural there. But that's just what I have to say about it. That's how I see it. Yeah, he sounds like, yeah, the freaking console war thing. Exactly. Exactly. He sounds similar there, man. He really does. Best grind. It's the same shit farm. I know. It is. And this guy is like trying to praise him, man.
Beautiful things they've ever seen. As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. One of the greatest features that Kuro added to streamline farming in version 1.4 was something that players had been asking for since the launch of the game: incentives and rewards for repeatedly clearing the elusive realm. This game mode is easily one of the most replayable experiences in the game, with so many different characters and combinations of upgrades that make all of your runs, as long as you're fully utilizing this massive roster.
I mean, just make sure you have the character first, and you grind it to go build them up so you can use them. Oh, what's that? You didn't do that? Well, too bad. You won't have that then. You won't have that option.
Of characters completely different from all the ones prior. Previous versions of this roguelike mode could have all of their rewards redeemed in less than 6 or 7 runs spread across the entirety of
it becomes meaningless because it is.
The 40-day patches. And when every run after that wasn't giving additional rewards and players had plenty of other resources or materials they had to grind in the overworld, that meant that players, in a lot of ways, were punished for doing something they enjoyed doing, simply because they were wasting time that could be spent grinding exiles for rings or TDs for echoes.
Yeah, this is a problem that's exclusive to Genshin and WoW. No other gacha game out there has this problem. It's exclusive to Genshin and WoW. You know, they didn't have to copy this awful system from Genshin Impact. And it doesn't matter that they made the number on there that you have to get from the overworld slightly lower. It's still the same fucking problem. It shouldn't be there in the first place.
Kuro did away with this sacrificial dynamic in
I hate it too, man. And like, that's all you spend your time doing. That's all you do. Because there's no actual content there. For an open world, man, these types of games, these open worlds, they're so poorly designed that there's fucking less actual exploration in them than you'd find in like a 4-hour Sonic game. Because the levels there actually have interesting designs going on in there. Or any other like 3D platformer. They're just there. They look nice, the art assets look nice. But I'd honestly give the credit more to the actual artist and the Unreal Engine than to the actual developers themselves. You look at the areas in the games there, and like, it's just, it looks nice, but it's extremely lacking, man. The areas are just extremely lacking. If they keep doing stuff like Koyo, their next game should be much better. All the problems in Genshin are fixed in their next game, but not in Genshin. I mean, Koyo will fix it, maybe. Maybe. You prefer ToF, you got the max instantly, yeah. Fair enough. Yes, this is the Kuro logo, yes. They have a board person as a logo. It looks like you took the ghast from the Nether, right? You put a bored expression on a ghast, right? From the Nether, and then you just stabbed it with something. You stabbed it with a shovel. Right? It's like the freaking the ghast from like the Minecraft Nether. You remove the extra textures on it. You stabbed it with a fucking shovel, and you gave it a bored expression. That's what the Kuro logo looks like. I just think of the freaking Minecraft ghast. It's a sad robot. I just think of Minecraft, man. But yeah. Alright, enjoy your food, Tayo. Enjoy your food.
one of the most player-friendly ways possible.
Yeah, exactly. The only content in WoW is spending weeks of your time to farm materials, and Gate wasn't the first one to say it. Keep in mind, Tectone said this about Genshin Impact 4 years ago. Tectone said it themselves about Genshin 4 fucking years ago. And it's just as bad in Wuthering Waves. Sure, you have a couple quality of life movement things, but you still have the same fucking problem. And the open world is honestly even more useless than the one that was in Genshin's. Because at least at some point, Genshin actually did do something there, at which would be just a prologue, where they tricked you into thinking it was a Zelda Breath of the Wild clone. That was the best Genshin ever was, during that prologue arc, and we will never even have that. I really hope not too. Right, and it honestly doesn't make sense to have that feature. It really doesn't. Yeah, it's like logging in the game just to think of what to do today. Oh yeah, farm character material, weapon material, level up, artifact echoes. Don't forget the experience materials for them. Don't forget the Mora or shell credits you need, because you need far way too excessive amounts of it. Right? Like, and then they're just... They're freaking coping, saying, oh, it's okay, they have these materials there for the events, man. And then you look at the battle pass in the game. What does the battle pass look like? They sell you like, what, 3-4 weeks worth of wave plates or resin in terms of materials? Or in some cases, like actual resin refreshes or wave plate refreshes? Because that's what the value is in there. There's, you know, some games they'll give you, okay, cool, battle pass. We'll give you a mount. Maybe we'll give you a cosmetic skin. We'll give you like a fuck ton of gacha pulls. Like I've literally seen gachas where they're like, yeah, sure, you get 50 rolls of the gacha, plus a character or a skin for that character. Instead of just this ridiculous like mess of just, yeah, sure, we'll give you a bunch of weeks of progress instead. Because we decided that we're going to really crank up that treadmill there. We're really going to. Yeah, the battle passes are pure trash. You don't even get a fucking 10 pull on them. It's like 9 1/4. It's not even a 10 pull. You don't even get a 10 pull and they want like what? You want the full battle pass thing, it's like what, $20? You don't even get a 10 pull? Not even a 10 pull. It's ridiculous.
Giving rovers the opportunity to claim up to 12 weekly rewards consisting of everything you could dream of farming in the overworld, every possible cost of echo, every overworld ascension material, and perhaps most importantly of all, every...
This is as if this is going to make a difference, man. How many do you need? This is what you get for the week, man. You get a bunch of random echoes there. The random. You get a couple small assortments of some materials, but then you look up a character, and how excessive are they, right? Let's say, okay, how much? Let's go pick a random character here. Where's Wawa? Here we go. Character... she's the new one, right? How many materials does she need? Okay. So, they gave 1 flower, right? Which one's the flower? Again? Which one would that be? Character Ascension, I think. So you got 1 out of 46, guys. If you want to do it that way to get the materials you need. You need to do that for 46 weeks. As if that like actually makes much of a difference. Yeah, you get 1% what you need, exactly. Okay, it's a bit more than that. Let's be real. We have these two. You got 13 or 16. It looks like a range. That one's 11. You know, let's be nice and we'll just pick the number and the median number of 13 of that material. But it's random and you can't really choose there. It doesn't look like it. So let's say you got 13. And what rarity was it? This is this purple or is this, no, that's blue. Right? That looks like a blue rarity material. Okay, so you only get... Yeah, it's not even half the amount of blue materials here you need. Not even half. Oh, wait, it's not... Wait, we forgot to add the ascension total. Not even enough. Not even. Oh, if it's purple, it's still not even enough. Look how many purple you need. There's 40 down here. There's 12 over here. That's 52. That's 52. That's not anywhere near enough. And, like, that's ignoring all this other stuff, whatever this stuff is. Right, all this other crap. It's not enough. Oh, wait, wrong tab. But yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, you need 3x of each. Yeah, it's nowhere near enough. You gotta go grind the world, or you gotta go farm the instant stuff. Yeah, 1% isn't that far off. Oh yeah, it doesn't include boss materials. Right, we're still missing. You don't even get these. I don't see them getting, you know, 2.2 million shell credits. I don't see that there. I don't see this stuff. I don't see whatever this is. Right? I don't see whatever this is. Unless the gray item is a flower, in which you only got 1 out of 60. If that was the thing you were going for. Yeah, and character skill, this is not even like, yeah, this is just the character. We're not even talking about upgrading a weapon. Let's say you got a weapon. What's a weapon there? She's one of the not morbidly obese swords. So this thing, okay. Do we have a breakdown on the material requirements on this, or is this website crap? Oh no, this just shows stats. It doesn't even show me the materials required. Okay, that's worthless. So I can't even tell you how many materials are needed. Nice. I can't even tell you that. And then we still have to think about, like, oh yeah, you want to go upgrade her echoes? Whatever they are, like, you gotta deal with that too. How many materials you're gonna need to go upgrade these pieces of shit? What, you got a random ass Papega Edge? Damn. That's Twitch for you, man. But like, yeah, like, what is this? It's not even enough. It's nowhere near enough. Nowhere near.
Type of mob upgrade drop. What this meant was that for the average player who wasn't trying to min-max every character's echo build or level up every character to 90 as soon as possible, the elusive realm could be a complete substitute for any grinding they needed to do in the—
It's not a complete substitute though. If it was a complete substitute, you're still missing the boss drop mats. You're still missing the shell credits, I guess, and the experience to go upgrade the echoes, right? You're also, like, what else are you missing? The lower tier materials, if you got the higher tier one, you're missing those that you're still going to need, right? And then you still have to do that for your weapon. And if we exclude all that, then sure, maybe in like a year, you can get 1 more character leveled up. If it resets every week, maybe in a year, or I think it was 46 weeks. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you still understand the upgrade echoes thing, like, until like 2 months after the game came out. You could still drop 4-star echoes. You really need to make the awful Genshin artifact system even worse? Well, I guess that's what it is, man. What do you expect?
the overworld. When farming
They're
mobs
too
like
busy
Exile
copying
were
Genshin.
widely considered one of the most inefficient and unrewarding activities in the game,
Because
with the
it
only
is, yeah.
defenders of this grind being players with way too much time on their hands, it's clear that Kuro listened to the right—
I mean, if they actually listened, they would have just deleted the item from the game, so you didn't have to do it. If they
part of
really
the player
listened,
base
they
when
wouldn't
making
make that
these changes,
problem.
simply giving players a far more time-efficient and engaging way of progressing their roster. And the best part about all of these weekly rewards? They only added to the baseline gameplay and methods. Players that loved endlessly roaming the overworld, clearing it of all its spawns, be it enemies or fragrant herbs, could keep on doing those exact same things. All they did was provide an option for players who didn't have that much time to dedicate to the game on a daily basis.
But like, that's all you do, man. The only thing you do is just grind.
But even if you were someone that
Fuck
did,
that.
Kuro also provided plenty of tools like advanced enemy tracking and the most simplified—
I mean, advanced enemy tracking is a feature that, like, even Genshin's had that. Genshin had the tracking thing since 1.0. That's not new and exclusive to WoW. Freaking Genshin had that all the way in the beginning.
effective form of resource location we've ever seen.
What? I mean, I've seen Genshin characters put it on the minimap. But, like, I guess, sure. You know, if they really wanted to solve this problem, just remove it entirely.
Other developers in the industry, on the other hand,
The other developers is just literally Hoyo. They're the only ones that will have this problem. If you look at the other open world game that's a gacha, they don't even have this. Nobody picks Mint and Toph. Nobody does. Nobody farms the overworld for materials there. If they want to do stuff in the overworld, they're only doing it because they want to either farm some sort of cosmetic item, they want to go capture beasts to raise for the pet PvP mode to go unlock a mount, or they just want to do the material farming so they can go cook food, even though NPC vendors sell way better food. Right? Like, nobody does this shit. This shit don't exist in ToF. And the thing is, the ToF version, you can AFK farm. You can AFK farm there if you really wanted to. It's really sad that you like the wuxia vibes the game had. The open world was fun to explore too. It was? What? I didn't find it fun, but then again, like, usually when I'm thinking of games with exploration and stuff, I'm not thinking of anything of these gachas, man. Part of why I like to have background music play when I'm streaming, when I'm playing some of these, when I'm not doing, like, new main story stuff, is, sometimes I'd like to have, music from different games that are actually good, so I can think about those while I do the other stuff instead. Because I much rather would.
Have clearly demonstrated they don't really value their players' time.
Yeah, neither has Kuro, man. They don't value it either.
The biggest and oldest example of certain developers absolutely wasting their players' time is easily the integration of talent materials in Genshin Impact. Hoyoverse's implementation here...
Yeah, they lock you out on certain days of the week, but you technically need less in total than you do in WoW. It's still awful. Either way, it's still awful. You go from you blocking it between certain days of the week, or drastically increasing the amount you need. Both are awful. I'd rather just them all be removed. Yeah, it was just fun exploring, ignoring everything else. That's what you loved about Genshin and ToF too. You had ToF's world stuck at level 10, so you could explore everything. Fair enough. If they let us farm Echo, they would give free material to upgrade the Echo material instead to farm Wayplay to get random stat. Nah, man. I played a game way back where you could endlessly farm gear from doing all sorts of things. And let's just say it led to me quitting the game when I did do that. This was World of Warcraft during Legion. I've seen Maw Souls way too many times. I never got the legendary equipment I needed for any of the classes I played that I would want to use, which was annoying with the excessive amounts of farming there, because it was like you'd have these constantly respawning world quests. World drops could randomly drop legendaries. Titan Forge gear could like drop randomly and raise any piece of gear's stat budget all the way to the cap. This would drop even better gear than mythic raids, potentially. Heck, the freaking best in slot trinket for literally everyone was dropped by a world boss named Wither Jim, where people would pray that he would like be the world boss on rotation constantly, and that their gear would Titan Forge to the cap, because that thing was such an absurdly broken stat stick that everyone wanted his trinket. And then, oh yeah, even worse if you wanted to deal with the AP grind for your character class, your specialization, and if you played multiple, that thing just got way worse. Right? And like, that was a game where that was when WoW really shifted and made me like completely give up on the game. They went like way too crazy on the repetitive, tedious grinding and stuff, where I'm like completely turned off of that stuff entirely. Like, it's just way too excessive. It's way too much. And the thing is, at least that one was just to get gear. But here, it's like, no, you gotta do all this other crap. Some of the other gachas I play, that I still do, they don't really have me doing this. In some of them, in the past, I was able to like set up an Android emulator and just automate the entire process, so I didn't have to pay attention at all. And I was known for doing that in the communities I was with when I played some of those games. I would be crazy with like, I would have macros for everything. Heck, there was a PvP game I did where I had a macro to enter PvP for me, because the only thing I cared about was participation rewards, and there was a set amount of entries I needed to clear every day. So I made a macro for that, just so like I would like leave it on when I was like, okay, I'm gonna go out to go do something, go PvP go AFK my PvP, and then I had a different one where I would farm specific dungeons for like getting best in slot gear and stuff, so that it can what was it called? Just so like I can get whatever I wanted with based on stamina region, like the actual natural region, and not pay attention. I would do things like that there because I could, but good luck trying to do that type of stuff in here. But then you have a bunch of newer ones as well, that would just have these auto clear options, or like dispatch stuff will clear it after a set period of time, so you can go move on and do something else with your life, and only play the game when you're actually going to play the game, right? And then you have some where you just don't have to do it entirely. But then you have Genshin and WoW. Right, and the thing is, for me, auto battle modes are kind of just not great. Because it's like, well, if they can clear it anyways, why not you just have it skip it for me? And just instant clear? Why do I have to just sit and wait, waste my device's battery, or waste electricity or energy, just to watch it go and clear something that it will already clear without me paying attention? Right, it's just kind of dumb. Right, and it's like, oh yeah, if you're playing it on your phone, it's gonna heat up your phone, it's gonna drain your battery, it's gonna use your mobile data or whatever. You know. And then who knows, if someone calls you on your phone and then it like interrupts the game. That is probably the last thing you also want. Then you have to go reopen the app again, re-log into the game, and wait for it to do the thing again after you're done with your call. It's not great. How about they get rid of the gacha and place all the stuff in the world together? Yeah, they don't do it because they know they can use this to milk you for money. That's why. That's why they don't. It sucks, man. It sucks.
Is one of the most dated and player unfriendly in gacha
I mean, this is only exclusive to these games, to the freaking Hoyo stuff now.
gaming, with up to 3 arbitrarily assigned books, each available on a separate day of the week, multiplied by every region in the game.
Yeah, this is a Genshin exclusive problem.
Knowing this, Genshin.
But like, okay, you got rid of all the day locks and you got rid of the region restriction, but you still have the materials. Fuck that.
Talent development system is one of the most absurd, time-wasting headaches that any player could have experienced since 1.0, and with the devs' undying loyalty to this insanely dated system.
If you want to improve it, get rid of it. That's the improvement. Just don't have it. I hate it. I hate it when these games have that system. Just get rid of it entirely.
That headache has only gotten exponentially worse with every new region they've added to the game. Unless you're willing to remember the now 6 different books that get cycled through every day of the week, it's mandatory that you use some kind of external resource or third-party planning to even level your characters up and make them usable in content. And we haven't even
And you still have to do something like that in WoW too. You just don't have to think about what day of the week you're playing, but you still have the same problem. You just don't need that fucking calendar. Yeah, like, it's all time wasted, exactly. I mean, that's what they have to do, because that's all the content in there. There is no other content outside of that.
talked about the worst part of this system. The fact that Hoyoverse releases new limited characters or reruns on the days that their talent materials aren't available yet. Imagine taking the time to pre-farm your character to 90, but since Hoyoverse decided to grief you with their farm.
Imagine having to talk about pre-farming in a game, man. Right? Like, after I completely quit Hoyo games, and I quit WoW, I never had to think about pre-farming in a gacha ever again. Because I only had to deal with that in these games. If I want to, if I pull the latest unit in, like, Snowbreak or whatever, okay, I just go open the event dungeon, I click auto clear, I get all the materials I need, and I'm done in less than 2 minutes. Right? I go pull the latest unit in ToF, I just equip the weapon, and I'm good to go. I don't even need to level it up. Right? I don't even need to. Yeah, I'll do the stuff after Ration. We'll do that after. Right? I don't even need to do that.
Barring restrictions, you can't actually use that character until 2 days later because you didn't have any of their talent books.
Yeah, and you go do that in MOBA, right? You can't use that for how many days after? How many days does it take to go farm the materials here? How many days? Right, I think boss materials alone are like 4 or 5 days. Right, like whatever this is. These ones you can only get on you can only get these from killing the weekly boss. Oh yeah, these ones. How long is it gonna take to farm all this? How long is this all gonna take? How long is all of this gonna take? Yeah, like a 1 week for talent material time gate. Yeah, exactly. And then here's the other thing though, but the other stuff, right? How many days worth of wave plates is it gonna take for one material? And then the next one, how long is it gonna take for you to get 2.2 million shell credits? Right? Like, it's still an awful system regardless at the end of the day. And this type of pre-farming is the only thing you think about in those specific games. In some of these other ones, you don't even need to think about it. And they don't have you getting anywhere near this many materials. This is way, way too excessive. This is way, way too excessive, man. It's way too excessive. But that's the only kind of content they can come up with for some reason. It's just sad.
The fact that something like this could happen in 1.x was ridiculous, and the fact that it can happen more than 4 years later, it's clear that the Genshin devs don't rank their players' enjoyment of the game very high on their list of priorities.
Yeah, and you look at the battle pass, you look at Wuwa's battle pass, it's the same fucking garbage. Actually, no, the Genshin battle pass I'm pretty sure is better than Wuwa's at least, because at least the freaking weapons in the Genshin battle pass, I'm pretty sure people valued those.
And their commitment to one of the worst mechanics in gacha gaming across more than 4 years of service is pretty much all the evidence you need.
Yeah, and Wuwa has all those same problems. They just don't lock you to certain days of the week. It's still just as bad. Just because it's bad in Genshin doesn't mean you can say that Wuwa's amazing for not being as awful. It's still awful. Yeah, I agree. Like, why Genshin has been doing this crap for 4 years and Kura comes and does the exact same. Exactly! Exactly. Yeah, it is a copy-paste of Genshin. You added a couple of quality of life here and there, but that's it. They still didn't do they didn't do anything interesting there. They said the same thing about ToF, but then ToF ends up being the exact opposite of what they thought it was. And they don't like it. I mean, what do you expect, man? What do you expect from them? They can't handle MMO game. They can't. ToF has all the content they've ever asked for. But the reality is they can't handle it. They can't. It'd be too hard for them.
The Ring Waves, on the other hand, they solved their player base's issues with character pre-farming
No, they did
less
not.
than 6 months into their launch.
With character pre-farming, you still have that, though. What?
All with the release and pre-release details for Chameleon.
Except it doesn't give you anywhere near enough. Actually, you know what? Here, we'll do the math here, right? Okay, we'll ignore all of these. We'll ignore all of these and just look at the boss materials themselves. Right? I think this is the boss material. Like, how many do you get per run? Like 3, maybe? 2, 3? Let's say you get 3 per run. Right? And it takes you 60 wave plates. Right here, here's the calculator. So we need 46, right? 46. Divide that by 3. Oh wow, we're at 15. We have to get to 16, right? Because, you know, you have to round up. You can't have a third of a kill. Okay, 16. Multiply that by 60 wave plates. 960. Divide that by 240 wave plates a day. Wow, look at that. That's 4 days. That's 4 whole days. So he's telling me that I can get this, all of this, other stuff, all of this, in 3 days. And that's still not including the weapon and the upgrade stuff for the weapon. He's basically saying I can do all of this, you know, all of that in 3 days. Because this alone is going to take you 4. This alone is 4 days minimum. But everything else here I can apparently get in 3 days. It's more believable if someone got some crazy mask and then screamed or something, did some weird dance, and then the moon fell crashing down killing everyone. That's far more believable. You could even make a game out of it. A pretty damn good one, too. Yeah, 3 days each. Oh boy. If it's 3 days for each of those materials, oh boy, how many are we gonna add here? Right, for each different type. Right, and like, okay, the mid picking or whatever, we'll ignore that. But, that's still a lot. Yeah, to be fair, Genshin has great boycotters. They sign petitions and complain, but they can't even stop playing the game. Even the VA say that what Hoyo is doing is unacceptable, but they still work with him. Exactly. Right, exactly. What do you expect with these gacha gamers, man? These Papega pieces of shit. Yeah, they can't quit because they already invest too much. And the thing is, though, it's like, they're not investments, man. These are not investments. These are not investments. They're not. Yeah, of course I was making a joke of Majorev's Mask, Kara. What do you think? What do you think, man? I was like, I had to make a joke with 3 days. Right? What do you think? Like, of course. Though I'm pretty sure these gacha gamers have never heard of Majora's Mask. Or have any idea what that game is about.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, you get double drops. Yeah, but then you have to wait to get double drops, man. You're not guaranteed to have those when you want to go farm the thing. And, again, then you're forced into playing it on those days. Right, what if you don't want to?
Kuro's combative stance.
Yeah, Jeebus respawn faster than you can build a character in the game. That's true, that's true! You're not wrong, right? He definitely respawned faster. Right, if that, like, that's how it works, right? The lore was, like, after he was crucified, right, he respawned in 3 days. The world boss materials alone is gonna take you 4. That is true. Jesus freaking respawned faster. Way faster. Because we were only looking at 1 material. Like, it's just sad, but that's reality.
Against leaks announced in version 1.3, many players worried that a lack of information on Ascension materials would create a sizable delay in how fast they'd be able to get new characters up and running. That desire for immediate gratification, in some players' eyes, outweighed the obvious damage that leakers and their illegal actions inflicted on Kuro games. So Kuro did what they do best. They satisfied every part of the player base by providing a massive amount of pre-release information.
They're like, okay, here you go, but they don't tell you the exact amounts of those materials. But it doesn't change the fact that you still need an excessive amount of these materials. Right, they're just telling you, oh yeah, these are materials you're going to need to grind a fuck ton of. Have fun. Hope you pre-farmed.
Across every part of Camellia's.
Hope you pre-farmed weeks ahead of time, because 1 week isn't nearly enough time to get all these materials here.
Character, allowing players to get a big head start on the pre-farming and limit the headache that comes with wave plate expenditures. When you
limit the headache, but there's still a fucking headache. The headache is still there. They didn't remove it. It's still there. Sure, they reduced it slightly, but when leakers were leaking stuff, you know, several weeks ahead of time, they probably could have pre-farmed the whole thing. Yeah, at least Genshin had a chart of it. No, Genshin didn't make that. It was like fans making that. Those were fan-made. I don't think Hoyo ever actually made a real chart. He just had like fan-made charts being put out.
Also factor in the huge simplifications Kuro made to the upgrade materials as well, like making skill upgrades and weapon upgrades share the same exact material.
I mean, why do you need to have these tiers of material? If you want to simplify it further, get rid of all those separate tiers and just use one material.
Rather than
or ideally remove it entirely.
Convoluted system from Genshin Impact that adds the exact same daily restrictions.
Yeah, exactly. At least those existed, so you knew what to do.
Well, you don't need an Excel spreadsheet or a third-party tool to have any idea of what you're farming or who you're farming for on a daily.
I mean, you still kind of do if you want to like actually keep track of everything you need. You still kind of do. And thanks for the follow as well, Caleb on.
Daily basis, and there's way less room for waste due to farming the wrong domain by mistake, or even over farming after a few lucky gold drops.
But you're still going to waste some.
Wuthering Waves respects your time.
No, it does not.
The design of Kuro's baseline system.
If they respected your time, it wouldn't have these problems.
Combined with every new feature they've added to the game is that they're constantly looking for
those half-ass features, and then you see the broken camera.
Ways to improve the play.
Yeah, exactly. You have to look up the character you need. It's the exact same. Sure, there's less total materials you need to look at, but you still need to look at a fuck ton of different materials and figure that thing out. Right? This is just stupid.
player experience. And the best way they've done that is by limiting the time players are spending on things they don't want to do. When you look at the integration of features and
Limit the time? How about you get rid of it? Hey, like, get rid of it. Hey, there are some people, they only want to do one specific game mode. There are a ton of people, they only want to play the game to do hologram. But you tell them all the grind and stuff they have to get and deal with ahead of them. A lot of them are just gonna turn away. There's a lot of people I know that would. Right, and like myself included. It's like if I maybe want to go play the hologram mode, but then I see all the stuff I need to go grab ahead of time. I have to basically spend weeks, several weeks preparing just to get one character to be usable in there. And then if I don't like the character, then, well, rip. Or I can't figure out what the hell I'm doing with them immediately. I can't really tell if I like them or not. Especially because the trial stuff for these games are pretty bad. Just give me a fucking cactus, man. Give me the fucking ToF cactus and let me actually go test things on it with an actual breakdown of whatever I'm doing so I can actually figure out how I want to go do things here. Right? But you won't bother with hard content like you do with ToF and Original War and FC. Fair enough. If you don't like it, you don't do it. Exactly. Exactly. You don't want to spend hours to farm some stupid shit and then not do anything. That's the other problem too. Exactly. You couldn't keep up with the shit going on, whether it's material level up or weapon the skill. There were just so many. Exactly. It's just way too excessive, man. It's way too excessive.
Games like Genshin Impact, it's clear that
They're just too busy again, focus on thinking about Hoyo and Genshin Impact. That's all he's thinking about. The thing is, the reality is, these are still mobile games. The real competition is every fucking mobile game that you can play on your device. And the reality is as well, I think a lot more people, there's a reason why some of these gacha games are a lot more niche compared to the broader mobile game market. The mobile game market is fucking tiny. But like in terms of the gacha games of the mobile game market, it's fucking tiny compared to the broader market out there. Because the reality is, people playing these on their freaking bus ride or whatever, they're gonna want to get into a quick game, get in there, get out, and move on, right? They're gonna go want to play something like the freaking Monopoly Go or whatever other thing, the Candy Crush or whatever. There's a reason why those games are far more popular with a broader audience there. They don't have those issues there. They do have other awful pieces of monetization. And making it so like you basically have to wail to go get more stamina so you can play more. But they don't have this stupid grind stuff. They don't. Yeah, exactly. Why does this Genshin video have so much... not Genshin. Will a video have so much Genshin in it? Exactly. Again, it lives rent-free in their mind. That's all they can think about. Because that's all they have there.
most of their arbitrary restrictions serve only to extend your playtime, create FOMO, and heavily inconvenience the player.
Yeah, just like every system in MOBA. It's the same thing. You might remove the daily, the day of the week restriction. You might reduce one thing, but it's still there. It's still there.
Incredibly ironic that one of the Genshin devs' reasons for never expanding on their endgame was the anxiety they'd inflict on the player base, especially when their integration of talent and weapon materials, complete with over 12 unique materials that get cycled through every day of the week, is one of the most anxiety-inducing things we've ever seen. Kuro's genuine—
It reminds me of the PlayStation video we watched the other day. Yeah, the dude talked more about Xbox than PlayStation. Yeah, which is just sad. You don't want to do this. You know what was funny as well, man? I remember a while back, actually. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. I think it might have been. Intel, they were like making a presentation on stuff on CPUs. It might have been 2 years ago, actually. And the entire presentation that the guy from Intel was like the guys talking about it, because they were talking about like announcing like new processors and stuff. Oh, it's like I like to pay attention to this stuff because it's like, oh, I might be using this and whatever I'm gonna build or my next system or whatever. I kind of want to see what's going on so I know which one to buy, because I always just go with whatever is the best product for the money, right? That's how I always pick and choose things. And it's still good to keep informed there so you know what to expect. At least I like to follow them in that way. I don't watch the presentations, but I've seen summaries and stuff going over there. But I remember like freaking Gamers Nexus, they made a freaking video there where like they were talking about like how in that presentation, Intel was too focused on saying saying things about AMD and like naming AMD's own CPUs more than they did on their own product that they're supposed to be making a presentation on. The worst part is too, the guy at the Intel presentation, he couldn't even name the chip that they were talking about because the name was like 5 digits long or something. He didn't even know the name of their fucking CPU. And he kept saying but ours or whatever, but then he kept naming the exact specific model number of an AMD CPU, which was crazy. I think it was like on the mobile stuff especially because AMD's chips have been a lot more efficient than Intel's for the past while. But yeah. Oh, I'll go get the redeems in a bit. I know them, they're in my queue. But we'll get them after. We're just gonna finish this first.
Only made the game better with every feature they've added in development and across release.
Yeah, the new ones are
If you're
slower than
playing
the
a
old
game
ones,
more
yeah.
Simply because you're navigating
is
the
sad.
annoying obstacles that the devs have intentionally put in place.
But then you're just showing me another annoying obstacle that the dev just put in place. You gotta love, he says, oh, they remove it, then they show me one that they still put in here. It's still in there. Yeah, but the new Intel CPUs are actually slower. It's like it's their fail dozer, their bulldozer, right? The new Cole Ultra things, it's their bulldozer moment. It's their bulldozer moment. Yeah, it's just its own funny, ridiculous thing there. Oh shit, I don't know if the redeems just got reset because I just spent a while in there. I'll just go do it after.
That's not a valuable use of your time. It's insane that some devs have done more in 6 months than others have done in 4 years.
Yeah, it still doesn't feel right the way they've done it. If they really, really actually cared, they wouldn't have that problem in the first place. And if they saw it as a problem, they would have just removed the problem and then compensated players accordingly. Which I have seen. I have actually seen game devs do this type of thing where they would actually compensate and give people back resources that they used when they removed something that was a problem. I've seen that. I've seen that in Gacha games. But Moa isn't doing that. They definitely are not.
That's what it's like when the devs actually play their own game.
Yeah, I don't think so, man. Even the content creators don't play their game. Alright, you go look at fucking Tectone. Which video was it from Tectone? Right, which one?
Hi, Jack, good morning.
Not this one. The one I think was called Gacha is Dead. How many weeks back it was? Where was it? It's like a 2-hour one. It was a podcast. I think we went too far back. Oh, here, this one. The reason why, right? You have all these people here talking, right? You want all these content creators talking. Guess what their first main the topic was? They spent more than 10 minutes here. Right? Here, let me zoom in for you guys. In their 2-hour and 8-minute long podcast, they spent at least more than 10 minutes talking about account pilots. Because they can't even be bothered to play their own goddamn game. Because there is no actual game. Yeah, the devs play too much Genshin. Yeah, probably.
As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like.
Well, you want to know what an account pilot is? It's someone who plays the game for you. Yes, they go and do all the shit for you. Whether it be go farming dailies, go farming all the materials, there are people out there that offer services to do it for you. There are even paid services out there. Believe it or not. There are paid services where people will log on to your account, you pay them, and they will go farm for you. That is actually a thing. There is an industry around it. Right? Like, you can go look it up on your own time. It is a thing. It's crazy, but it is a thing. There are people that offer services to go pilot your game for you. I've seen people on Discord with a tag saying advertising that they offer piloting services for these types of games. I've seen it. Heck, I've had people offer to pilot my Genshin account years ago after I said when I was like talking about quitting that thing and giving up on it. Like, I've had people tell me about that stuff. Yeah, now that NT Discord BBB talk about GTA versus Mugen versus NT. They're all weird, man. GTA is not appealing to the same market. You're not really going to be able to get the GTA stuff in China, which is going to be still their largest target market and audience in there. Same time, there isn't really anything shown for Mugen. NTE, they showed a small gameplay vertical slice in a demo, right? There's obviously a lot we still have to look at. We haven't seen enough of either of those games yet. And with Rockstar, you know, they can take however long they want to put out their game. We don't even know if their GTA 6 is going to come out next year, right? Rockstar, they don't seem like they're worried, right? I've seen like things where like people internally, from what I've heard at Rockstar, they really don't care how long it takes for them to get GTA 6 ready. They just want to make sure GTA 6 is ready when it's ready and release it when it's ready. They don't want to rush it out or whatever, right? They've been spending more than 10 plus years on it, right? We've had GTA 5 for over 10 years and it's still going strong, right? So like, you know, GTA 6 is going to be a different class. Yeah, you expect 3 more editions of GTA 5 before GTA 6? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's true, they need to beat Skyrim. True. GTA 5 needs to be the next Skyrim in terms of re-releases. That's true, man. That's true. Yeah, why Mugen Shill said the game is more polished. They haven't seen anything. It is weird, man. They haven't seen anything. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Okay, I just left a marker there. I'm gonna cut the entire reaction segment out. I'm gonna re-upload it as a video, man. Right, like, we can get a video at it. We could probably clickbait it. We can title it The Worst Grind in Gacha Gaming, and then we just show pictures of Hoyo games and Moogle. The worst one, and it's just this reaction here. Because, like, the reality is, like, yeah, it's not a good grind, man. It's bad. But, like, yeah, like, I'll wait and see for what Mugen has, right? I'll try Mugen. Right, if they actually do bring it to market, I'll give it a try. Right, like, I don't care. As long as the game is good, then the game is good. If it's not good, then it's not good. That's all. Right, like, I'll give things a try. Right, like, I knew I was gonna like certain things, but at least I'll try them, right? Heck, I even tried ZZZ all the way back. Remember that? I even gave that a try. Like, I even gave ZZZ a try. Alright, what's the next thing? But yeah, it's just funny, I get to use freaking Tectone's video with a bunch of other CCs as an example. Yeah, exactly, it's free anyways, I might as well try it. And hey, I might bring more traffic. Right, like, my stance towards Mugen, I'm going to, like, ignore the weird shit that goes on in their Discord that I've heard about. Because who knows what the hell is going on there, right? Like, I don't do anything in there, I don't touch it. I don't look at it. But, you know, they probably just have some weird dumbasses running their own thing there, right? They're not the actual people working on the game. So I'll try to, I isolate them, right? I like to do the thing where, like, I isolate the artist from the art. That's how I like to treat things. I don't care whatever some artist did. If the art is good, then the art is good. I look at things in isolation from the person there. I always like to look at things that way. Right? Because, you know, sometimes people change. Sometimes they have weird things at specific points in time. I like to look at things in isolation. But that's just me in general. What's going on? What do you mean, check general chat? What's going on here? Oh, the Withering Waves? Oh, look, we got Minecraft here. We got a Wither here, yeah. Oh, nah, I'm pretty sure there's more gameplay here, whatever this is. Oh, okay. Poor Maggie though, man. People are bullying her, calling her 40. Poor Maggie, she's Google Plus years old. Poor Maggie. I mean, I know people had Google Plus accounts back when I was in high school. I knew people who did. I don't know why. I don't know why they even bothered, but I knew people who, like, actually used it. I don't know what the hell they found on freaking Google Plus, but I knew people. Then again, it's like I was in AP classes. Generally, they were the more awkward people. But there were people there using Google Plus. I've actually seen like 2 people in my entire life use it. And both of it was back when I was in high school. So this was a long ass time ago now. I've known 2 people who used it. But I haven't heard or contacted or whatever with any of them after I finished high school. I never saw them again. I don't know what they did. Although I guess it would make it even more funny. Here's the funny part. One of those 2 people that use Google Plus, guess what phone they used? Guess what phone they used? Guess what phone they used? Because you're never gonna guess it. Take a guess. I'm gonna go stretch and grab a drink and we'll revert back to default state because that was redeemed. Nope. You're never gonna guess the phone they used. You're never gonna guess it. You're never gonna guess it. You're never gonna guess it. I'll give you a hint though, it wasn't a BlackBerry at least. They were too young. We were too young for BlackBerry. God damn it, Tara. Okay, you got it, Tara. Tara guessed it, yes. But it wasn't the ancient Nokias. It was one of their, it was modern for the time. It was a modern Nokia phone for the time. But can you guess what software that Nokia phone was running? What was on the Nokia phone? Yeah, it's a Windows phone. Someone actually using a Windows phone, imagine. Right? Imagine someone actually using a Windows phone. I don't know, it might have been. To be honest, I don't know. It might have been. Windows Phone though, man. Windows Phone. They were using a Windows Phone. Like, who uses a Windows Phone? Oh, this is a classic. Tara, this is a classic. Who hasn't seen this? This shit was from before I was born, but I've still seen this. The freaking Windows 98 presentation failed?
So we could just daisy chain.
Right, this presentation was before I was born. But like, you learn about the devices from LGR, but yeah. The classic
up to
blue screen.
127 USB devices.
This guy was probably fired after this
That's an
presentation.
everyday task. Let's plug it in. It's going to say, hey, I see you've plugged in a new device.
Fair enough.
And it's going to load in the appropriate drivers. You'll notice that this scanner build... Whoa.
Nice. HTC, okay.
Moving right along.
That must be why we're not shipping Windows 98 yet.
Absolutely.
That's why they're not shipping it yet. It's not ready yet. Bill Gates, I'll see you after this presentation. Smile more horrifying than any horror movie. To be fair, this was accurate demonstration of what consumers could expect with Windows 98. Yep. The dude's face is like, oh man, I'm so fired. I know, right? Alright. The blue screen that we all love, it even showed up in the Olympic opening. Nice. Beijing Olympics 2008. Nice. Well, didn't know CrowdStrike existed in 1998. The long living legacy. The long living legacy, man. Alright, we got this other glazing one for Wooba.
The Game Awards is widely considered one of the most prestigious events across the industry, and over the past 10 years, it's drawn hundreds of millions of viewers from across the globe for one simple reason.
Pretty sure not hundreds of millions. Millions, sure, not hundreds. That's an exaggeration. Hundreds is an exaggeration.
The recognition and award for the best games released every year, with categories
Except a lot of these are just paid. They're obviously just ads, and you see the stuff going on in there, right? You go watch the award stuff, you see a bunch of other game ads. Some are even contestants or nominees for awards in the Game Awards. So it's a bit of a conflict of interest there too, especially when the way the votes are actually tallied, right? You know, your own vote is worth nowhere near as close as the guest votes are. They make up the vast majority of it. It's like what? Like how badly is it weighted again? But like, oh yeah, who's paying them? Right.
ranging from the top titles across genres to the best games on.
Yeah, you only get 10. Like everyone gets 10%, and then the critics take the rest. Right? It's like how little is the actual viewers vote weighted there, right? So like you're just sharing the last bit.
Specific platforms, there are.
You did some real voting today in the morning. Nice.
There are a lot of products from a lot of developers who've gotten exposure through these nominations.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, exclusion from these rewards is just as.
This is not them earning Game of the Year. This is just being a thing here. But the freaking nominees are
big
just
of a
sad.
statement. Rest in peace, American developers. And it just so turns out that Wuthering Waves by Kuro Games has had its name put forward for the best mobile game of 2024.
Nomination.
One
Yeah,
thing's
they
for
bought their
certain,
way in.
they've
You just pay your way in.
earned this nomination and potential victory. That victory won't come easy either. Wuthering Waves and Kuro Games.
Honestly, it'd be funny if we got ZZ in here. But the reality is, like, what? What's the biggest multimedia franchise out there? It's fucking Pokemon. Right? The Pokemon TCG game is going to be in there. Right? Like, what was bigger than all of these things? It's fucking Pokemon. Right? I'm pretty sure Pokemon, like, highest grossing. What's the most valuable? It's Pokemon, and it's not even close. It's not even close. Right? It's not even close. Freaking Winnie the Pooh is public domain now. So, like, this don't even matter anymore. Like, this is freaking public domain. Winnie the Pooh is public domain. Here's freaking Star Wars, man. You take freaking Star Wars. You need to combine Star Wars with Mickey Mouse to be on par with Pokemon. Right? Like freaking Pokemon destroys them all by a massive amount. Right? Like you can just see, like you keep scrolling down, man. You know, damn, freaking J.K. Rowling's she came up with something crazy. I didn't know her IP was worth 34.6 billion. That's crazy. Barbie is only 30, not even 34. Almost 34. The MCU is only 32.9. Call of Duty is 31. Right, Batman 29.8. Hello Kitty's 29.3. Spider-Man is 26.7. Transformers 25. The fuck? Cars from Pixar is worth that much? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Right, like this is like the value of some of these ones. Warcraft is that. Despicable Meme is 11.6, okay. There's Star Trek there. They definitely lose into Star Wars, right? Star Wars is a lot higher, right? Yeah, they're like 4 times smaller. Star Trek. Street Fighter, like you can see, keep going down. You see all this shit. Right, where's the Gacha stuff, man? We haven't seen a single one of those. right? There's freaking Sonic up there. Bob the Builder, freaking Bob the Builder. You got Beyblade here as well. Like, look at this. But we're still scrolling. Are we gonna see Hoyo crap in here? Or is Hoyo still too small? Is Hoyo still too small to get featured here? I guess they're still too small to get it to even make it here. Yeah, Hoyo's still too small. They can't show up here. Wait, Genshin is here? Really? Oh wait, never mind. It's here. Never mind. 5 billion. Never mind. I missed it. Okay, Genshin is here. Hoyo has something here. Genshin is here. They're worth as much about as much as Gundam. Right? This is the biggest IP from Hoyo. And that's 5% the size of Pokemon. You go to the top, that's only 5%. They're 5% the size of Pokemon right there. They're 5%.
Have some stiff competition, with one title in particular backed by one of the largest communities and budgets in gacha gaming. However, those that have experienced our journey with Kuro Games across the past 6 months understand that Wuthering Waves, despite its flaws across technical issues and story pacing in early months, checks off nearly all the boxes when it comes to Game of the Year. And today we'll be taking the time to document and examine what those boxes are. It's shocking that Kuro Games wasn't nominated for Best Community Support.
No. The community support is fucking fake.
Because the gacha community hasn't seen a developer this synced up with the player base in a long time.
Because they're psychologically freaking manipulating the player base, that's why. They're freaking psychologically manipulating their player base. And most delusional, exactly, man. Most delusional player base.
As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. One of the greatest parts of Wuthering Waves is something that isn't stated enough. That strength is how incredibly easy it is to enjoy the game without spending a single dime.
How easy it is. Yeah, just go log in every day and do a crazy excessive amount of chores. Sure.
Many viewed Wuthering Waves' technical issues at launch as one of the worst things that could have happened to the game, and while those issues could have led to a decline in active players, they also led to one of the greatest free-to-play experiences in gacha gaming, with the ability to immediately pull 2 standard 5-star characters.
Yeah, cool, I don't like any of them.
One.
The only useful one was Verino just because she can heal. I don't like any of them though.
Random and one.
It's easy without spending how Kuro want to be revenue. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, really, First Descendant has dev responding to questions in Discord every day. Warframe, exactly! Warframe literally makes streams every fucking week. Woowa is freaking psychologically manipulating their player base. Right? Like, fuck, First Descendant, you got people, they got actual development responses. You got Warframe freaking doing this stuff. Fucking Snowbreak, they freaking made a live stream for the CN people, where they let people go attack on them. Yeah, they don't care about the rest of the world, but at least for the community in China, you freaking had the Snowbreak stuff go crazy there. Like, they had a freaking stream where you could literally go and attack them. Like, you could go, like, spit out, like, and insult them on stream. They're like, yeah, we'll be your target dummies. We'll be your punching bags. They fucking had a stream to do that. Even, right? The fuck is Woowa doing? They're just psychologically manipulating their players. And then they're just not aware of it. Like, they just don't have the self-awareness.
Once selected, and a follow-up beginner banner to select a third, every player...
Yeah, and like, that's just normal for a lot of gachas to have similar things to this, where they just give you all of these things.
As long as they viewed some type of guide, was able to craft a strong roster that could fill every role needed on a team and steadily work towards endgame content. All without spending a single pull on any of the game's limited banners. Combine that with the fact that Kuro also made 5-star weapons incredibly accessible through free rewards and a targeted
You get one. You get one. You only get one 5-star weapon. You have to pull the other ones. You want another one? You have to pull it. You have to pull it, man. And then here's the funny part, man. This guy's only talking about rewards. Where's the game? Is there actual game in here, or is this just rewards? Why isn't he talking about the actual game with the gameplay itself? Even the response of Hoppa, and that's you know it's sad when even Hoppa's response is considered good. You get one through rewards. You want another? They fucked up immensely. Exactly. They fucked up so bad they had to bribe you. And here's the thing: that selector is gonna get removed in a year, or not even a year. 6 months from now. In 6 months, that selector that they put in there is going to get removed. Yeah, it is Kumaki. We reacted to a previous video from him earlier. That's gonna get re-uploaded. It's gonna get cut from the stream and re-uploaded as a full-on video later.
Banner, it was incredibly easy for...
Right, we're gonna have to, like, change the thumbnail and just call it and change it to thing, the worst grind. Right, like, it's like the Wooba ruin grinding. No, I'm gonna have to modify that a bit and, like, put, like, the worst grind. Right, they definitely ruined it, man. They definitely did, because it's awful.
Any player to enjoy this game and their progression across the game's world without feeling like they were held back by bad luck or RNG, which is what many consider the biggest problem in gacha games. You didn't have to reroll, and having such a strong free-to-play foundation made pulling unlimited banners a decision on what you liked versus what you needed. And when
yeah, and I didn't like any of them. Nice. Yeah, what? They paid him $1,000 for his video that won the previous contest? I think they're doing another one, so he's gonna win another one because, they just want whoever glazes them the most. That's all they care about. That's literally all they care about. Whoever glazes them the most.
players pull for who they want, they simply enjoy the game more. This ease in enjoyment was something that was also apparent across every other avenue in the game. Exploration streamlined with near instantaneous access to helpful gadgets, built-in mechanics like wall running, and a simplified overworld.
I mean, I don't care personally about wall running in games, personally. If you're going to put wall running in a game, you know, make use of it, and don't just make it a gimmick, man. Didn't freaking Mr. Cake reroll like a bunch of times because he kept getting Pepega dudes and he was mad? Right? He kept getting like the Pepega dudes and he got mad about it. Didn't like he reroll a couple times? Or something? And he like, didn't he like make a joke where he looked up prices of buying a WooBa account? Like, wall running is cool when you make the game designed around it. The problem is the game wasn't built around wall running. They just put Pepega obstacles there. It's not built around and for it. Right? Like, if it was built around and for wall running, then sure. Why not? But it wasn't. Right? Like, I don't know, like what? Fuck, we'll look at Skyscraper Scamper Day.
Here we...
Don't ask me why I keep pulling freaking Sonic Unleashed. As an example. You want to see some real wall running? I think that we should be close to it. Wait for it. Wait, not there. Where is it? Oh, we're not there yet. Where is it? Oh, here. Hey, look, actual wall running. Now that's wall running. Right now, that's actual wall running. Oh yeah, you know what happens if you stop, you die. If you stop, you just fall off and die. By the way, if you stop moving. You don't need no Spider-Man to run. Nah, you don't need that. Just go fast. Honestly, I do want them to like remake Sonic Unleashed at some point. But like Bayonetta wall running. So many games do. What has a 10-second cooldown? The grapple thing is like a long cooldown, yeah. Was it 10 seconds? I don't remember. This is not even Spider-Man, man. Yeah, you don't need, it's not even Spider-Man. This is like actually just, you have to run on the wall because it's the fucking level. They put obstacles on the fucking wall. They put bombs there. You touch it, you die. You gotta avoid it. There's actual gameplay in there. Yeah, like for me, I'm trying not to PvP Mugen or whatever. I want to try both, right? I've said that before, but we haven't seen anything. The floor is lava, yeah. You know, you have things like that. Right, like that's just part for the course for Sonic games. Yeah, running on the side of things. Sometimes because you're going really fast. Heck, you even have cases where you run on water.
Here we go.
Right, you can't run on water in Momo. Right, look at this. Running on water. We all know Sonic's allergic to water, but he can still run over it. But like, here's another thing that some of these games are missing as well. Right, like, you listen to the music for this.
Here we go.
You listen to the sound there here. Right. I do wonder why they took away the voice there. But this is a pretty cool single-player game, man. It doesn't end up. Yeah, hopefully, man. Hopefully, it's not vaporware. Sonic just hates water. He can swim, but he can't go fast. No, he can't swim. He can infinitely jump underwater in Sonic Colors, but he can't swim. He can't swim. But for some reason, he can infinitely jump underwater in Sonic Colors, but only in Sonic Colors. Why? Because it gives him protection, man. Why not? That's not a snowmobile, that's a sled, that's a bobsled. Dr. Robotnik should create a territory underwater. Fuck Labyrinth Zone? But Sonic X is something. I gotta admit though, the BGM in these are pretty good. They always got that top tier music. Right, like you got the winter vibe in the music here. But then you also, like, in this BGM here, you still get the vibe of, like, you're trying to rush through and go really fast. It gives you that feeling, you know? The camera? What do you expect? They got a camera working and it's tracking a fast-moving thing. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Oh, that was the early Sonic games. That was a problem in the early ones. That was a problem on Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Yeah, that was a problem in the really old ones, the really old 3D ones. Yeah, they figured that out by the time we had Sonic Unleashed. It's Sonic R. Even freaking, here's the funny part, man. A lot of modern games are so bad, even freaking Sonic 06 looks like a masterpiece by today's standards, which is sad. And like, people used to make fun of Sonic 06 all the fucking time. Which is sad, but that's just the reality, right? They always got really cool stuff in there. Right, yeah, even on the Wii, right? You had like, what? Right, like Planet Wisp Act 6, this was on the Wii. Right? Old stage, this is on the Wii. Like, even though Gollum would be the worst game of the year, but yeah. This is not a speedrun. It's not a speedrun, this guy didn't do all the skips. Lots of Sonic 06 rivals, man. Yep. We would have this. Like, this is still a short level, right? Just Sonic Colors. Is he gonna just... Oh, he's gonna do the other thing. I thought he was just gonna boost to the side and then use the spikes. No ring dash? Right, you'd have stuff like that. But like, here's the thing, right? Let's say, right, like, this is Sonic 06, man. Right, we remember, people called this a bad game. Right, this is a Sonic 06 level. Kingdom Valley from Sonic 06. Right, this is one of the bad games. Right, keep that in mind. Right, what you're looking at here. This is gameplay of one of the bad ones.
Of light when open. If I use it right, I can freeze
it. Yeah, but after Mr. Yeah, we tested it earlier too. I basically need to pull A6 Gray Fox if I want an improvement. And in Bygone, it's actually better not to use Gray Fox. Like, the thing is, for Frost and Bygone Kumaki, you're actually going to be better off using S4 Lin instead of Grey Fox. Like, yeah, it's pure support. You're gonna be S4 Lin is going to be better for Bygone than using Grey Fox. I have S4 Lin. Well, I actually have S6 Lin now. My Lin is now S6. So it's like... nice. Oh yeah, she's definitely built for Origin of War stuff, if you play that. I mean, yeah, you get it from the collection, you get the broom, right? Actually, wait, what you do actually, Kumaki, you get the free balls and then you wait for the anniversary rerun. You wait for the rerun of her, because then you have more stuff as well to go like mess around with. And if you saved all those free balls, you didn't spend them when the banners came out. You know, extra flame gold, right? Big brain strat. You just save up. I mean, hopefully, you know, they're probably gonna do a big rerun soon anyways. CN's gonna get one, obviously, when they release the next Altered unit. And by the time we get that, we're gonna look at, what, 2.5 year? Right, that's the best thing to do. Save the exclusive character balls. You get the character balls, but you save. And it's just smarter. Right, it's the smarter thing to do, man. You just save all those things. And then you pull them. No, 2.5. Not the 3 year, 2.5. Right, 2.5 should be next Altered. Right, like you just pull on the rerun. If you want it on the rerun. Yeah, it's after Claudia. Keep in mind, we get Claudia end of December. Right? And then January is going to be Claudia, right? Claudia is going to take up January for us. So by the time we hit 2.5 year for global, we're going to have the next Altered on 2.5 year.
Throw them back to make them explode near the enemy.
Hopefully Tencent isn't going to be as pathetic as they were, yeah. Yeah, the next half anniversary will be when we get Altered. Right, because then you can also see whatever the next Altered is. It's not, like, unless you're going crazy for competing for Origin Award, right, like, if you were, like, crazy to go compete for Origin Award, then you don't care. But for other people, it's like, hey, you, like, if you can wait, then you can wait. If you really want it sooner, then go ahead. Right, like, at the end of the day, it's what do you want, what do you value? Yeah, because we're in half anniversary too, next Frost around the corner, exactly. You get to see what's coming, maybe. And then pick and choose, because I don't think we're going to be using Grey Fox in Global with the next Frost after. I don't think we are. She's definitely more tailored towards support. Like, nothing wrong with that. It's just that it's what she's tailored for. And the thing is, too, Grey Fox doesn't have resistance shred either. She doesn't have the shred.
Hey, not bad.
Right, and keep in mind again, like what we were talking about, this was apparently a bad game, right? We called this a bad game back in the day. Right, can you imagine, almost 20 years ago, we would call this a bad game. Right? Almost 20 years ago, we would call this a bad game. Right, we would call something like this a bad game 20 years ago. Almost. Yeah, Anka and Nola has shred. Nanyan was your shred before that for Fizz. Right? What else? If you're Frost, only Roslyn, The only recent 4.0 units for Frost with Shred is just Roslyn and Nola. For Volt, it's just Nola. The only 4.0 unit for Volt with Shred is Nola. And for Flame, they don't have one with Shred, other than Nola. Again. Because they're using GU as their other Shred, because Asurata doesn't have any Shred. Yeah, this is a this is a fan-made one. Yeah, they removed the bugs are not here. This is a fan-made port type of thing. That's why there's no bugs. They fixed it. But, like, the stages and stuff, it's the same. It's the same, like, the actual game is the same. Just without the other problems. There's no story in this one, but yeah. You can download this. This thing is free, by the way. If you want to play it yourself, the Project 06, right, just, right, it's free. You just need to have a PC to play it. He has a download around here somewhere. I don't know when he's gonna release his next update, but here, you can download the silver release. And, yeah, you just download it here. You can play it yourself on your computer. But like, yeah. Yeah, the bad part was the bugs in the story, but the level design though, man. But keep in mind, like, they actually had some good levels. There's some cool levels here.
Let's try going now.
But what's funny is, like, you look at this and then you look at games these days. Sure, newer games will look way better, but like, it's just sad when you compare the actual gameplay itself. Because it's not just visuals you're looking at. You're also interacting with the thing. You can get Gray Fox's collection rerun, yeah. Well, the thing is, Gray Fox will never be out of meta. Benediction stuff, so if you play Benediction, she's always gonna be useful. Right? Like, the reality is, she's always gonna be useful if you play Benediction. Right? So it's like, she'll be useful in the future anyways. When she's on standard, she's still going to be really good. Because Benediction, if you play Benediction, she'll still be good. Right, people like to like heavily exaggerate top power creep here and there. But we're all used to that by now. I mean, if Benediction is Benediction, you're just gonna... her matrices, you know? Babo wants Asurata banana, damn. And if that's what he wants...
That's a lot of enemies. Sonic. Silver. It's all yours.
And then you had like this thing. Where he's gonna run up the side of a waterfall. Right, imagine running up the waterfall. Right? You've seen wall running, but have you ever seen waterfall running? Right. You know, there's wall running, but then there's waterfall running. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I have logged in, but I haven't really touched stuff on there. We did do the testing, but yeah. How you doing though, Butterby? But you got a group? Oh, yeah, sure, we can go log in. Wait, what's the new raid? Oh, what is the new raid? But yeah, you're not here, I'll go look at it. Why not? You have 4 people? Are you able to get more? Right, you able to get more? Yeah, Blade and Soul had wall running too. You can glide. I mean, freaking East 9 had it. Then you have stuff like Gravity Rush, man. Alright, let me log into the server. Yeah, run on water like a ninja, yeah. Yeah, I guess I should just like upgrade, like actually upgrade and advance all the matrices. Oh yeah, we were in Meroria. We were messing around with speed before. I should probably update this. Let's put... Where's Grey Frog? Let me hide the damage numbers because they get distracting. How about a 69% font size? No, that does not fix it. It does not. 69% does not. There you go. I said hi in the world chat. They never fix it, man. You gotta use a mod to not have the worst font size. But damn, oh hey, the server's not as dead as I thought. Who we got here? We got 2... I got Ren. And then I'm there, then you're there. Okay. This shit's always just gonna be annoying. Ah. Oh, you know, I think if you want to do the most damage as a healer, though, I was like messing around to see how much damage could you do as a healer. Because it's weird. Meta Frost is weird. Technically, here's the thing. Nanyan was already dropped for Lin S4. Technically, you would drop Nanyan for Lin S4. Here's the thing, though. In Bygone, Grey Fox is worse than Lin S4. So, like, you don't even, like, Frost meta for Bygone, like, you don't even use, you don't even use, thing. You don't even use Grey Fox. Because Lin S4 is just better to have in that spot. Like, you can choose to either get rid of all your shred and drop your other shred and drop Nola for Grey Fox, I guess. But then, like, Lin S4 is just Lin S4. Linus Forest is broken. But like that's its own thing. And like if all you care about is just doing more damage, right? Gray Fox is underwhelming. Because like unless you actually like fully max out Gray Fox, she's not really an improvement. Like A3 barely ties with the old comp. A3 Gray Fox ties. Barely. Like A3 with the matrices and stuff. It barely ties. You need A6 to slightly pull out ahead. Yeah, it's not a keyblade, it's a staff. But yeah, have you tried the Linus 6? With Fiona and then used, Gray Fox? Have you tried it? Cause like, it's good. Like, it's actually quite good. If you want to do damage as Benediction. Brevi's damage is borked on the cactus again, it's too low for what it should be. They freaking borked Brevi's damage on cactus. You're Lin A0, never mind. You have no idea just how, yeah, no point. The thing is, oh man, freaking, Linus 4 is just ridiculous. You can like hard carry anything to do damage with Lin. As long as you set up appropriately. Anything can get hard carried. It's just that good. Like Linus 4 is just too good, man. Wait, what is the raid? What's the raid weak to? What's it weak to? I actually don't know the mechanics. I don't exactly have Discord stuff set up when I'm on stream. Which one? Oh, they're talking about posting on Discord. Yeah, I don't have access to the regular Discord to see the channel there. They don't give it to me. So I don't know. Other than second mechanic, 85% HP need to kill both at the same time. I see. Whee. Hopefully my ping isn't gonna be too much of a problem. People are hanging out at the actual cactus over there. Let's go say hi. But the cool thing is, regular Rosalind got buffed, I guess. Oh, that person not gonna join? And obviously this is still slower than Claudio macro things. Right, like, the flying here on thing is slower than Claudia stuff. Yeah, we're at 5 now. Here, let me try things with max matrices. Let me try max matrices. Imagine having access. They don't let me in. They don't. So we end up like just figuring things out in a vacuum. Yeah, they don't give it to content creators, yeah. Yeah, CC just not allowed. It just is that way. We can still fill out the survey, by the way, if we can get it from someone. Okay, yeah, 14.8, but I also didn't max out supercomputing. And I don't have fully maxed out tightening gear. Send me a link, please. Send me a link, please. I want free DC. When is deadline? When is deadline anyways? Send me a link. I want to get free dark crystals. Rip. Channel's gone. Rip, man. Link, can you send it? If you got Link, I want the free dark crystals. If you got it. God, this thing is still so slow when you have a ton of mats. Here, to save your ears. Because I don't test with everything at max. But I can see how they got 20G. I don't test with everything at max though, I just test with my own gear. I never test at max. Like that. Here, let's go max this one out. You thought the system blew up? No, that's just how fast I can click. This is just how fast I can click, guys. Like, these are individual clicks you're looking at. But I guess they closed the channel. Man, I should have asked if someone had it. I missed the chance to do it as well during Oserata test and stuff. I'm missing a ton of free dark crystals, man. I need them surveys. Man, the frost stuff is easy to play. It's easy. Let's get more here. Come on. That's at level 8. It's like I just don't click on this to test. Because imagine testing at max supercomputing. Wait, Butterbean, do you also have market test? Do you also get market test? Oh, thanks for the raid, Rayshad. And welcome. With your whopping 2 million viewers. You keep getting async errors, oh rep man. Wait, is his birthday? It's a birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Rayshad. I didn't know. I didn't know. It's late. Oh, rep. I didn't know. Ah, it was yesterday. Yeah, I wasn't streaming yesterday. I missed it. I didn't know. Alright, it's still upgrading this freaking Titan, man. Not Titan, this supercomputing. He doesn't have. They don't have. I don't think they have. Marketplace? What marketplace? I don't know what marketplace is. They got CN access. Okay. Oh yeah, market server. Oh, you mean market test server is something. It's a special server where you get GM commands. You get to like do stuff with GM commands. If you ever use market server, you get GM commands, so you can go crazy with stuff. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. But yeah, market test server is like something special. Yeah, so you get like actual special commands. You can tell the game to do whatever you want. You can like bring up the, you know the cactus menu? For showing all the number breakdown? You can use like, there's a command you can put to show it anywhere. There's a command to generate very specific gear. There's a special command to generate whatever gear you want. I've used it before when I made some videos in the past. But like, the problem is sometimes I don't update it properly, so sometimes the number's a bit wonky. When I made some videos with charts and stuff before, I've used it to more accurately test stuff. It's a mess to figure out though, cause like, the entire UI is in Chinese. The UI is all in Chinese. So like, you have to use an OCR and try to like, look through everything. Oh. But yeah, like the UI is all in Chinese. So, but like, it is a cool server there though. You'll have to like dig around to find the instructions. I use HT1275 though. There's like a separate login menu, but I use HT1275. Oh, interesting. It's in the subway. The fuck? Oh, and this guy is super tanky. This is the test server. If you don't have access, you don't have access. This is the new challenge raid. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Understandable, Kumaki. Man, this guy just really likes to move around. He's super janky. Like, goddamn. Man, this thing is super janky. And it freaking made me waste the thing too by moving all the way over there. You know, I wonder how strong Mono Altered is in here. Alright, I'll see you around, Raishan. Oh, we're like all dying. Feels like almost. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try Mono Altered. I'm curious if Mono Altered might be decent here. I'm still using the same gear. Alright, I'll see you around or wait, I'm gonna try something. I think we do. But I'm gonna give it a try. I feel like it's worth trying. Really? I kind of want to try it. I feel like I was doing like no damage. Oh sure, hey. Yeah, please. Hey, we might as well get another one. I don't think there's a point in me using weak point though. I swapped out weak point Titan. Extra bar is the damage reduction. Maybe it's a mechanic we still don't know. Okay. Alright, we'll get Sinful Thanos. Alright, at least then we'll have 6 people. Better than 5. Alright, we got one more. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Where is the... Where's the buff bar? Wait, why isn't it showing my drugs? My drug buffs. Why do I feel like my drug buffs disappeared? That is so weird. Wow, test server is so Pepega, it deleted my drug buffs before. My fucking drug buffs went away. Imagine. It's like, yeah, no drug buffs for you. I guess I can get the missing stats here I'm missing. I'm gonna get my frost food. Nice, we got 100k attack. Alright, everything fully maxed. Yeah, Meryl does not. You have to do a frost weapon, your frost damage to do it. Alright, come on. It deleted my freaking drugs. Bestie buff is mostly on A6, yeah. Didn't they yeah, that's true, they sent everyone Brevi. They sent us a ton of Brevis. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna try to do the raid first. We'll see how the raid goes. Right? Oh boy, Butterbee's testing it that way. Lina 6 is just bonkers. Honestly, A3 Brevi is not worth. Like, Brevi doesn't really... The big thing with Brevi is really just all that A6. A3 is just so you get the second charge so you can do the other thing. Yeah, I'll be fine. I pulled for Lin S4. I pulled Lin S4 and then I just recently got Lin S6. Right, I recently. But like... Now it's just like we just save and wait for a while for damage stuff. And then just add things to the collection instead. Slowly. That's kind of where we're at right now. Right? Just kind of just slap everything and put them in the collection. Okay. Oh fucking hell, I ran away from my skill. I miss having like longer range DPS, man. Come on. Yeah, this thing is still incredibly tanky. Like, what the fuck? Hi, Death by Snoo. Welcome, welcome. We're on a test server trying the raid on challenge. This thing is insanely tanky. Yeah, this is the fight. It's a double boss fight that you gotta kill at the same time. This is like annoying because like trying to target the right one is not easy. Yeah, we failed. I'm gonna change my targeting setup, man. Because, like, yeah. I'm gonna change my targeting settings. Yeah, because the problem is, like, yeah, I'm having issues with targeting, too. I'm gonna just double check my targeting settings. Because half the time it's like I'm attacking one and then the thing is like making me attack the other. Where was targeting settings again? I haven't touched it in a while. Oh, here. That's why. I'm gonna go direction first. Yeah, manual target switching on. That's better. Yeah, it'd be easier if we drag it to the corner, I think. Because then we can hit both. Because a couple times I was able to hit both and apply my bleeds to both of them. But then half the time they would be spread out. So I would have to like chase after them. It'd be nice if both of them were dragged together. It'd be a lot easier to deal with because then we can hit both of them. With like the AoE damage and stuff. Alright. It'd be easier if we could like hit both of them at the same time a bit more often. Yeah, they heal. Yeah, I feel it. If one of them, you kill one, it'll heal back up. It's kind of like the, remember the Frigg Valkyrie fight? Except everyone's in the same room. In a way, it's kind of like the Frigg Valkyrie fight. In a way. Except not. You gotta kill them basically together. Right, and like, yeah, there's like 2 different color ones. Yeah, we got the Butterbee over here. Like, it's funny how like those like feel like frost effect, not frost, fizz effects. But like it's frost damage. But it looks like it's fizz. Right, the color scheme is fizz, but the actual damage is frost.
Awaiting command.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, Yano doesn't work well for me. My ping is too high that it borks it. Like, my ping issues, like, just make it Yano unusable. Yeah, the snow trace stuff is cool, though. Oh, it's not just Butterbee, there's another benediction. Right, we have 2 benediction here.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
Alright, what are they working on here? Yeah, Fiona, 00 Coco, Grey Fox, Bevy, all those matrices always good.
Target eliminated.
Alright. You notice that with Grey Fox, everyone crit cap. Oh yeah, we're freaking crit cap, man. Everyone's crit cap. What do you expect?
Awaiting command. Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
With Grey Fox, everything crit cap. Oh yeah, I already did that. After just the balance. Well, yeah, this is test server, right? It's not like this is like the live game. This is test server. Maybe getting no Alpha plus A3 plus Eva collab? What do you mean? What do you mean? You get what you want, man. Your FPS is shitting itself all rep, man. What do you mean you're getting burned? I don't know what you mean by you're getting burned, Kumaki. At the end of the day, you have to remember what your goal is and what you're playing it for. What even is your goal and what are you playing it for? Alright, you have to remember that at the end of the day. I don't know why you'd be getting burned. Exactly. There you go, at least you know. Wow. Come on. Oh, I forgot to put it up, man. I mean, it's labeled. I forgot to, like, turn it on. The disclaimer. It's fine, like, it's technically labeled in the thing anyways. I don't know. I actually don't know if Triple Alter will go crazy. I don't understand the freaking weird health mechanic stuff. Because like this boss is kind of weird. Come on. Shit. No, Cameron, I want to get that one. Oh yeah, this is definitely better than the previous one. Come on. There we go, we cleared it. Nice. There we go, we cleared it. There we go. Yeah, for triple ultimate, you're at 80 crit, 91 crit damage. Yeah, we're definitely overflowing, for sure. We're definitely gonna overflow that. Oh wait, the loading screen made it lag. But there we go. We cleared it. Yeah. Just corner them like a rat. Yeah, that's gonna be the strat. You just gotta be careful that you don't AoE them, like, you have to be careful with, like, targeting AoE. It's definitely gonna be hard on the DPS if they're not careful with, who they're targeting. Right? Because, like, keeping the correct target locked on and not hitting the other one and killing it too quickly is going to be very important. But at the same time as well, if you have, like, AoE and cleave and you're hitting both of them down, well, yeah. You gotta be mindful of that, right? That you don't accidentally kill the other one too quickly. But like, yeah. Right, great job everyone, we cleared it. Well, this is test server, but we cleared it. What? I'm good with healing. It's like a bit awkward, there's the thing there. Trying the thing there, but hey. Thankfully, at least, you know, Roslyn still hits a decently wide area. Sometimes I'm able to double bleed everything. High CPU usage? It's not high CPU usage, nah. The anti-cheat or whatever they have going on has just really weird... It just does weird things, man. Tencent anti-cheat is just Pepega. It has some weird shit with you, with like just interacting with the kernel here. And like when it's like loading. I don't know why. But it's not high CPU usage. What's my CPU usage at when I'm like thing? I usually am not even at 50%. Oh yeah, yeah, I have 40% CPU usage. And keep in mind, I'm using CPU encoding. I'm at like 40-50% CPU usage. It's not CPU usage. It's just the game has weird spikes there. You got skill issues with Lyra, but you managed to use her plus Coco for final trial. Oh, nice. I mean, like, the only thing that's important is if you clear it, right? A clear is a clear. Right, unless you're going, like, really crazy for leaderboard stuff. But, like, you can't go crazy for leaderboard on your own, right? You gotta have, like, a full-on team dedicated to it, if that's what you really care for. Right, like... If you care that much about it, then, like, yeah, sure. I didn't even use Mia buff. I actually forgot about Mia buff. But I think we're just gonna end this soon anyways. Because we've been live for almost 10 hours. And I need to get some sleep too. I've been live for almost 10 hours. Yeah, if you have to figure out the thing, Windows 10 is telling you it's an old game, it won't run. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm on Windows 11. Windows is Windows. Alright, Windows is Windows. Alright, we'll just say TY for the run, everyone. But yeah. I guess we should probably finish that video we were watching first. Before we completely end it off. I'm gonna head out here. But like, yeah, we'll finish that one. That somehow got us sidetracked to freaking Kingdom Valley. Wait. Oh wait, it wasn't that one. Which one was it? This one. We'll finish the other reacts another day. You know what? Here, we'll finish this another day, actually. We'll keep this saved. Because we're not even halfway through. Yeah, you would like A3 Fiona, however, for the execution, but you keep forgetting that, like, that you like the skin and you miss out early. Yeah, understandable. At least now, I mean, they're slowing down, right? Patches last a while. Right? They last a while now. Yeah, so 2 copies and you're good, yeah. Right, at the end of the day, you have to remember why you're playing and why you're there. Right? You have to remember that, what you're there for at the end of the day. That's the important thing. Right? Because, again, you're playing the game while you're playing the game, right? Are you there to work a job? Are you there to do to farm chores? Or are you there to play the game and have fun? Right? What are you there for? What are your goals, right? You gotta keep that in mind at the end of the day. And when that's no longer what's on your mind, there's probably something wrong with the game. At least that's how I like to look at things. But yeah, seeing as we've been live for over 9.5 hours, almost 10, right? It's 9 hours, 42 minutes. This is just where we'll end the stream for the night. But yeah, back in my day, we had nothing but 3-week banner overlaps. Yep, we did have that. We did. And now we have banners that last the entire patch. Right, single element banners last the entire patch. Right, they've definitely slowed down. But then they're adding like all weird stuff here and there. But hey, you know what? At least you don't have to go mint picking. You don't have to go spend weeks pre-farming and stuff just to make a character usable for 5 minutes of content per update. Because there is no game. Right, at least we don't have to deal with that. Right? At least we don't. Hopefully NTE won't have that problem, but we'll find out in a week if NTE is gonna have that issue or not. I hope not. Right, because we definitely do not need another Genshin Impact or Wuthering Waves. Like, fuck that. Like, it would suck if we end up with another one of those. It would definitely would suck. And give the NTE dev a banana. Oh yeah, for sure. 0 FOMO on events ending in 6 days. Yeah. Right. Surely Hoppa cooked. Yeah, surely, hopefully. I mean, they need to... The thing is, they really need to make sure they go after a different market, man. Right? Like... It looks like they're at least trying to make do with it actually making an open world for once. Yeah, treat it as a casual game, that's good. That's actually better if that's their goal, and put side stuff to do. Like, it's actually a better thing. The reality is, as a casual game, here's the irony, man. Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves are less casual friendly than playing Elden Ring. Fucking Elden Ring, freaking Black Myth Wukong, like every Dark Souls game, they're technically more casual friendly than Genshin Impact or Wuthering Waves. Because you actually get to play the game there without having to grind and do chores for weeks on end. If you're struggling and because of skillish or whatever on the content in those games, right, you're actually just playing the goddamn game. Right? Who knows what the hell's going on for Mugen, yeah. Who knows? But, like, the reality is, too, right? Like, if you don't want to deal with the open world in some of those, too, it's like... You might as well just go play with one of those games that don't have that open world problem. Right? They appeal to the casuals. They're the biggest market, man. Why do you think GTA 5 is able to survive for as long as it has? And just sit on it. Rockstar has been sitting on GTA 5 for more than 10 years. What do you think? Right, you look at the content there. Oh yeah, I know. Like, I'm not trying to interact with the thing there. I don't want to PvP with them. Right? If the game sucks, it sucks. If it's good, it's good. But, like, the reality is, at the end of the day, you have to, like, keep in mind what you're there for. Wait, did the server actually crash? Wait, did the test server EOS? The fuck? Did it actually EOS? I'm just curious. I'm gonna double check something. Okay, yeah, no. I guess you don't want to use that. Butterbeat, I don't know what the exact numbers on the market server is, but it's probably using an older build of Grey Fox. If you wanted to make content on it, you might want to wait until they update the version number again, if you don't mind the numbers being slightly off. Or you can just use the market server. Because the market server is dated on November 6th, but the Pioneer server is the 14th. Right? Yeah, I think the server is just having a stroke, man. The freaking test server. That happens. That happens. I've seen it happen so many times in the past. It's just having a freaking stroke. A healing cactus guide. Oh, if you want the most damage as Benediction, from what I tried from A6, you would... Brevi is kind of borked. The highest damage you could do as Benediction is using Lin S6, well, like Lin S4, with Fiona, not Brevi. The Grey Fox plus Fiona plus Lin is the highest damage. It's the highest damage. I know, you still get healing and buffing though. You have to use 4-set, what, you use 4-set Fiona? Lin S6 has the buff. Lin S6 has 23% attack buff for the full party. Nah, I know, but I do know what buffs are around. Right, Lin S6 has the buff there. I guess as well, like, if you were doing with Brevi and Grey Fox, if your team is Frost, there's still 4-piece Shocky for buff there too. Right? Like, there are other things too that you could use depending on the situation, right? When you have, like, Frost Resonance, things like, if your entire party is using Frost damage, even 4-piece Shocky is good as like a support set. Right. Domain 9 best content, prettiest lies. Okay. Oh, ladies. Oh, I see. You meant ladies. But yeah, no, like, there is ways to do damage while buffing a lot. Right? Because the Brevi's buffs is kind of insignificant without A6. The problem is, A6 Brevi has a weakness too. If you have a wide enough area to cover, you have the issue of Brevi losing the bestie. So you can't keep that in mind. You have to stay glued to whoever your bestie is if you're using Brevi. The actual range on it is not very far. Like, in Original War, you can only, like, it's about half of the radius of the entire Origin of War map is the effective range that you can be from bestie before you lose bestie. So, like, you have to keep that in mind too, right? Yeah, well, yeah, I know, that's about, you have over 15 meters, yes. That's still about half the radius of the Origin of War area. Half the radius of Origin of War is, like, the actual thing. It's farther than Saki Matrices, yes. But it's not that far. It's only a little bit farther, yeah. I tested that all the way back when we had Brevi release. We were messing around with that. I remember messing around with that a couple months ago. This was, I was able to do it with, like, Meigi and, I did it with Meigi and, Tapoka. We were, like, measuring the range of the healing on Brevi and stuff for bestie. the issue is you still need to be somewhat glued to them. So depending on the situation, you actually can have it disappear. That's something you have to be careful of. Yeah, free Black Friday shops. Keep in mind the pricing, man. Sometimes they raise the price and then they lower it. They artificially make the price go up before Black Friday just to lower it back down to normal and say it's on sale. I've seen shops do that too. You always gotta really be careful and look at trends if you really want to make sure you're actually getting something that's actually a deal or not. Right, and then like if you're buying a display, like a TV or a monitor or whatever, always use Rtings first. Look it up on Rtings first, always. And especially because on Black Friday, a lot of the lower grade panels, they'll have like special models exclusive to sell on those days that are like defects or just not as good as the main things. And then they sell it to you as at a discount. But it's not really a discount. Yeah, you know a shop that raised price a month ahead, and don't worry, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that happen too. Like they'll just raise it and then they'll do whatever slowly afterwards. You gotta be careful. Right? You gotta be careful. It is what it is. Do we even raid out to anyone or something? Is anyone live? I was about to end it, but I'm like, you know what? Anyone? I don't really see anyone. Anyone in top category then? No one. Oh, rip. So category is just gonna the top category is just gonna be dead. Yeah, I need to get some sleep. I'm already technically in bed. I've been in bed this whole time because I do all my gameplay from bed. But yeah, there you have it though. We got to mess around with Grey Fox there. As usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. We'll finish all those reacts next time. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'm already in bed. We've been live for almost 10 hours. Yeah, it's just dead, man. Yeah, Mr. Cake touching grass, well, hopefully he enjoys that. I mean, it's a gacha content, man. Gacha games are always dead. Well, what do you do, man? Yeah, nothing good to find, but yeah. Good night, everyone, or good day to you guys. See you guys. See ya.